is big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello and welcome to Live at the Bike, the only live webcast of live streaming poker anywhere. And here I am, this is David Tuckman, and next to me is
Shirley Rosario.
And we are doing a $200 no-limit buy-in game today. The blinds in that game are $3 and $5, and let's meet the players.
Okay.
In seat 1, we've got Devon Bai. And seat 2, we've got Sharif.
I would rather on my big blind, please.
There's Sharif. He's got about $600 in front of him, it looks like. Seat 3, we've got Raymond.
That's not Raymond. That is Fat Boy.
There's Fat Boy. And
we get rid of them, get a new player.
Seat 4, we've got Dimitri, also known as KGB. He's got about $500 in front of him. Seat 5, we've got Freddie. Seat 6, we've got Gary. Seat 7, we've got Carl Fromer, the Sausage King of Chicago. Seat 8, we've got Stevie Clark. And seat 9, we got John Grady.
What do you mean, Sausage King of New York?
You ever see Ferris Bueller? Abe Froman.
Okay.
Sausage King of Chicago? Fromer. Carl Fromer.
All right.
He doesn't know I call him that, but I do. It's my own little pet name for him.
On the internet.
And ABC and CBS.
And
ESPN.
welcome to all of you who are joining us for the first time, and thank you, whoever is joining us for repeated visits. Thank you for your participation.
Yes. We did have a $400, $800 game scheduled, and we were that close to getting them in here, but they decided to stay at the table that they were on at the last minute. And also, I did have my heads-up match, but we'll air that another time.
Oh. You had another heads-up match?
I had another one. Someone had saw me do it yesterday and had asked if he could play me today.
So everybody wants to play heads-up with Shirley.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Yeah. We've got a 9-3 deuce. A couple of hearts out there.
It's fun to
A lot of people
go back and look at the
That's 200 game, and you're going to see a lot of limpers in these things. There's Carl Fromer.
Because people can go
You
on
know
and
Carl.
talk
No.
about.
Oh, well, I know him. I mean,
watching
he's
it.
played in
Go
the
on
200
and
game
talk
that's aired on the web, on the internet before.
You know,
So
our hands
I know him.
and stuff.
I play with them
There was a guy
online.
sitting there
Do
when I
you?
was playing
Yeah.
last time.
I mean, I don't know him
Who
intimately.
showed a set of like
Well,
cards.
no, I don't know him intimately
Yeah,
either.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure where you were going with
I
that.
would hope that you didn't know him in it.
And he folded it on the turn.
There's something wrong with that?
Somebody had
No,
Not that I'm saying
no,
anything is wrong with
no,
that.
not at all.
Live straddle.
I just won't expect it from you,
Everybody.
considering you
I mean,
have a
like
wife.
150 comments.
I have a
about
beautiful,
him throwing away
wonderful,
his set.
gorgeous wife.
It was insane.
What's the flop?
I had to say that just in case she's listening.
Uh-huh.
Jack
But she
nine
actually is
and a
gorgeous and
4.
beautiful and wonderful.
Turn was like a.
Oh, and happy
7.
St. Patrick's Day to everybody.
He threw it away because he thought somebody had pocket jacks.
I see you don't have any green on.
I do. You just don't see it.
Oh, okay. I don't.
Got a queen 9.
Someone must be all in. That was a burn and turn real quick.
Yeah, it looks like it.
King 3 and 7-8.
7-8 takes it.
So what the heck happened?
It was an all-in there, but
Who was all in?
either that or it was two friends and they were playing it really light.
They decided that.
You lose it all.
I missed it myself.
Live straddle. That's a big straddle, huh?
He's used to playing.
Maybe they decided to play the blinds out and check it all the way down.
And the live straddle, just for those people that don't know, the blinds here are 3 and 5, and a live straddle is basically putting in a bet of $10 blinds. It's the one after the it's the under the gun player,
Live straddle.
and for putting in $10 blind, he gets to act last.
On the first betting round only.
Exactly. Thank you.
Somebody straddles and the small blind folds.
You still can't chop.
Well, he's technically a blind. You
And
raising? Go ahead.
It looks like we have a couple hands here. I'm surprised it was just only $10.
He's gonna raise.
$55.
There we go. That was one of the hands I was just looking at.
55, you're on the
well,
phone.
Dimitri was in the big blind with Ace King, big slick there, and he raises it up.
No, he's not. He's not in. He is in seat 4.
He's in seat 4.
I'm looking at the pocket sevens. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a nice live straddle hand.
pass.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
And we're going to see a flop. The $55 has deterred nobody.
No.
We've got a huge pot here.
1, 2, 3.
Well, the deuce 4 got out. That's something.
Six
And
players in for
the 3-9 did not get out. Wow.
6 players. There you go.
And the 3-9. Oh, 2 flushes. And 1 ace high
Wow.
flush draw. 1 nut flush draw.
Look at that.
That's huge.
This is a huge flop. Yes, Dimitri has the nut flush draw. Devon's got the flush. He's got a king high flush.
Seat 8 has the 9 high flush.
Yeah, this is ooh,
I call.
wow.
And he didn't mess around. He bet $200.
Oh, you know what? He's got the ace clubs.
No, he didn't. He bet
Okay, we're just going to leave it where it is.
he bet enough to cover everybody else that was in
Yep.
the pot. He moved all in.
And well, Dimitri was.
Ace is up.
Okay, the ace deuce folded.
Flush.
He would have made tens full of aces.
Okay. You're going to get paid the balance here.
I got money coming home.
Yeah, I know.
Devon's going to take most of the pot here. And because there is a side pot, I believe.
It looks like just Dimitri is going to get some of his money back. Is that right?
No, actually, Steve.
Oh, you're right. Seat 1
Stevie's going to take some from Stevie, and seat 8 is actually going to take.
a little bit from Dimitri.
He's going to take some from Dimitri, and Devon's going to get most of it.
This is back to me, right?
No, wait.
What do you mean? No,
Well, we did expect a lot of
You're
action
going
on
to get
the
a
hand.
balance on this.
He didn't disappoint.
Yeah, well, when you got a $300 pot before the flop comes out,
Oh, well,
Dimitri tried to bet the pot and just tried to take
me,
it down.
$3.
And unfortunately,
Which really wasn't, a bad move considering he had the ace of clubs in his hand.
There you go.
At least he had a redraw if someone did
That's
have a
you.
flush. 2 other people had a flush in this case.
right, exactly. And he figures, you know what, even if somebody has, let's say, Jack 10 or, something like that, and somebody's got a 10, he doesn't know. He thinks maybe I'm drawing live to my ace and my king.
Right.
How does he know he's got 2 flushes?
I should.
Right.
And it's always a much better play to raise or to move in.
To move in
than
and a call. Yeah.
I'm drinking, but there's 3 clubs on the board. But there's 2,
Small blind, big blind, straddle.
3 I shouldn't have called because 1 more comes on, I think, huh?
Live straddle here.
Now, he's questioning his call. I can't see why he would question it, though. He had a flush. Flop the
With-
flush.
yeah.
C8 Stevie was actually questioning it there.
No, if you're going to play 9-3 of clubs, that's what you're looking to do, right? You're looking to
Straddle.
hit a flop.
Everybody
Small blind,
straddles,
big blind,
remember?
straddle. That's what we said.
I think I need to stop drinking.
5 players.
Okay, once again, we have a lot of people in here. We got 5 people in the pot.
Well, yeah, it looks like looks like we definitely don't have a tight table, huh?
No, not at all.
Got 3 diamonds out there. 10, 8, 6.
And somebody does have the nut diamonds there.
Yeah, that's Fat Boy there with the nut diamonds.
He has ace jack of
Checked
diamonds.
already. 25.
Fat Boy in seat 3. He's got a nut diamonds.
He's just going to call.
Interestingly enough, nobody else even has a diamond.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he made that check in first position, I believe, to hopefully check raise, but he doesn't want to check raise the person in last position because then if he does, the other 2 people get out of the pot.
Right, exactly. And look at that seat 8. Stevie's hit a set of 3s.
I checked.
I got to check.
Son of a bitch.
And then Fat Boy slow plays it again.
It's a flushy.
I told you.
You have to bet your own hand.
Exactly. You got to bet your own hand.
Yeah. I like the check raise there on the turn, but nobody really showed strength. I probably would have bet out a little bit of
There's the
a,
flush out
You
there.
know,
some
it's
kind of
interesting.
value bet there.
Without a doubt, if he bets $30, he might get a call from the king 10 and the pot.
Nobody bets
Well, we
the
know he'll
flush,
get a call
I
from the
figured
threes.
He might
Yeah,
even get a call from the 10. 10 still got top pair.
yeah, probably.
Somebody bets, I go over the top of them all in. Crazy, but I do it.
Straddle blind.
And look at that. And you know what? When you leave a bet out there like that, that's the same as losing the hand, isn't it? In a weird way. I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah.
he basically lost $60.
Okay, tonight, I think, is this the first night we're going to do this, answering emails online? Okay, we're going to start something new. So we're asking you to send your questions to liveatthebike.com, and then later on in the program, we're going to try to answer as many of them as we can get to.
Yeah.
Actually, I won't be, but Bart will be in here later.
Bart and I think Danny will be in here later.
Okay.
And they'll do their best
That's
to
a
answer
nice
questions.
range of people to answer questions.
Yeah,
Bart can
exactly.
do all the technical, and Danny can answer all the food questions.
Right, exactly.
Uh-huh.
And if you actually have any tournament-related questions in terms of rules or anything, Danny would be great to ask as well on that. And we've got Ace-Jack versus Ace-Jack. And they're, the Stevie in Seat 8 is actually free rolling here. Doesn't know it.
Slim free roll, but
Slim
a free
free roll,
roll
but it is a free roll.
nonetheless.
I'll let him have one free card.
I like that. He'll let him have it on free card. And they both have a gut shot straight draw now.
I think he should bet his gut shot.
I would. Hey, why not?
I normally try to.
He bets it. And he wins the hand.
Thanks, sir.
A close-up of our $5 chips here. And for those of you who've also, winning of the green is continuing tonight. Tonight we have a limit hold'em event, which is a $300 buy-in limit hold'em event. And I'm sure when Danny comes in a little while, he'll talk about it. Starts in about an hour.
And tomorrow night we have low ball. I didn't even realize that they played low ball.
Low ball, that is a lot. Ace to 5 low ball, that's great. It's also a $300 buy-in.
Well, I won't be here tomorrow night, that's for sure. I've never played that game in my life. I wouldn't even know what to do.
It's interesting. Sometimes I like to play, if I've never played a game, sometimes the best time to play it is in the tournament, because your loss is, you can only lose what your buy-in is.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
In a weird way. Yeah, look at Gary in Seat 6. He's moved all in with Ace-King offsuit. And he might get a call from pocket tens, but then again, he might not.
He said somebody had.
But I think he might get a call from.
I would imagine, yeah.
From Devon with pocket jacks, and he does.
He had pocket nines. He showed him.
And no help for anybody yet, so the Jack's still in the lead.
It doesn't look like neither one of them have turned their hands face up.
Nope. And there's another queen and a 2, and the Jacks are going to win this.
Queens and jacks.
This guy didn't have no.
Ace, king.
And there's a big difference between moving all in Ace-King in a tournament and in a live game.
I totally agree with you.
In a tournament,
I totally agree.
In a tournament where you've got to gamble a little bit.
You have to have those race situations and win those race situations in tournaments.
Yeah.
In live play, you don't.
In a live play, if you consider yourself a pretty good player, you almost want to avoid those race situations. Wait till you flop the ace. Wait till you flop, I mean, you can definitely raise with it, but he's a slight underdog, and why do you want to put all your chips in there when you're a slight underdog? I don't see the play.
Well, he's the one that moved in. I don't really, I don't really necessarily disagree with it. I mean, he had only $100 there in chips, and it wasn't that bad. I would agree with you that if he was going to call there, that I wouldn't even, I wouldn't even bother. But
and Devon builds up his ever-growing stack there. Looks like he's probably got about $700 or $800
Classic cuts.
in front of him. We're out.
Pot's been raised to 45.
he has 5 stacks in front of him, but they're
got
not
5
stacks.
stacks.
They're not in stacks of 100.
No, definitely not. The ones closest to him look like probably about 150 each.
Now the player in seat 2, he's got $700. He has $700 in front of him.
There you go, yeah. Some big stacks there. Dimitri's still got about $500 in front of him. And nobody's got anything here. Let's see how it's played out.
45.
Oh, seat 5's got pocket kings. He's got to like the flop. And he's going to take it down uncontested.
Thank you, sir.
Nice play by Freddie. Freddie Zargar.
That's seat 5.
Freddie Zargar.
Kind of easy when you have pocket kings.
Yeah, kings are...
I love that hand.
you like kings?
Yeah. I do well with them, and I flop an ace a lot of times, but I'm never really
We were over
great.
there
Yeah.
probably 6 times in an hour. Somebody
That's
had
what they said. They'll lose by
You'll
20.
see that in my
Big blind here.
I said, you'll see that in my heads-up match.
Right.
Pocket kings and an ace flopped, and
And you still won.
I still won.
That's what McDonnell Douglas said.
You can't always be scared of that ace, you know?
Right.
I mean, hey, if you get 6 callers and the ace flops, okay, then you're probably no good. But if you only get 1 or 2 callers,
They
though,
told me.
sometimes especially if you're the pre-flop raiser, they're putting you on the ace.
Right.
So we got a live straddle in there from John
5
Grady and Seat
players.
9. 5 players. Pot's going to be $50 already. And got an interesting flop here. Carl Fromer's actually flopped top pair and an open-ended straight draw.
50?
And
I I think
Dimitri's flopped 2 pair.
top pair.
I got 113.
There's King, Queen, Jack out there.
Okay.
Okay.
So we got 2 pair versus top pair with an open-ended straight draw.
Right. I wasn't seeing the king. I was seeing it as queen, queen.
13.
Oh.
Okay.
And Carl's going to move in. And Dimitri's got to be going, what is going on today? And he calls.
Okay.
And a club. Oh, and he backs into a flush, the king 10. I was going to say that 6 gave him another out, a lot more outs.
A lot more outs, yeah.
And sure enough, he gets the flush. Ah. And Dimitri's just
He looks disgusted.
2 big hands. He loses about $600 there, right?
That something like that.
Yeah. And he had the best hand, but you can't blame Carl. He had a lot of outs.
Right. And once again, he was the one that moved his chips in there.
Yeah, Dimitri called. Right.
I didn't mean to slow roll you. I missed the flush. My apologies.
Yeah, and oftentimes that happens. Carl was saying that he didn't see the flush.
Yeah, he's sitting there looking for the straight draw, not realizing that he,
That happens.
had hit his hand.
Right, that happens a lot sometimes because you're just hoping, you're sitting there going, come on, give me a 9,
Right.
give me an ace, give me
Right,
a 9, give me an
nine or
ace.
an ace, 9 or an ace.
And he didn't realize quite how many outs he had. I mean, he actually had any 9, any ace, any 10, or any king. Give him a win there.
And then the club.
And then obviously he backed into clubs.
Right.
So Dimitri, he's a little upset because he got this bad beat, but it wasn't really that bad a beat, let's be honest.
No. But it looks like he thinks that.
I'm actually getting kind of excited. They were mentioning that we might have
Yes, you did.
percentages soon come up on the screen.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, so when you see the hands, you can actually see who is the percentage winner, and
And then
of winning the
me and
hands.
Bart won't have to sit here and try to figure out with our idiotic math.
Yeah, I actually had a big debate the other day with Bart about that. We jumped on cardplayer.com to go to their calculator just so I could prove myself right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And were you right?
I was right.
Okay.
I was very happy. And nobody's flopped a bunch of nothing there. Actually, I take that back. Seat 1 is not in the hand, so he has flopped nothing.
You only knew. Check.
And, oh, look at that. Stevie spikes his deuce.
Check my pair of deuces.
Wow. And he honestly says, I'm going to check my pair of deuces, and he's going to take it down.
What's the pot out there, like $30 or something like
Yeah,
that?
deuce queen.
Yeah.
Well, it's a tank full of gas anyhow.
Hey,
No, ace king he raises.
Thank you, sir.
people always laugh at those little small pots, but when it's
They add up, yeah.
when you're thinking about beating a game like this, if you can beat it for $15, $20 an hour, that's really good money.
That's just picking up one of those pots.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Are you a basketball fan? College basketball fan?
No.
March Madness today,
Oh, I know.
Oh.
And you know why I know that? It's not because I'm into basketball or anything, but because
Really?
I'm a huge Survivor fan.
Oh,
and they
okay.
moved Survivor from Thursday to yesterday.
Of course they moved it. This is March Madness. Are
I
you
know.
kidding me? And Dimitri's picked up ace king. He's going to make it 20.
20.
And let's see if Dimitri can pick one up here. And look at that. Carl is going to try to bite him out again. He's going to call with 9-10. And wow, look at that. Stevie is calling with 5-9 of hearts. And flop goes four-handed. We got an $80 pot, and the flop comes out a whole bunch of garbage.
Do you totally disagree with that 5-9 of hearts call? I mean, he does have position there, and it is a pretty gapped suited connector, but a suited connector nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't like playing four. I don't mind 3 apart because you can flop the nuts.
Right.
5-9 though, you can't flop the nuts,
Right.
barring 9-9-9, 5-5-5.
Right.
You can't flop the nuts. If it comes out 6-7-8, somebody's got 9-10. And in this case, somebody actually had 9-10.
Right. Yeah.
I don't like four gappers.
Right. I agree with you. I love suited connectors.
And hey,
but
if I can go in
normally
there for
I go
$5, $10 even, but for $20, suddenly you're speculating, and that's pretty good money, $20.
Yeah.
You lose 20 here and you're speculating. It's what are you hoping for?
That was just that $15 an hour you were talking about.
Exactly, and it's just.
What's the card? What's the card he showed?
Nothing.
Ace King.
And Dimitri picks it up.
Dimitri says nothing, but he did have the best hand.
He did. You're right. Anyways, I'm a huge. I actually don't like pro basketball, but college basketball. Love. I'm a huge Syracuse fan. I'm from upstate New York.
Okay.
And Syracuse plays tomorrow night. Plays Vermont. And Syracuse, I'm telling you, Orangemen, they're going all the way.
All right. Is Wake Forest in it?
Wake Forest is in it, and
I like Wake Forest, and I don't even really know that much about basketball, but that's one team that I like.
Yeah. Wake Forest is a very good team, actually.
Are they?
Very good. Oh, very good team. Yeah.
See, I don't even know if they're a good team. I just like them. They have a cool name, cool emblem.
Oh, there you go. That's like my wife. She looks at the team. She goes,
Nice
they
colors.
have cute butt. Look at the butt on him. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Anyway, we've got a three-handed pot here.
The player in seat 6 isn't showing his
Yeah,
card.
Devon's actually got top pair.
And Gary does have a hand. You can see it right next to his hand there, but he's not showing it on the camera, so must be a monster.
Thank you, boss.
Hey, Peter, could we put on a closed caption this game?
Well, you know what's interesting here? Since we don't know Gary's cards, what do you do if you're Devon here? I mean, you've got top pair, and Gary just raises you a huge raise. You throw it away? Top pair with only 9 kicker?
You know what? I was involved in that same hand today and got all my chips in there for $250. Can you stand it?
Did you win?
No, I lost. But I put him on exactly what he had, which was a flush draw. And he bet.
Oh, and he hit it.
I bet he raised. I re-raised.
Right.
He re-raised. I moved in. He called me. And the river came a flush. I said,
Right.
You hit your flush, right? And he said, yeah, I did. And turned it over.
Now, in that case,
I said,
don't
that's
think
sick
there
when
was
I
no
can call
flush
him
draw.
9 kicker.
Right. Now, in that case, there's no flush draw, but more often than not, I think the laydown is correct by Devon there.
Yeah.
Generally when people raise, they do have something. And if you've only got top pair with a 9 kicker, it's not going to be good most of the time.
What? 3 players.
What happened, Peter?
We got an ace, queen, deuce out there. Fat Boy's picked up a queen. He's got a middle pair, and he bets it.
Heads up.
But it is heads up, so one player called.
Yeah, Gary called with a 9-10. I'm not sure what.
Yeah. Maybe he thought he could take it away on the turn.
Yeah, sometimes I like to call a flop. I'll call it if I think I can bluff a guy out on the next card.
Right. Or he could have thought, well, if a spade hits, I'll bluff this pot out, but he didn't do that neither.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what. And sure enough, he probably could have bluffed at it because Fat Boy only had a queen, which turned out to be third pair. So you're going to be playing more tournaments? You're playing the Omaha High-Low, the 500 one?
I am actually kind of in a dilemma. This Sunday, they have 2 events here. The ladies event, which starts at 12:15 or something like that, and then the Omaha, the $500 Omaha event that starts at 4. So my plan is to come in, play the ladies event, go for broke. I'm going for all the chips or none of them. If I have none, I play the Omaha tournament, and if I have all of them, hopefully
You win it.
I'll win the ladies event.
You won't
And
care.
they will, and they do give a seat to the ladies event at the World Series Poker, which I'm planning on playing regardless. But it would be nice if I win my seat.
Fat Boy's going to raise with King Queen, and Devon's got the same hand. He's also got King Queen, and neither one of them have diamonds, and they both flop top pair. Interesting how they play this one.
I'm going to bet on Fat Boy to win this pot.
Yeah, you don't think it'll be a shop?
I actually have to change my mind now after I checked, but
60.
normally on those kind of boards, the person in early position is the one that leads out and takes the pot down. But he checked it and gave that opportunity to the player with the position.
It's an odd check there. I mean, it's a nice check if you're going to induce a bluff, but to check it and then just fold.
Yeah, I don't really like to check out a check because with three diamonds out there, I mean, you have to lay down and see where you're at.
Yeah, and you don't have to
I
bet
think
much.
so.
Even if you
Right.
bet $10, $15 to see where you're at.
Right.
And in that case, you might have just gotten a call. And then go, okay, you can see a little. You're not scared then, you see what goes on. But Fat Boy I guess he figures he'll pick a better spot.
So I am planning on playing the $2,500 event, I think. Are you going to play that one? The championship
Well, they have a
event
couple
here.
of. They have some super satellites for $260 buy-in,
Uh-huh.
and they're going to give away 1 seat for every 10 entries. And I'm probably going to play one of those, and hopefully I'll win my seat that way.
Okay, we have a Super Satellite Day on Friday, March 25th.
Yeah.
And they're running three different times of those satellites at 3:15 p.m.,
Got a 3 clubs
7:15,
here.
and 11:15 p.m.
Ace 10, 8 clubs. Fat Boy's got the queen of clubs.
Seat number 5 flopped a flush.
Thank you very much. I guess clubs. Everybody seems to flop the flush here.
I'm sorry, 60.
And seat 9 is out. Seat 1 is out. There we go.
Double 60.
And Gary's got ace 5. I think he's out. He is out. It's actually seat 5 and I believe seat 3, which is Fat Boy. He's got the queen of clubs.
Okay, it's updated there now.
There we go. And Fat Boy's got to think, yeah, he knows his queen's no good. He's got a gut shot straight draw as well. It's a pretty easy laydown because not only is he drawing, he's not even drawing at the nuts.
Yeah. He doesn't think it's such an easy laydown. He sits there and thinks about it for a
Yeah.
while.
Even if he is bluffing, it doesn't make a difference. He's only got queen high.
Yeah.
Yo, you had it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you had it.
I see that mistake a lot of times when people are drawing at their hand, they make their hand, and it's still not the best hand. And
Right.
to me, it's like if I'm going to draw at a hand, I'm going to draw at the nuts. So if I hit it, I know I got it. It's hard enough to make your hand sometimes. You know what I mean? I don't want to
Yeah.
draw at second best.
Not in that situation when there's 3 clubs and you're drawing,
Yeah.
anyone with 1 club can win.
Yeah, I mean, I got to have the king of clubs there if I'm going to play that hand.
Right.
Eddie Jones?
That was in the background. Sounds like
So
a bad
really-
beat
so-
on another table.
So for the ladies, the No Limit Hold'em ladies one, for the first place, they're actually going to give away a World Series of Poker.
Last one raised.
And not the main
20.
event, the ladies' event for the World
The ladies
Series of
event, that's a
Poker.
great,
Uh-huh.
that's a really great promotion. You have to play that.
Yeah. Well, I just played in the last one that they had, the Lips Tour, and was at Harrah's, and I finished. Oh, I think it was 6th I finished. Actually, I'm pretty positive it was 6th. Got close.
Yeah, well, I mean, Demetrius flopped the open-ended straight draw here. And he takes it down with a bet. Nice bet.
Oh, the background. They're not yelling about bad beats in the background. They're yelling about basketball. You should have known that, David.
I know.
I'm
Actually,
sitting here talking about
this is
them
actually a huge sports day.
And
I
you're
don't
here
do-
with us.
Yeah, we got steroid congressional hearings for steroids, baseball. Everybody's on steroids now. I've actually decided to start steroids myself. You can tell from my physique.
Yeah.
And on top of that, and I think the bicycle casino is actually going to start testing. No commentary. No commentary with people on steroids.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But we got that. We got the Lakers versus the Heat.
Okay.
Okay, Shaq and Kobe. Back at it.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I didn't know
Yeah,
the
okay.
Shaq had I knew he switched. But I
Right,
didn't
he's
know
in
what team.
Miami and now.
Oh,
Kobe
that's
went
great.
there. So it's Shaq versus Kobe in Miami. One of the reasons the 400-800 game might not have gone on, because I don't think Jerry Buss is here tonight. I think he's actually watched the game.
I'm sure he is.
So then on top of that, we've got and then we got the NCAA tournament. So it's huge right now, sports right now.
Go teach one.
And Gary's going to take it down with just ace high there, ace 9. He bets and nobody calls. Now Gary has $300 there. He didn't actually win a pot, but when you get knocked down to the felt here, when you lose all your chips, even though it's a $200 game, you can rebuy for full $300 actually.
Yeah. And anytime that you have 100 or less, you could bring it up to 300. So if you have 50, you could buy 250.
Right, exactly.
That's after the original buy-in.
There have actually been a couple times where I've been down to like $108,
Uh-huh.
and I'll throw in $8 just hoping I get down to 100 so I can rebuy for 200 more. And invariably what happens is I end up winning a hand. So I guess it's not a terrible thing. And there is KGB close up, Dimitri. Dimitri, actually, I think I mentioned a long time ago, he actually owns about 5 cars.
Does he really?
He does. He keeps buying cars. He's like a nice guy. Like somebody, you go up to him and go, I have a used car for sale. It's like, you know anybody that'd be interested in like a 91 Pontiac? And he goes, he'll look at it and go, I'll buy it from you. And he now has like 5 cars. I don't know what he's thinking.
Well, I know he bought himself a Porsche.
He won a jackpot actually here.
Right.
He won the Bad Beat jackpot in the Omaha game, the 6-12 game.
A pineapple game.
Oh, pineapple.
It
Thank
was
you.
pineapple.
And he won
Pineapple.
$17,000. Good for
Right.
him. And he went out and bought himself a used Porsche.
Right.
I'm sorry,
He said
not
his,
used, but
his
a
dream car.
dream car.
I don't think it was used.
And it was
Live
well, it's
straddle.
pre-owned. Sorry, not used.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Pre-owned. Yeah. But he's got that. He's got an old Cadillac. He literally has like 5. Then he comes over. He goes. I bought an '88 Mercedes. And I'm like, why? He's like, it was a good deal. Look at how many cars you drive. He's not married. I don't understand it.
Straddle.
Well, after tonight, he might end up selling one of his cars.
Yeah, after those couple
Yeah.
beats.
We got a live straddle there from Sharif in seat 2. There's Sharif, close up. He's sporting the that kind of 5 o'clock shadow look. The rough, I'm sexy look. 10 with a couple of 3s out there. Does anybody have a 3? No 3s. Does anybody have a pair?
Nobody even has a 10. We have a couple ace highs there.
Ace highs. Let's see who takes it. Good bet. That's a really good bet. He bets his flush draw and he gets it. And that's what happens so often in No Limit Hold'em. It's whoever bets gets it. So I always say that, very often nobody's going to hit that flop. You look at that flop and go, darn, it missed me. So often it misses everybody. And if you just bet, you get it.
I realize that more sitting in here and watching at home, live at the bike. Because before when I was playing, you always think that someone has a pair, someone hits something. But then you're in here and you're watching, or you're at home watching, seeing 5 people take a flop and nobody have a pair. You realize that people don't really actually hit something a lot of the time.
And sometimes a bet will just take it down. If you could steal a couple of pots here and there, and you can steal $15, $20 here, $15, $20 there, it really makes a difference in the whole night.
Yeah.
And John is going to raise on the button with Ace Queen, it looks like. Ace Queen, offsuit.
3 players for 20.
And Gary's going to see it with a 2-5 offsuit. Deuce 5 spades there. And once again, this is, you can say it's a speculative hand, and I don't mind seeing in No Limit. I like to see flops with some speculative hands, but I like to see him for $10, $15.
He had made it $20, and Gary had already had $5 invested, so it was only $15 more to him.
Okay.
So I don't necessarily disagree with making a $15 call in a situation where the bettor or the raiser has a lot of chips. But in this case, Gary really didn't. So.
And look at that. Ace Queen's going to take it down here. He's going to. Ace 5's got kicker problems, which often happens when you play those ace rags.
Right.
And
Well, he
Ace
did have
5,
the flush draw.
Yeah, he had trouble getting away from it because of the flush draw. But so often happens when you have an ace rag, you just get stuck playing a kicker game, which No Limit really is that kicker game.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'm sorry, you were saying with Gary, we like the call there.
No, I wasn't saying. I said that normally for $15, I like the call.
Mm-hmm.
But the raiser there didn't have many chips. He only had like $100. So even if he hits the hand, it wasn't really worth it.
Right.
So normally if you have a lot of chips, absolutely, make that $15 call. Especially if you think the player has, a huge hand and he has a lot of chips that you're going to get from him.
Right.
But not in this case. I really didn't care for it because John only did have like $85 left after he put in that bet.
So that means exactly. You're getting maybe 4.5 to 1 if you hit your hand. And the odds
if you hit your hand, right.
The odds of you hitting your hand, him hitting his hand, and getting paid off, it's just.
Right.
It's not worth the $15 call.
And we're not talking hitting a pair of 5s. We're talking about hitting a huge flop.
Yeah, something like Ace 3-4.
Right.
Ace 3-4 with a perfect key fly up to straight.
Or the 3-4 of spades where he's got the open and straight flush draw.
Exactly. Now, I actually like the call. Right, exactly. If you're both deep, if I've got $700, $800 and the other guy's got $700, hey, $15 is worth the risk.
Yeah.
I also like to do it when I have position. And
he didn't have
Dimitri's got top pair here. And he's going to bet it. And
$20.
Take it down. But yeah, I really like having position on the guy with the big hand.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? If it was the tables were turned and guy in seat 6 made it 20, and I look down and I have deuce 5 and I'm on the button, and we're deep in chips. Oh, then it's a great call.
Right.
Because suddenly I can steal a pot away from him. I can see what's going on.
Uh-huh.
But out of position, I really like to be selective on the hands I play.
Little lox and bagels. Smoked salmon. It's raw.
Wake Forest beat Chattanooga, 70-55.
No, there you go, Wake
Thank
Forest.
you, Kev Mapp, from 2+2. And there was one more person from 2+2 that I wanted to address here. Let's see. CW Siggy. I think that's probably how you pronounce it. He mentioned something about me putting an Omaha article on my site about, like starting hands, something for the beginners. And I will get around to that. I have so many things to do.
That would really be helpful.
Yeah.
Because I'm not myself. I'm not a big Omaha high-low player. Although I do like the game. But starting hand requirements is sometimes difficult. And here we've got a pretty good raised pot. So jump in
That's
there.
what you wanted to see, right?
Looks like $25 a person.
That's a hell of a lot of red cards there.
Yeah. And you got a King 8-3 out there. Gary's actually flopped top pair.
$60.
And he bets $60 into a pot that's about $125, I'm going to guess. And look at Stevie's call. In seat 80, he calls with 4-3. He calls with bottom pair.
Holy moly.
Calls $60 with bottom pair.
Heads up.
And once again, this is one of those things where I don't mind the call if you've got about $1,000 behind
Well,
you. It's only $200.
if he thinks he's going to take it away from him on the turn.
And now Gary's picked up a monster. Not only does he have the top pair, but he's also picked up the flush draw as well. This is one of those where if he doesn't have the best hand, he knows he's got a great draw as well.
And they all keep showing their hands.
I'm not sure what Stevie was showing. Look, I have a 3.
He did. Can you beat a 3?
And that's one of those flops when there's a king in a raised pot that's seed 5-handed. If a king flops, my bet is that somebody there is going to have a king.
No.
Yeah.
In a 5-way raised pot.
Right. That's the same with an ace when there's 5 or 6 people in there. Someone has to have an ace.
Generally speaking.
You live 2 minutes.
And if the original raiser bit checks and everybody checks around, you just kind of like start sniffing. You go, okay, who's full of it now?
You still don't pay anything.
Yesterday, if you watch it live, you don't pay, but to go back into the archives, you have to subscribe to it. Yeah.
I've never.
Yes,
I did
you've
it
heard correctly. The
right
archives
now.
are up, and there is I cannot talk today.
Subscription for
Price.
$14.95.
Thank you. The value is
Actually, when I
outstanding
tried to
now.
pull up an
We've got
archive,
hundreds
it
of
wouldn't
hours
let
of
me.
taped
I'm
live poker
registered
plus an
with
instructional
the
CD.
bike and-
I believe it's Howard Lederer's CD.
You get a CD sent?
Well, it's Howard.
you
You
can
have access
watch
to
it.
Howard Lederer's CD, which is
Oh.
it's like $20 by itself.
Yeah.
Plus, there's many more new features coming your way.
25.
If you subscribe now for the early bird special, $14.95 gets you all the poker action. Click on the archive banner at www.thebike.com and get on there now. And it's funny, I used to do this when I first started playing poker. I'd see like a book that I wanted to buy, and I'd be like, $19?
Yeah.
And I go, no way. Then I'd start thinking about it, going, wait a second, I'm going to this poker, and I'm winning it, I'm gambling hundreds of dollars a day. I'm going, $19 is a small investment.
If you're going to gain any kind of information from it, absolutely. Yeah.
And look at that. Seat 8 is going all in with King 8. Dimitri makes a small bet. Dimitri bet about $40 there. And he's got nothing. He's got King Queen. And he's got the best hand.
His nothing's better than Seat 8's nothing.
It is, but I don't think he can call.
Well,
it's a
of
nice
course he's
bet
not
by
gonna
Seat 8.
call.
And it's a nice bet because
Come on, there's no money in the pot. I'm not going to do it if I don't have a 10.
I want to double you up.
Double me up.
from that talk from there, you can almost guarantee he doesn't have a 10.
He doesn't have a 10, right.
But Dimitri can't even beat a 3 though, so you can't call. Good bet by Stevie there.
Thank you, sir.
But the funniest thing, I used to literally balk at paying $19.95 for a book or whatever. And in this case, $14.95. I mean, I know nobody likes to pay for anything on the internet because everything's free.
Right.
But $14.95, and you get. I mean, I can go back. I can watch this. I can look it over. Especially if you live within a couple of hours of the bicycle casino. And these might be some of the people you play
That
against.
you play
or
with. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
That's some big value.
Of course
and then
it is.
plus they have, I hope that they have the one with Greg Raymer doing the commentating, and from what I heard, he was giving a lot of valuable information out there.
Well,
And
we're
then
gonna
you
have celebrities.
Lederer,
We're
too.
gonna have celebrities doing this, and all sorts of games. We'll have Ted Forrest playing sometimes, and that's just some of that is invaluable. $14.95 is really nothing when you think about that.
No problem.
Don't forget to write into liveatthebike.com and now until 8:30. And then we'll be taking your questions and reading or giving some answers over the air.
Right.
I had it.
If you dare.
Yeah.
You're not gonna believe me if I say I got ace king or aces.
Once again, that's liveatthebike.com.
It
You're
doesn't
so
matter what I say,
dramatic,
you're
David.
not gonna believe me,
Hey,
right?
that's me.
You're funny.
Look at that. Queen 10 takes it down. Nice bet by Fromer there.
I'm always going to think of him as Sausage King.
Oh, Sausage King of Chicago. There he is.
Thank you, fellas.
It'll be terrible if somebody actually meets him. They're going to go, hey, you're the Sausage.
You'll be back.
And he'll be like, what are you talking about?
Should be.
He'll have no idea.
9:20 or so.
And Greg's going to take a break there. And once again, just for those of you, this is a no-limit $200 buy-in game. Blinds are $3 and $5.
The chips that they're playing there with are $5 chips, the yellow ones.
And this is a, like I said, $200 buy-in game. But once you're in for $200, you can accumulate as many as you can. You know, I've seen this game where there's thousands and thousands on the table at a time.
Oh yeah, yeah. Probably the best day that I ever had, or one of the best days that I ever had. I had about $2,000 in front of me.
Wow,
maybe a little bit more than that. $2,000 worth of profit, anyways.
that's great.
Yeah.
And when you have a big stack like that, do you think it's intimidating to the other players?
Oh yeah. It's a
Especially if you know how to
huge
use it.
advantage. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can imagine if somebody only has $200 in front of them and you've got $2,000, the advantages you must have, you can really use your stack to bully the
to
table.
push them around, yes. And I have no problem doing that. I'm a very aggressive player.
Yeah. Well, people see that all the time.
People say that?
People see that from your play.
Yeah.
You got King Jack versus King Jack, and interestingly, the King 8, King 6, I'm sorry, is the one raising the bigger. He does have the hearts, though.
Well, we did see him just play 3-4.
Exactly. He
And
called
we
the
did see him
3-4.
move in with King 8.
And he looks like he's trying.
So.
7-5-3. He's picked up a gut shot. Straight draw.
See, now he has to bet that. He's got to bet that really strong.
Well, he checked it blind, actually. And he picked up a pair. He's got the best hand. Look at that. How lucky is he? Drawing dead to a 6, and he hits a 6. And now Dimitri's going to try bluffing at it. And look at that. Interesting call from Freddie. Freddie calls with King Jack high.
40 all in?
No, 75.
All right, I'm all in.
And look at that.
Wow.
Stevie is really just, we'll call him Action Stevie.
King 4 suited, Dimitri.
He's pretty close. It's not lying by that much.
I'm still in shock. Yeah.
Well, I like the bet by Dimitri. He's trying to take the pot away, which is fine. I don't understand the call from Freddie in seat 5. How do you call with King Jack high?
I don't know. Ask Freddie.
Freddie, what are you doing? No, there's no mic out there. He can't hear us. Right now, he's probably wondering, though, what am I doing? Why am I in
I'm
this
just
spot?
surprised about the King 6. I mean, King 6, he raised like that. That board comes, he hits a
Well, he
flop
checked
where
blind.
he actually, yeah. Well,
He checked blind, which is the thing, and then it got checked
well, see,
around.
Yeah, I don't check blind. So.
Then the turn, he actually checked again. He likes to do that check raise all in thing. We've seen him do a couple times now. And Dimitri bit. Dimitri's going to call. He's going to call with just King Jack. I don't care how much money you have there. Look at that. He's another 6.
Straight wins.
Straight wins. How about ace high wins?
How about King 6 is good?
And I hate to be overly critical of Dimitri because he's a friend of mine, but I've got to really, when you get a player that's that aggressive at the table, who's trying to give his money away, the worst thing you can possibly do is pay him off when you have nothing.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you can look at it
But
and go,
Dimitri's always been one to give a little action, you know?
I can understand the action. I like the bet on the turn, actually. But even though you only have $50 left and you can say, hey, the pot odds, what if I hit my king or my jack?
More,
I got
chips, cocktails up here, huh?
You got to put them on something there, and it's just, you're calling with king high. $50 is $50.
Cocktail for everybody.
Yeah.
Chips, please, for 6-4.
He's just, I think, probably just still frustrated.
Yeah, obviously. And it's very frustrating when you get a loose player that like that is just trying to mix it up, and he wins.
Do you think it's frustrating? I don't think it's really frustrating. I'm serious, but I used to way back when, but now, I mean, I'm going to sit there. I know I'm going to sit there for 8 hours, and I have the patience, you know.
Right, okay, I see what you mean.
You know, they'll win a little bit, but we know that they don't end up winning in the long run.
Oh, of course.
And it might not be today, but another day.
Hey, if I'm at that table, I love it, the fact that Stevie won the chips.
Yeah.
Even though I'm friends
Oh,
with
yeah.
Dimitri, you know, Stevie's going to give him back. He's going to give me action with him.
Right.
And look at that, seat 3, Fat Boy,
He
picks up a
bluffed.
monster. Now, Gary's actually picked up an ace, and he's a really aggressive player. And I don't know if he'll get it. Let's see how Fat
He
Boy
only
and Gary
bet
plays this.
$10 there.
And they both have about, you know, Gary's got $400, $500 behind him. Let's see how this is played. Gary's going to check behind him. Now, I like the bet by Fat Boy. He puts a nice
$20
$25 value
Value
bet.
bet, yeah.
And Gary smartly just calls.
Unbelievable.
Unfluff.
That was played about. Probably played perfect by both of them.
Yeah, I got it.
If there's such a thing.
I actually got to be honest. I really like Gary's play at it. He bet once right away, you know, to see where he was at. He did have the top pair. Got a call, and he's going, okay, what could call me? What kind of hands can call me? Then Fat Boy checked again. He goes, okay,
All right,
let's check one more
I'll
time.
just check.
But now he knows if he checks on the turn, he's inducing a bluff, and he had to pay off the river. It's one of those things. If you
Right.
bet,
I like salmon.
Yeah, as long as it was a value bet like that, though.
right, $25, yes,
yeah.
you got to pay that off then, without a doubt.
And plus, he still had an out, right?
He had
If an ace came, they chopped the pot.
yes, he had now to draw the pot, top to bottom. Exactly. There's one ace out there.
That's the only one card there. How do you put together? Miss deal, please. Miss deal.
And
That was a misdeal.
yeah, for some reason she didn't want to deal in Carl Fromer.
House up there. And he had an oyster bed, he had a cannery, he had
And we see Dimitri's bought in again for $300. He's a glutton for punishment.
and he had a smoker for salmon. He smoked salmon.
Gary actually played the No Limit tournament a couple days ago. Actually, I want to say the pot limit tournament the other day, and finished in 3rd place.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I think that he is a pretty strong tournament player.
Yeah, well, he's a real aggressive player, and aggressive play really translates well to tournaments. I don't know many real tight knits that do well in tournaments.
I agree.
You got to mix it up in those things. And the best players obviously can change their style back and forth.
15.
Ace 8-2.
Bet 15.
How'd you like the World Poker Tour last night? You watch it?
I did not. I was
Oh,
here.
that was the show, let me tell you.
Well,
That was
actually, I wasn't
truly
here.
mixing it up, let me tell you. I mean, it was
Where was it last night?
Borgata.
Borgata.
Huge names. I mean, it had Phil Ivey, Daniel Negreanu, David Williams,
Wow.
Josh Arai,
Thank you.
and then Chris. I don't know how to pronounce it. The
Sissipi-
TSIP. You know which one?
Sissipi- yes.
Which I've seen his name a lot, but I haven't actually seen him. But I'm telling you, it was a combination of total brilliance and total idiocy.
Yeah.
I was talking to my friend about that. He goes, "Well, there's a fine line." I said, "Yeah, they managed to cross that one. We saw how what a fine line it was."
Well, it's funny. Sometimes you watch this poker, and I always say, I go, sometimes the same play, you can look like a brilliant, wow, what an imagination, or you can look like the biggest idiot in the world. And that's just poker. You know, sometimes you make the same move and you go, oops, I got caught.
Right.
And then sometimes they go, wow, what a great play.
I know.
And then it really is a fine line in poker.
I need drinks, Peter.
I'm going to get a 5-way pot here. Pot's $25.
Anybody else? I'm buying.
And somebody's buying drinks, so I'm going to go out there for a second and get myself a drink. It is St. Patrick's Day.
Some chronic?
Get myself a Guinness or something.
In the truck.
Are they serving green beer here? I didn't see any.
Bet 15.
And
Got a gut shot there in seat 4.
yeah, and he bets it.
What is going on, guys?
And look at that. He picks it up with 3 deuce. I'm sure he's going to show.
Yeah, he'll
And he
show.
does. If you bluff with 3 deuce or 7 deuce, you got to show.
I like the
actually,
bet.
7 deuce was the best hand there.
For my internet friends.
Now you got to remember on that World Poker Tour thing. One thing that I always maintain, it's edited hands.
Right.
So you're only seeing the best of the best. So when you see some guy making what appears to be a terrible call or a terrible move or a terrible bluff or whatever it is, you don't know what brought that about. I mean, it could have been the last hour of play, and you go,
I know.
Unlike this, where you're seeing every hand.
Yeah.
Like right now, if we see somebody making a really questionable play versus Stevie, you can go, wait a second, this guy's bluffed 3 times in a row.
Right, and
But
we've
if
seen
we,
right.
Right, if we were to edit the hands, though, you wouldn't see
You
it.
wouldn't know that. Have that information. I totally agree with you. And when I did write my, because I write summaries on the World Poker Tours.
Do you?
And put them on,
right.
yeah, I put them on my
Poker
website.
Babes?
Right. By the way, you can click that. It's on the right of the Live at the Bike link.
I checked that site out. It's very cool.
Thank
You
you.
sold a lot of your chips, yeah?
So I'll write about the hands.
And
stuff
look at
like
that. Deuce 3 would be the best hand again here, but unfortunately nobody has that.
To see
We got a monster of a flop here, 4-3 deuce.
It's okay. You guys is not going to be temporary custody of those things. I have a chance to get them.
That's a funny
Oh, yeah.
one.
And for those of you, I actually see a great email here. Where's the bike? I might move there and turn pro. It's a good idea. The bike is actually in Bell Gardens, which is about 15 miles south of Los Angeles. And look at that. The ace-king, ace-queen would have had the straight here, but threw their hand away.
They should get somebody else.
And the 610 actually has the best hand
Yeah,
now.
look at that.
What do you
Well,
know?
still,
And he
yeah.
bets a huge amount. Well, the pot was about $100.
He takes it down. Nice play by Devon.
They do, because they're not playing.
So I was talking about that World Poker Tour thing, that I did write that in my report, was that we don't see all the hands.
Right. Okay,
you know, you
yeah.
see in one hand that someone raises with 9 deuce, and then the next hand someone raises with 9-4, like comes over the top of a raise and a re-raise. It was just unbelievable last night.
And it's interesting. Sometimes you see hands, you go, what are they doing? And
But you do have to take that into
without a
consideration.
doubt. The funniest thing is sometimes you see beginners who watch that and then try to emulate
We know that they do.
their
We see
idols,
it.
and you want to say to them, listen, this isn't the World Poker Tour. This isn't going to work like this.
Well, we know that from just watching Live at the Bike here. You know, the players that are playing ace rack, that they see in a six-handed tournament in tournaments that's a premium hand, not in a full game.
And they don't realize also what's the. Sometimes there's hidden value that you're not looking at in the sense of how many chips they have. Am I setting the person up for later on or whatever? And
That's a
wow,
big flop,
C8.
yeah.
Stevie's got a 2-pair here. How does he play it when he has a real hand? Let's see.
That's
And
a
he
nice
fires right
little
up.
massage bet there.
Yeah, and the 9s are going to call. There's only one overcard on it.
Cocktails!
Wouldn't that be something if a 9 came?
Be interesting.
I'm curious to know who's ordering the drinks. Would that be Stevie and CD?
Freddie is getting drinks, and now he's throwing his hand away.
Players.
Let's see what happens here. And there's another ace. That's
it, yeah.
That's actually a worse card for the 9s because now he's got to think, oh wow, there's only one overcard and it's paired up. Likelihood of
But it's
having an
very
ace is even
likely
worse.
that the other player doesn't have an ace.
I actually don't mind the calls from the 9s, to be honest.
I agree with you.
But now the problem is the 5 comes and you go, what is this guy betting?
120.
That's way too much of a bet.
120.
He's going to get the call.
I got a full house. 5.
I didn't think he would get that large of a bet. I mean, he was only betting 15 and 20. I figured like a $60 bet would have been appropriate there, but hey, all the more power to him if he can get $120.
There does have to come a point where you're going, okay, if you don't put the guy in the ace because the ace paired, what are you putting him on? Or are you putting him on a complete bluff? Because if you are, then why not check raise? Why not bet? Why not raise? But if you're putting him on a 7, okay, then the 5 didn't hurt him. But maybe he's got 5. You got to start thinking, okay, wait, why did he just bet 120? Is he trying to buy it from me?
Because he could have had a 5 and then he still had a full house.
Yeah, there's not much you can only beat a 7. You can only beat 8-7, something like that.
On the rocks and a Corona for me. Corona for me, Heineken for this gentleman. Thank you.
Are they buying anything for me? Heineken, Corona. The drinks here, I tell you, the drinks are so cheap at the bike. I routinely will sit down at the table and actually, if anybody comes down to the Bicycle Casino, who's watches this,
buy David a drink.
Did you have an ace?
I will buy them a drink.
Oh, okay.
I swear I will buy them a drink. If you find me, I will buy you one drink. If you're of age, you can only be of age if you come in the casino anyway. So there you go. Gary's picked up a real hand there. He's got kings, and not a great flop for 2 kings.
When he has no club in his hand, yeah.
He doesn't know that
that
Sharif didn't have a club either.
He didn't really have much of anything there.
Yeah, I like the bet. I like the bet, see where he's at right away.
No, just take that.
Next 10. Next 10, you're the button.
I got 14 of them at home already.
But I'm a strong advocate of moving out to Los Angeles and becoming a pro, playing at the Bicycle Casino.
Don't be encouraging
You know what they
people to
say?
do that.
Hey, you know what they say in California? There is no such thing as a bad game in California.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought that Californians were supposed to be some of the better players.
I'm sure there are, but it's like, Los Angeles
That's
is like
only
the poker
because we
capital of
have
the world.
like 1 million people, and there's bound to be at least
There's
1,000 good players in the mix.
But there's always, anytime you have the good players, you've got some fish mixed in there.
Uh-huh.
Raise 10.
You bought the button, so I'll make it 10 for you.
I'm curious to know what he has.
And we got jacks
like
for
him.
Dimitri. And Freddie's got 6s.
45.
Now the jacks close up.
Raise
And
45.
the razor was in seat 8. He made it. Okay.
And seat 8, Stevie's got
Queen King. Okay.
Queen King.
But it was re-raised there.
And Gary's got, there's a whole bunch of big cards out there.
It was re-raised there by Dimitri, and then seat 6 called the base jack, and Queen King calls.
And Devon's got pocket 8s there. And surprisingly, Freddie, who called that other one with King Jack, he throws away his 6s. And this is the kind of hand I actually don't mind calling with pocket 6s, but he's pretty light on the chip, so probably is a good laydown for him.
Yeah, I think that let's see.
Are you going to look at all, or are you just going to keep raising without looking?
Yeah, I think he should call there.
Oh, he's deep enough where if he hits his 8, he can really win a big.
Now, I'm not really thrilled about the Queen 9 call, but
yeah, no, me neither, especially offsuit.
But he is in position. We'll give him that.
And King 10-7. Believe it or not, the jacks are still the best hand.
I just have this strange feeling that
Oh, I'm sorry, King Queen.
That a jack is going to come. One of the two jacks are going to come, and Queen 9's going to end up.
And look at Stevie.
I'm all in.
What is
he's
Dimitri
not messing
doing?
around, yeah.
But Dimitri moved in first.
Well, if he calls me, I'm good.
Well, now he's got 2 pairs. He's open-ended, and he doesn't get it.
1 pair.
2 pair.
10-7.
Oh. And I just don't understand the play by Dimitri.
No.
You raise with jacks, the flop, you get 5 callers, and a king comes out there and he moves all in.
Yeah.
This table, he knows he's going to get called here.
And it's the same player that's torturing him.
Stevie's just got his number, he's got a... It's one of the reasons in that position where Dimitri is, I'd almost rather just smooth call the fin. He's under the gun there. I either want to raise enough with jacks to take the pot down before the flop,
agree with you.
or just call it and see the flop for cheap.
Yeah, I think.
And see if I can spike my
classic.
jack.
Yeah.
Because if I don't spike my jack, I can get away from it. I only lost $15. Instead, he raises it to 45, then he moves in 200, and he just lost 250 with a pair of jacks.
Yeah. You either want to take the whole pot down there, make it too expensive for anyone to call, or play pot and hope to hit something huge.
Right. And if King Queen calls a $200 raise, and he hits his king, so be it.
Right.
But to raise to 45, everybody's going to call a $45 raise anyway. I just don't see the play. And Dimitri's just not. He's usually a real solid player, but he's not thinking today.
At least not the first half hour.
Yeah, he's got a lot of...
There's still a couple hours left in the show.
Without a doubt.
Huh? I know, I called him with top.
In this game, you got to be careful with not losing too money.
I figured the best he has.
You got a Queen 9-7 rainbow here.
That's the best he has.
Devon's got top pair, but he's actually not in the hand.
Seat 1 folded. Okay.
Yeah.
I lose. He wins some of the money back.
Yeah, the pocket deuce is their best hand.
Yeah, it looks like it. You are correct. Yes.
Write a book on this game.
And the only two that are in.
Gary's picked up a flush draw, and he misses his flush draw.
He's got to bet out again.
The funny thing is that the deuces are actually counterfeited. The ace high is the best hand.
I lose $1,000 tonight.
The deuces got counterfeited there. Funny story, actually. I actually had some guy. I had pocket deuces in this exact kind of scenario, and I bet on the end, bluffing, because I knew my hand was no good, and I got a call from a guy, and I turned my hand over, and not misrepresenting, I go, 2 pair.
And
the guy goes, nice hand. He shakes his head, goes, nice hand, and he mucks it.
Did he realize right after he mucked it?
Well, the whole table goes, what are you doing? The hand is already in the muck. And
he did. He never turned his hand face up?
He never turned his hand face up. He goes, nice hand, and he mucks his hands.
I'm going with you 50.
And sure enough, the table all went, oh, what are you... And
300, right here.
And I take $50 of yours.
and once your hand hits the muck, it is dead.
It's done.
And Gary picks that hand up. He actually had a lot of outs to believe
Look
it or
at all
not.
those chips he has in front of him.
All right, that's 100.
Which one?
That's 400.
Seat 8.
See what happens?
Let's get a shot of his chips.
Game is over. Not final score. I mean,
He's got about 12,
Well,
50.
he's had 1,200 in the yellows. Yeah.
12.50, 12.60.
12.50. Those light blue chips are dollar chips.
And
The
he had
stacked
maybe
$75 chips are
150.
100.
I got 1, 2, 3, and 4. You got 50 of it.
Got 50 of you.
I got 4 college. That's all right. I got 4. No,
He's a wild guy. I've never seen him play before.
Oh, he's a crazy player, but you know what, though? Sometimes it's
you got
interesting
him, 50
when you get
bucks.
one crazy player to table, it affects the entire table.
It does.
It gets everybody go riled up here. And sometimes that's what he wants. Believe it or not, he's actually flopped top pair with his 10-7. There's 3 spades out there, which are a little scary, but
Well,
Carl's
Carl's going to lead out with there with his ace high.
and I think we're screaming about the Laker game in the
Basketball.
background, so fortunately we don't have a feed of that. Can we do a picture-in-picture of that?
Nope.
2 players.
And we get 2 players here. We get, Stevie's going to
should
call
be
him with
in
top pair. Still, the deuce is actually a good card for that 10-7. And
It's not a bad card for the ace 5. He picked up the straight draw, too.
and look at that. Stevie's going to take it down if he doesn't. He's got the best hand right now, and he does.
I mean,
Actually, not a bad play there. Carl tried once. He tried one shot at it. He knew Stevie was going to call him. Steve's kind of a
well,
caller.
we know he'll, yeah.
And he said, "Okay, I'll see if my ace comes in. My spade comes
Lakers
in."
win, I'll come back there. Lakers lose, I'll come back there.
What's the tournament?
It's a limit hold.
playing in the
300. No.
And for those of you at home,
I'm
the
here.
tournament tonight is a limit hold'em, $300 buy-in.
30.
A little late for him to get down here, David. Tell him
Depends. They could be minutes away.
That's true.
I'll take it.
You can register a half hour late, can't you?
Big blind, please.
What time is it? Oh, you're right. It's
Yeah.
only going to start in.
It's not starting for another 18
minutes.
right?
Yeah.
You can register late. I think first place last night was like 45 grand. You know, where else can you get for a $300 buy-in? You can win $45,000.
Is that first prize?
Last night it was. Is that crazy?
Are you serious?
Yeah, $45,000 last night.
Wow.
Make it 15.
That seems impossible.
And Stevie's going to raise it up again
Oh, no,
with Queen
that's
8
right.
offsuit.
3 players.
I'll
We're
check.
going to see the hand
You wanna
heads
check
up
all the
here.
way?
We've got
Let me
Freddie
see the
versus
flop
Steve.
first. I'll check all the way.
I want an ace.
Huh?
Freddie's going to bet his ace there.
You got an ace?
I don't know.
You bet $15.
Look
you
at
win
Freddie.
a $30
Look at Freddie. You got an ace?
Nope. He
Nope.
said no.
Yes, maybe.
You know what? I'm going to...
I'm going to lay down my queen high. What a big man Stevie is.
Uh-huh.
Huh? 5. Yeah, that's 5.
Thank you.
Sick.
It
Dimitri,
looks
you
like
moving?
I'm drawing a blank. Terry is going to be joining us in seat 9.
Is he? Oh, great.
Yeah.
Well, since you just played heads up with him tonight, you can really get a feel for his play as you watch this.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You taking that seat?
I just don't want to wait for it, so...
Small blind, please.
I like that sharp hat Gary's got. Can we see that in seat 6? That's actually a winning of the green hat that Gary's got in seat 6. There it is.
Oh, that's
And,
what they get if they make the final table.
No, I think that hat they actually got for playing in the tournament.
Oh, that's nice.
If you get to the final table, you get a jacket, a winning of the green jacket.
Okay.
Which is kind of cool.
Yeah. That's a nice hat.
But
You're
the
right.
hat you get for entering one of the tournaments, I'm
tell
not
you
sure
what,
which one it
3-7
was.
off
Probably the no limit, the first one.
They're giving all kinds of gifts because I saw them giving out some
We got
kind of
too
like
many cards.
mouse pad that had a
Mhm.
calculator in it.
4 players.
Exactly. Little promo as we give away here at the
Uh-huh.
Bicycle Casino.
I'll check.
And then we have you buying people drinks.
I'll buy them
See, they
drinks.
can get all kinds of free
The
stuff by
casino,
coming in here.
please, the casino gives away free food.
Uh-huh.
If you play in a game, you get free money.
Yeah,
I mean, the
as
bike's-
long as you have a player's card.
The bike pays you to play. I get you a free drink. You get free food.
You get free
What's it,
hats and
85?
jackets if you make
Free
it to the final
massages.
table.
If you play the $500 no limit game,
Between
where Mo
4 and
is,
7.
and you are a, I know Mo will
3-7.
go buy
Everybody got a
your
pair of threes, huh?
massage.
Your massage between the hours of 4 and 7.
Yeah. And look at that here. Seat 8 is actually moving in with deuce 4. He's got an open-ended straight draw. And he got called.
You got
I'll
called
check.
bite.
Oh, I apologize. Did not move in. It was about a $100 bet there. Dimitri's got it. And Dimitri's got the
Dimitri
best hand
still
there.
has.
Yeah, he's got 2
Ace
pair.
king.
iPad?
Dimitri's got it with the
You got a
ace there.
Dimitri's all in, yeah. So
I can't beat ace king, so how about I just fold?
And that's how it played out. Dimitri actually moved all in, and Freddie called with ace king, and player in seat 8 called with deuce 4. And you can laugh at the call with deuce 4, but it's actually a correct play with the money in the pot. Also, he's got the correct odds to go for that open-ended straight draw.
He's got all kinds of chips in front of him.
It's actually not a bad play because had he hit his ace for the open-ended, Freddie would have hit his ace, and then he would have probably got all the money.
He had pocket eights.
Sometimes I actually like playing a no-limit game. Sometimes I really like playing 2 wheel cards.
2-4 off.
Because if I make my hand, sometimes the other guy's made his hand.
Because they hit an ace.
Right, exactly. It's the reason why 2-5 or 3-4 is not a bad hand, because if it comes out ace deuce 5 and you have 3-4, and somebody's got ace king, you might get paid off.
Wow.
You know?
See, I like those hands, but I had never even factored in.
Right now, if you've got 6-7,
that makes it all the better.
Right, if you have 6-7 and the flop comes out 3-4-5. It's hard for somebody else to make their hand unless they've got pocket aces or pocket kings. See what I mean? We got an ace 7-3 there. Freddie's got the. Freddie doesn't have any hands. Actually, somebody has ace 10. I'm going to bet that's Dimitri in seat 4.
Trying to double you up, Dimitri.
You're right, it is.
Dimitri moves in.
How much is that?
And Stevie, see, that's the way you play Stevie. You wait till you get a hand, and wait till Stevie tries to bluff at it.
Yeah, because you don't even need a huge hand. You just have to have a hand.
And this is the case. This is the exact case where, Dimitri bet his hand. He bet at the ace. Stevie tried to bluff at it like he has been.
And now he's going to.
And now he's going to pay him off. And now he only has a backdoor
flush
draw.
He's going to do this to Dimitri again.
Nope, he doesn't. Okay, good. And Dimitri's going to win it with 3 aces.
And he's already ready to scoop his money. He knows he has the best hand. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And that's really the way to play a guy like that.
Oh yeah.
You can't calling with like before when he called it the king jack high. That's just giving a guy money. And we saw before Stevie had about $1,250 in front of him, and but he's a gambler and he's going to try to stay in the mix the whole time. And you can see already he's only got about seed 8 chips now. Seed 8 chips. He's already down to 900. He's a gambler. I wouldn't be surprised if he went up to 15 or down to 2. We've seen that before.
Yeah.
Hey, I was commenting on your shirt when you were playing the heads-up game. I really like it.
Thank you.
It's a World Series of Poker. Shut up and bet. I like it.
It says "shut up and bet" on there.
Yeah.
Larry came over and said, "What does it say?" I said, "It says shut up, Larry."
Well, you guys will see it in the heads-up thing.
I'm not.
They're not going to air that tonight, by the way. We didn't want to put it on tonight because the $400, $800 game, and then they end up backing out at the last minute. So.
Yeah. But you'll see it soon enough.
Sometime.
It was an exciting match. It's Shirley contesting against Terry. How are you doing when we left it off?
When we took a break?
Yeah.
I was down.
Down, really?
Down.
But I think you're a stronger player
total
than him.
faith, yeah.
My money would be on you.
Yeah.
Not that I condone betting or
Well, I was
in
down
any way.
even more. I was down to like $30 in front of me or something and came back.
I was saying, especially in a head-to-head match, sometimes it's really important to, when you've got somebody in the ropes like that, to knock them down. And if you don't, they might come back to bite you in the ass.
Yeah.
Cocktails? Gentleman here wants Johnny Black on the rocks.
Johnny Black on the rocks. Good old Johnny. There we go.
I beat you by 1 point.
We got a chop pot there. I'm actually, it's interesting. I know most people do chop in the in these no limit tournament, in these no limit games. And that's Terry going to join us in seat 6. Actually, Gary moves to seat 9. There's Terry. Terry, that's actually the gentleman that played the heads up match versus you, Shirley, which will air later on this week or maybe next week. But I'm not a big advocate for chopping up in a no-limit game.
Really?
Yeah, one of the reasons being is because if you want to get experience in terms of tournaments, you can't chop in a tournament.
That's true.
And how often you get to play heads-up, small blind versus big blind, that I'd like to get the experience.
Yeah, well, I like playing heads-up. I mean, obviously, if I'm playing the heads-up matches, but... being one of the hosts here and working here, I think that it's the right thing to do.
You don't want to create ill will.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
if the game is short, and the drop is only $1 and it's not much of a difference, then I will say that I want to play it.
Right.
But any time that it's 7-handed and they're taking the full collection, 7-handed or more, and they're taking a full $4, then I figure, okay, I'll go ahead and chop.
And here Gary's got picked up a pair of 10s, and Dimitri's picked up good old faithful ace king of spades here. See how this is played out. See what he does when it gets to him. I like the smooth call here, to be honest. Let's see what he has. And see if he learns. He doesn't want to lose a lot of his stack. All he has is ace king. It's just a drawing hand.
It's up to you, sir. Excuse me, sir.
See how he's played. This hand's going to be four-handed. I think a $20 bet. We got $8 pot. And the flop comes out Queen Jack 5. And there you see the ace king's only picked up a gut shot straight draw.
And then 3 of those 10s are already out.
Exactly. So
he doesn't know that, though.
No, not a great flop for a pair of 10s there, and everybody checks it around.
25.
Gary thinks maybe his 10s are the best hand, and he's going to bet him.
Fat Boy's going to call there with his flush draw.
Yeah, he backed into a flush draw, and he's going to call.
And the bet's only $25.
Yeah, but Dimitri's got to realize that his ace-king has got no chance here, and he's got to throw his hand away.
How does he know that? He doesn't know that 3 10s are out.
Right, I understand. But for a bet like that, for $25, I just don't think he has the odds to call for a 4-outer, even if he thinks his 10s are live.
He might think his ace or king is live. Then it would be correct. If he thought his 10 was, then you're absolutely right.
Without a doubt.
But if he thought that if he hit an ace or a king, that was good.
Yeah. I'm not a big advocate for chasing there in that sense of like, hey, if it's a $5 bet, sure, I'll go for it. But if you catch your ace or your king, it might give somebody 2 pair, especially with a board like that. Somebody has jack king, somebody has jack ace.
Yeah, but the bet is relative. I mean, if someone bets $5 and the pot is $25, it's 1/5 the pot.
Oh, clearly.
Here, the bet was $25 and the pot was about $150 after all the people called.
Oh, no, without a doubt. Obviously, you've got to look at your outs there. But it's one of those things where I don't want to draw to a hand and then not know where I'm at.
Yeah.
In the sense of, what does Dimitri do if he hits an ace and somebody bets into him? Does he pay him off then?
Yeah.
Because he might be up against ace-jack. And because that would be because if I had ace-jack, I might check the flop because a queen came out there and then go, oh, maybe my ace-jack is good, so I'll bet it. Right. Now an ace comes out, I have 2 pair. Now I bet $50. Then where's Dimitri do? Now he's stuck in there betting $50.
Right.
Now if a king comes out there, the same thing. Somebody could have king queen or king jack. And I'm going, uh-oh. So now really all I'm drawing at is a 10, and I don't want it to be a 10 of clubs because there's 2 clubs out there.
Right.
So now I'm really drawing for 3 outs for a hand that I'm comfortable with.
Okay.
And in that case, that's why I don't want to draw to that second best hand where, what do I do if I hit my ace?
Because if he does hit the ace or king, then there's 3 Broadway cards out there. And
I don't exactly. Without a doubt. I don't know. I don't know how to play it after the fact, and I don't want to put myself in that situation. And one mistake often begets another mistake.
That's
sometimes you go, it's only $25. Then sure enough, the ace comes out, and then you go,
you a lot more.
Right, and then the pot's $150, and the guy bets $50 into it, and you go, okay, I'll pay off. And suddenly, it just costs you $75. That's my personal opinion on it.
No, I agree with you.
I know.
You're giving me a lot of valuable
I'm not on the list.
a lot of valuable information, David. Thank you. All right, looks like I'm going to be heading out of here. Bart's in here. Yeah, well, Bart's down here ready to go.
You sure you don't want to stay in here and you and Bart can hit it off?
Do you need to take a break?
200 out?
Give me a 2-second break.
Okay.
And I'll be right back.
David's going to take a break, and Bart will be joining me.
Raise 40 more.
All right, let me look.
Hi, Bart. How's it going?
How are we doing tonight, Shirley?
Actually, this game's been great. There's a lot of action. It's been fun, and
looks like there's a lot of chips on the table.
There is a lot of chips on the table. Yeah, we have seat 8 there who's been kind of going a little wild. He's the aggressive, or I don't know how to describe him. He's the one involved, the action player, I guess. And it started out with about 200, built it up to about 1,200, and now back to 900. So he's involved in a lot of games.
Yes.
Seat 8, you say?
Right.
30 more you would have called, but 40 more no?
Perhaps that's why I see him playing 4-8 offsuit for $40. Action.
Yes.
Not me.
But it's been working for him. I mean, he has lost a couple $100 the last couple hands.
100.
Carl betting $100 there with his top pair.
Wow, that's an incredible call.
Did I lie or what, Bart?
Yeah. Bottom pair here with no diamonds.
And now that's gotta scare Carl.
The funny thing is that if seat 7 checks, wow, I would say seat 8 put a huge bet in and try to take the pot.
They take it, right.
And it's just going to get checked down. Wow. Nothing surprises me here on the show these days.
I know. We have people here on 2+2 saying they're going to move to Los Angeles and become pro.
Well, that's what I did.
Is it?
Yeah.
But it wasn't after watching the Live at the Bike. You would have been out here faster.
Yeah.
This had been out a long time.
It would have been tough for you to stay there for 100
So, Shirley, I know you guys talked about you had a heads-up match today that's going to get finished off on another day, and I don't think we put it in front of this broadcast.
No, we
didn't.
didn't.
It'll be shown on a later date.
It's going to be shown on a later date, and they wanted to put it together, so it's like one day the first...
Let's wait till
whatever.
2 minutes left.
One day the first part will be on, and the next day the second part will be on. And since we only did the first part today and we couldn't finish because that $400, $800 game was supposed to come on, we didn't know exactly when we were going to get down to finish it off. So we didn't want to air the first part tonight and have the second part come a week later.
Yeah, very tight.
I'm familiar with some of the players on this table. I know Gary is an action player in seat 9 too, as we can see with the 5-9 suited call.
Yeah.
Obviously, seat 8 you said is action. We know Terry.
You don't even need me to say it. You saw it on one hand. You were sitting here and you saw it.
Right.
And the player in seat 7, I'm familiar with this play. He's probably a solid, aggressive player. He's probably, from what I've seen, one of the better players on the table.
And seat 8, leading, if he going to call a $150 bet with his bottom pair, he leads very strong with the top pair. Ace deuce. Could have been outkicked there, but
he's not concerned.
Especially when the guy who raised initially is last to act in the pot. We know, luckily, he only had pocket tens.
Look at all those drinks he has on his table.
Wow.
It looks like we heard him say
Is that all for
Johnny
him?
Walker, right? So that looks like a double shot there, and
So
2 beers.
Scotch and some Coronas.
So if we thought we saw wild play before, hold on to your seats.
200 is going to take him off a draw.
One action player out. Although I didn't see him. I mean, he would have had a little bit of action in him, but I didn't see him.
Gary's what I call a hop-around player. This is the guy that just left from seat 9. A lot of times he likes to buy into a game short, jam the pot so he's all in, kind of take the play out of the flops and stuff, and hope to get lucky, and then he'll bounce around. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see him back here at some point tonight. You never know. He's always bouncing around. So.
All right, Bart. Well, I'm going to be heading on out of here.
Okay, Shirley.
David's
it was nice
back
to
from his short
work
little
with you
break.
for a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
And you're going to play in the Omaha event on Sunday?
I was talking to David about that. I'm not exactly sure if I'm going
Yeah.
to be playing it because they have the ladies event.
Oh, well, they have the ladies event the same day to hold them. Ladies
Right.
event.
So that starts at 12. I'm going to come in and go for broke in the ladies tournament. Either I'll have all the chips or no chips. So if I have none, I'll play the Omaha. If not, hopefully I'm going to be winning the ladies event.
Oh, maybe you can build up your chip stack so much that you can just take some time off from the ladies.
And then go sit in
event
Omaha for a while and then come back.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it works out. Don't think that's going to be the plan, though. All right, good night.
Good night. Dave, welcome back, Dave.
I am back. Back and better than ever before.
So, Shirley said that this has been a pretty loose game. Good game.
Yeah, it's actually been really entertaining, to be honest. It's really entertaining game.
Food service.
And Sharif's going to take it down with the queens.
You know, Dave, the no limit jackpot was actually hit again yesterday. It was kind of funny because it had taken so long to be hit the first time when it was $100,000, and it was hit again yesterday, almost 2 weeks later. Yeah.
Anybody I know?
I don't think so.
Oh.
You got somebody coming?
I'm waiting. I keep.
Let's get a female over here.
I keep telling people if they win to I want a 6-pack of beer or something, but nobody's brought me anything, so I'm assuming nobody I know has won.
It always seems like the people who are here all the time never win them too. It's like somebody that just pops in one or two times.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I play 40 hours a week, 8 hours, 40 hours a week, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 300 days a year, and I haven't hit one. What are the odds?
I know.
And then some guy comes in for a night and hits it. Amazing.
I haven't even come close to hitting one.
I have come close, but, close and not hitting it.
Right, exactly.
Right?
It doesn't make any difference.
How's the action out there on the floor?
Pretty busy out there. We have our $300 limit tournament tonight. So it's not going to bring in as many people as the no limit tournament, obviously.
Still about 300 people, I heard.
Yeah.
Come on. A couple 20 games going tonight, though? A couple 30
20
games.
We have 3 or 4 stud high-low games going.
Oh, yeah. A couple of, that's good. Sharif's got top pair there with the king.
Is that in seat 2 there?
Sharif? Yeah, Sharif's in seat 2, and he's going to lead out in bed. And Freddie is going to
I think he actually check called there, Dave.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah, seat 8 I think was the better.
The better, okay.
10 deuce offsuit.
And look at that. Freddie's going to pick up his set. He set up 9s there. And he's going to slow play it. See if Stevie bluffs at it again.
Well, I always say you never slow play those, but maybe in this situation, if you think the guy is always going to bet to your left, you can check. Oh, it looked like he's all in anyways there, dude.
Yeah, he's got about 50 more to call, I believe.
Okay. Thought he didn't have any more chips in front of him.
A little bit more, yeah. He moved all in for about $50 more. And Stevie can't even call for odds because he has nothing. 10 high.
So this guy's been playing pretty crazy in seat 8, huh?
Yeah, actually, I was a little disappointed in a couple of players that I do know at the table because I was mentioning before, Stevie's been playing crazy.
Yeah.
Yet got paid off 3 or 4 times when he hit his hands.
You mean paid off by like a weaker hand, like an ace high or something like that?
Dimitri actually paid him off with king high.
Wow.
Paid him off like $300.
He also called him down with the king high, huh?
Well, Dimitri tried to bluff the pot. He moved all in, and Dimitri called him with just king high.
Wow! At the end, when all the cards were out?
No, on 4th Street.
Okay.
But it was still the board was all rags, and it was a very questionable call, to be honest with you. I thought.
Make it 15.
Well, you see guys, especially if they get to show down hands like deuce 10 offsuit, for some reason, like if it's a winning hand, you got to mix your game up a bit.
Yeah, well, sometimes it really affects the table. The table goes crazy like that because you get one nut player there, and it's Stevie's got a real hand there. He's got big slick, and he hits top pair with top kicker.
And that's the other thing too. When one of these crazy guys is always betting, you wonder if he ever really does have a good hand. I mean, right here is. You can only hope, And look at this, Jack 9 he's raising with absolutely nothing. Obviously, he's not going to do that with a solid player that's betting in, right?
Right. No, clearly. It's one of those things where he's been betting pretty appropriately in the sense of bluffing with small amounts and moving in with different things.
I'm all in.
And he's going to go all in over the top seat 8, and it's very, very difficult for Jack high to call now. We're talking about Dimitri's king high calling before.
Yeah. Well, this is a similar type of play. That's why I thought it was a questionable call. Well, it would be a similar call in the same sense.
This is partly a reason why if you're going to make a bluff, usually it's better to make a semi-bluff than a pure bluff, David. Leaving you with some outs. I don't even know if you would call. I mean, if he was open-ended
even if it was
or something.
Semi-bluffing at 7-8, would you call here for $600?
Yeah, probably not.
Right.
But obviously the purpose of that bet was
and Steve's
pure
a
bluff.
Steve's a tough player to play against sometimes because he does bet at every single flop, and he will call you with pretty much anything.
Has he been playing pretty much every hand too?
Yeah, pretty much. But he mixes up his play. He doesn't bluff at every single one. He'll probably bluff it at like 1 out of 3.
Have you played with him before?
I don't think I ever have. Now, in a full game, a player like that doesn't really intimidate me because the game is full. I can wait till I have a real hand to play him.
Right.
Now, in a short-handed game, he's really effective because you've got to mix it up first, and otherwise he's going to steal too many blinds.
He's going to be constantly accumulating chips.
And you can see he raised the $15 there. He's got ace 10, I'm sorry.
Ace 10 offsuit.
But he gets people off their game. And once again, Sharif, I can't I don't like the call, even in position, Queen 7.
Queen 7 offsuit, yeah.
It's just...
sometimes having a player on the table like this makes a tight player push a little bit when they're not used to having that type of style.
Without a doubt. Freddie's going to call ace deuce, and Stevie's still got the best hand. See how he plays it.
Hold on.
He also has a backdoor flush draw. Terry's taking notes there. And he's going to bet at it.
Well, he's got like you said, he's got the gut shot jaw.
He's got the gut shot. He's got the best hand, best draw, best hand. So.
I know you will. That's why I'm making.
And there he is, Terry Crow,
who was featured again before playing Shirley in the heads-up match.
Right. Now here, we were talking about before in the heads-up play. Tight play doesn't really lend to playing heads up.
We're gonna win.
Well, we know Terry is a pretty tight player. Probably will do well in a game like this.
Right.
In a full ring game like this.
8 minutes left.
As the amount of players on a table goes down, I mean, you really do have to loosen up your starting hand requirements.
Well, you think about it, there are 1,326 possibilities of holding hands,
You said you
right?
had Bank of America behind you.
I live right behind Bank of
I like to think of like maybe the top
Gulf Gardens
10% of those
Bank
hands
of
are playable.
California behind you.
In a full
You
game.
got Bank of America.
In a full game.
Right.
Now, obviously, if it's a full tight game, you might even want to make your starting requirements even less.
Right.
And if it's a loose game, or if it's a less than full game, 5-handed, 4-handed game, obviously you got to you have
to adjust accordingly.
Oh, thank you.
Right.
Searching all night.
That's
for
right.
Perfect word. With sputtering here. Dimitri's picked up ace jack on the button. And Sharif's going to call with, actually, Sharif's going to raise here, $15.
Is that Brian? That's Greg. Greg?
Queen jack offsuit.
Yeah. Sharif's really mixed up his play a little bit. He paid off about $200 before, and it's really affected his play.
And Seat 9 has the same hand as the original Razor here, too.
Yeah.
It's a total ragged flop. See if Dimitri... Oh, no, he's going to check behind it.
I'll check it.
Wow, that's a scare card for everyone, but no one
nobody
has
likes
a
the
king.
king.
Yep.
See who takes control of it, though.
No.
Good card coming on, Ben. Don't believe this. Okay, I check.
Sure.
No,
And
Dimitri
Dimitri
checks again. He's going to win with ace-jack if it
Oh,
gets
yeah.
shown down here.
The whole thing.
And this is one of those hands where it's interesting. If a player like Stevie, you can see his value in a game like this. There's no way he's going to let that hand go down to the river, and he's probably going to bet it and take it down at some point.
Especially if he was the original aggressor. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't seen him play. Is he the type of player to ever slow play anything? And I hope that he's not, because I hope that if he goes... I mean, I know you have to mix up play, but if he goes one speed and bets his good hands too, he's more likely to be paid off. You know?
Actually, it was interesting before he flopped two pair. He flopped ace-7 versus Sharif's pocket 9s. And there's only one overcard. Then the turn brought another ace, which made the pocket 9s even look even better. Yet Steve kept betting out his hand.
Okay.
And sure enough got paid off all the way to the river. And Sharif paid him off about $200 in all.
Terry's got it's like a queen deuce.
Queen deuce
suited in
He
the
picked
small
up a flush
blind.
draw. And Dimitri's got ace king.
Doesn't look like... I can't
And
believe...
look at that. He's picked up bottom pair and the flush draw.
I
He's
can't
got the
believe that
winner.
Dimitri would have limped in with that hand. But Seat 5 was also in the hand, I believe. And we don't know what he has. He hasn't put his cards in the
I'm going to assume he has ace-3.
Saying that as a joke.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to assume he has ace-3. I've seen the way Freddie plays, and I'm pretty sure he's ace-3.
Oh, we
Doesn't
saw
make
Freddie
sense.
on...
But Terry's got his flush here.
we saw Freddie last night, too.
Let's see if Freddie does. Let's see if Terry's got the flush. And actually, it looked like he
checked it down on the river.
Checked it. I think he showed down ace king or ace queen or something. Yeah.
Ace queen.
Ace queen.
Ace king, you raise.
I did.
Interesting. And Terry takes down. Curious why Terry checked that.
I'm curious as well.
I mean, if you're in the hand with queen deuce of clubs, and you get your flush, why not a little value bet, even if it's $10?
For those of you that are going to see the heads-up match whenever we broadcast it, that was a little bit hard on Terry, and you'll figure out why when you watch it. He played I felt that he played, a little bit passive in certain cases.
Tease him.
Oh.
Tease our viewers.
But I was just saying that in that case, it's the same type of thing,
Right.
But
that was some crazy stuff that Terry and Shirley were doing.
Absolutely.
crazy, nutty stuff. But hey, you'll have to wait and see it.
For all of you that want to email us, you can write to us at liveatthebike.com now until 8:30. And we'll read your email and your questions, comments over the air.
I get 5.
It's live at thebike.com.
Right now, right?
We're also always monitoring the 2+2 thread that seems to be started mysteriously every night by a gentleman from Syracuse, New York.
Hey, look at this. Right if you dare.
Right if you dare.
I might,
And last night we couldn't really see the end of the forum because we had some technical difficulties in the booth, but I don't think that we really... We have the screen up now, and I think it's probably going to be good for the rest of the show. So.
And we got Fromer's going to raise it up there. It looks like a $30 bet. And he's got 9-5 offsuit. He's got Dolly Parton there.
You know, I didn't know that Fromer actually, he was on one of the final tables.
And look at C8's going to call it King 5. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Fromer's made a couple final tables in World Series events.
Really?
Yeah.
Carl Fromer.
Yeah. I don't remember what event it was last year, but I
Nobody's
remember
picked up
watching
anything
him.
here, but let's see how it's played out.
Raise it, make it 100.
Wow, I like the play.
Oh, I got caught running without the ball.
And look at that. It was checked. And you know what? You know, we criticize Steve's play. I'm not really criticizing him. He's just an aggressive player, and it's hard to put him on a hand there. But he check raises him with nothing.
Well,
it's a gut shot.
He has a huge semi. I mean, it is a form of a semi bluff. Now, the only thing is, well, I mean, you take down, look at that hand. You know, if the guy doesn't have an ace, and he only has one pair, it's tough to call. Even if he has an ace with a weak kicker, it's kind of tough to call too, because he could easily have 2 pairs.
Of course. I mean, Carl could have very easily. I mean, sure enough, he was raising there at 9-5 offsuit.
Right.
But he could have had pocket 9s, pocket 10. I mean, anything below basically ace, queen, jack.
As long as this guy in seat 8 stays consistent, like, you know, if it's a style that works for him, I really don't have a problem with it. I wouldn't play the hands that he was playing, and I don't play the style that he plays, but if he can make those types of moves and he's successful, fine. Now, the problem comes in with those types of players is that they usually, Dave, will pay off way too much. Mm-hmm. If he's calling with hands that are ridiculous calls, that's the problem.
Right.
Now, I haven't seen him do that yet, and I don't know if he has done that.
I like the check raise rather than check call.
Oh, absolutely.
Raise it $5.
And we got a little pot builder there, a little $5 raise. I like to call that a pot builder, same as seat 1 called it. That's Devon.
Sir, it's been raised.
This guy's at the table.
He raised with pocket 8s, right?
Hey, and it's a nice pot builder. Hey, if he hits his 8.
The only problem with doing a pot builder and no limit is that you're susceptible to a big re-raise.
Of course, you do open it up again.
Right.
And he's actually got an 8 of clubs. He's the only one with a club.
This is one of these flops, Dave, where you're talking about a 3-suited board with an ace that from up front you might want to take a stab at. And if you get called, okay, you can shut down. But if someone were to bet on that flop, I don't think anyone would call on the flop.
Seat
9 has an ace. Okay, I didn't pick that up. But
I call for it.
Well, the only thing I will say is watching this tape for the last hour and a half. It's funny. Normally you'd think that, and I do agree with you on most circumstances. But this table seems to be calling no matter what.
Really?
Yeah. And
A6 is going to win, huh?
A6 is actually out.
Oh, okay.
I take it back there. But Terry's going to bluff out of here with King 9 suited. Well, not bluff out. He's got.
I don't think my 7's good enough.
He's actually got the best hand. I take that back and put.
He has he's got the 9.
I think
3 overcards.
he can't think his 9 is good, so I think he thinks he was bluffing.
Well,
but he actually had the best hand.
I call it. 3 overcard. No.
You know, that's, again, the type of bet we talk about on the river. I don't know if that's necessarily the best thing to do, because if you're going to get called, you might be called by a better hand, unless people are calling with ridiculous hands. And the guy said my 7 wasn't good and he didn't call. Well, if he's the type of guy that would call with the 7, then fine.
Right, no, without a doubt. It's interesting, though, because in that case, he might have got him to lay down a jack. There was a jack on there, and he might have even. I mean, let's think about it. He did get the ace out. They did, because the 3 clubs out there. They did get the ace out by betting. So, with 3 clubs, like you were saying, it is a scary board sometimes. I think we got a heads up. And we got an ace 10 in seat 9.
Picked up an open-ended straight draw with an overcard.
And seat 2, Sharif's got deuce 3 of diamonds. He got pretty much nothing there. Got a backdoor flush draw, and he's going to muck it. Seat 9, we don't have his name yet, so we'll just call him Harold?
Okay.
Harold it is.
Fair enough.
Harold's in seat 9 until we get his name.
Up by 11 with 5.5 to go.
Of course, there's a period of our show for about a half an hour that we take a step back and have table talk, Dave, where we listen to the, the players in the natural state, turn the table mic up, and we'll be doing that again tonight.
Yeah. And it's interesting. Sometimes you get a really talkative table, and sometimes they just all clamp up and just play poker.
He's got pocket nines this time. What's his name again?
Which seat?
Seat 8.
Seat 8 is Steve.
Steve.
He's actually got 9-8.
Oh, he has an 8-9. I'm sorry.
8-9.
It looked like it was pocket.
Well, he'll play it like it's pocket nines.
He's got a gut shot.
He's got a gut shot, and he takes it down. And it's interesting now. He's actually built an image. He's actually got control of this table pretty much.
Cards, or do you need them? I do need them.
I just always wonder what exactly is the pattern with a kind of a... I don't want to call... Usually the term maniac better usually has a negative connotation to it. But, he kind of is a maniac, but in a good way there, Dave, if that's possible. Like an erratic better, but it's a style that works for him. And I just wonder... what cards, where is the pattern? When do you raise? I mean, why would you raise there with 8-9 offsuit and not with, King 4 offsuit?
Well,
you know what I mean? It's just
the best thing you can do watching him in the sense of you try to get a tell on him, see why he's raising. I mean, in that case, it was only three-handed. And figure take a shot at it. He raised pre-flop.
Now he's going to bring it in with 4-jack for 15.
Right.
So it's like where, why and where? Does it have to do with the players that are in the pot? And obviously, he doesn't have anything here. And no one else has anything.
Actually, Devon's got a set. Devon's not in, though.
Nope, he's
Devon
not.
would have had a set.
So he checked behind it, Dave.
The greatest player in the world.
The 4-jack
he
check.
actually has the best hands. He's got 2 pairs. But he's out. Oh, he's in.
Yes. I bet 100.
He's out, but he's in. But he's in, but he's out. Okay, there we go. He's in, and he has the best hand. I apologize.
All right, now he's going to bet.
And he bets the best hand. And he's going to win it.
The greatest player in the world, man.
You know my best hand.
Dimitri's got ace-high.
And then he's thinking, is my hand good again? And it's... Of course, Dimitri has the 7 of diamonds for a flush draw, but the other guy's got a jack. So he's drawing dead in that way if a diamond were to come.
Yeah, I mean, his style is, in my opinion, terrible for the limit hold'em. And I've seen players play
absolutely.
like that.
You can't play like that in limit hold'em.
It never works in the long run. But in no limit, if you play that style smart, some people will look at a guy like Gus Hansen and they see what crazy cards he plays. He's such a nutty guy, and his style is obviously immensely successful for him.
Right.
And I think this guy's trying to emulate that kind of style. And if you don't make bad calls here and there, and you pick the good spots to bluff that, it's very dangerous.
Well, sit there and tell him you're stupid because I had 2-3 offsuit or whatever.
Guys on 2+2, they're talking about the 2+2 thread.
That are watching the game, they can leave comments. Like the night that I played with him last, and he folded the set of 9s, there was like 125 comments about him folding the set of 9s. You remember that night? Set of 3.
That was a set of 3s with aces, Dave.
There's still going on in that.
I know. I'm still thinking about that hand.
It's one of those times where you just run out of the booth and go out there and go, I'll play your hand. Stop. And the problem, the only time sometimes I question a player like in Seat 8 is I did see him call a $60 bet with bottom pair.
Right. Well, actually, we did see that, and yeah, that is questionable. And that I did see a bad call. And again, it's like if you're an action player, but you can lay down hands,
then
I think
really
it's great. But a lot of times, though, Dave, you don't see him lay down hands, action players, because they're afraid that they're going to be bluffed out.
Yeah,
Look, he's got a flush draw.
Well, they know they're always bluffing. They figure they're always being bluffed.
Right. He's got a flush draw, and he was the original raiser with 6-10 of diamonds. You would think he would lead here. Strong semi bluff.
You must be good in math.
And he is.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was limped around. I thought it was raised. And seat 2 is calling with second pair there.
Second pair. He has the best hand right now.
And now he's got trips. And now the thing, Dave, is that I would hope that 5s would bet. And he checks behind it, Dave.
I can go to the internet right now.
Well, you're slow playing your 5.
And that's exactly what he was doing. Seat 8 had a great tell. He was slow playing the 5. Now, maybe he checked on the turn to try to induce a bluff from seat 8, but it was a very dangerous check in that situation because he almost let a diamond come up on the river, and he would have lost the hand.
Without a doubt. Sometimes, it's one of those things you go, since Stevie will bet any hand, it's tough to say, is he betting a flush draw or not?
Right.
But yeah, Stevie's the kind of player, the guy in seat 8, Stevie, he's actually the kind of player that most of us fear playing against. I mean, a guy like in seat 2, Sharif, he's got his own style and it works for him, but if I sit down at the table, I'm not scared to play against a guy like that.
If you have one Stevie against a bunch of really tight
And look at that.
But if you go on
The
there-
Miami Heat are beating the Lakers 86-76 with 4 minutes to go. I guess that trade, that Kobe Shaq thing, that Shaq trade, how's that working out now? Look at that monster of a flop there.
I think two people have aces here, Dave. They both stayed in the hand. Seat 4 and seat 9.
And here we're going to talk
Yep.
about kicker problems.
Seat 4 and seat 9 have aces. And Dimitri bets looks like 15. And seat 9 checked his ace. And now Dimitri's filled up. Oh, someone had ace deuce. See, yeah, Dimitri's filled up. Dimitri has ace deuce.
We don't see it on the screen,
He's
but he has
filled
ace
up.
deuce, and he's
He's
filled
filled
up.
up. There we go.
He picks up his big hand.
Yep.
See how Dimitri plays it here. There it is, ace deuce.
Yep.
What a hand.
And now, Dave, if I'm Dimitri, I'm thinking the guy definitely has an ace. The guy, and he goes all in, and Dimitri quickly calls.
And the 8 falls in the river, which is no vert.
Yep.
And the ace deuce is going to take it down.
Good hand.
Dimitri.
And Dimitri actually sucked out on him, didn't he?
Well, he did on the turn, yeah.
Yeah,
he
Dimitri
did
got
on the
lucky.
turn.
Dimitri, you have a chance coming back. Only down to 2.
The reason why
You know,
they fall is
actually, there's
because
two
of
types
that.
of things that can happen here, Dave. When a flop comes with a pair, someone checks and calls your bet, and then bets into you on the turn. Of course, there's one of two things. They either have the 3 of a kind, or they're making a bet,
Right.
a bluff. You can also do that with what we call a stop bet. If you pick up a draw on the turn and bet into the turn, the guy behind you thinks that you represent trips and might not be able to bet you off of your draw.
Right,
He might
yeah.
flat call you, so.
I'll let it out. You got to be careful sometimes when you flop trips, though, if you actually flop trips, because generally speaking, you're only going to get paid off if the other guy has trips.
Right.
And you got to be careful that you're not out kicked there. In that case, there, some people get mesmerized by the fact that, I got 3 aces. But Dimitri's in really bad shape. He's got lucky.
Here's trips for seat 6. See how he plays him.
Oh, that's Terry there.
And he
See how
checked him.
Don't card right away.
Not a bad call. Not a bad play there.
2 diamonds out there.
A harmless deuce of hearts come out there.
Well, now there's 2 hearts and 2 diamonds.
You do?
And he's going to bet it.
You know you do? You got 5 deuce?
You're about to find out.
I'll check then. If
No,
you know
he
you got
checked
the best
it.
hand,
He
I'll
checked
check.
it. He checked it twice, Dave. And the 3rd diamond comes out.
$10 no more. 15. No, 10 actually.
Well, 15.
Hold on.
There's no one's on a diamond draw, but
Do I got 2 diamonds or just the king?
Now, the interesting thing is, now, Terry bet 15. Now, what happens if somebody theoretically had $400 and went all in right there?
right.
What does Terry do
Yeah,
then?
yeah.
Then he's put himself in a tough spot.
You got a fair deuce?
You're losing, man. 14 points.
14?
He's made kind of a value bet, hoping maybe to get paid off by a jack here.
Exactly.
I tell you what, guys, you guys
You don't need
win
4 high.
before I leave. When I
It
leave,
shows a
or when
4, I
you leave, I'll
think.
pay you. Okay?
Dimitri
I
looks
got
at the
money
other
in my
one.
wallet. Don't worry. I'm not going to take chips off my table. Thanks, man.
And there's
But if you
Larry.
leave before me,
Lawrence
I'll pay you.
Gilbert. Close-up of
I
Lawrence
leave
Gilbert
before
there.
you, I'll pay you. Deal?
I think Larry's been in the booth here one time working with you, right?
You're with him.
You know,
Don't worry, don't worry.
funny joke he told me. He goes, he tells me that, that camera adds 10 pounds to him, right?
I think I've heard this, but go on.
And he actually thinks, can we get back on Larry for a second there? In seat 9. And they said that, camera adds 10 pounds to you. So his wife called up and goes, what do they have, 30 cameras on you? Now,
That was his wife said that, though,
his
too.
wife said that. Well, I can only say that because, I'm friends with Larry. And
Jack 4 offsuit. Come on. Call you.
There's no shame in limping.
Call you. Jack 4 offsuit. Call me. I know you got better than Jack 4 offsuit.
A couple big Broadway suited cards here. King 10, Queen 10 suited.
you got clubs and clubs.
Clubs, and hearts.
And the same flop as last time, Jack 5-5 with 2 diamonds.
Yeah. And seat 8 is going to lead with top pair here.
Right.
Just 30.
And it's
It's tough to know what he has. He could have a 5.
And I'd love to see him, if he did have a 5, I would love to see him lead, too. And
He
it's-
would. I
And,
think
and
he
it's
would.
stuff like a type person like Terry, it's like, man, I mean, what is this guy doing? It's just...
Well, in this case, Terry's got nothing, so it's pretty
Yeah.
easy for him. But
But it's like, if you have a table full of type people and you have 1 or 2 Steves seat A, that really can rattle the type players.
of course,
'cause it's-
well, it really loosens him up sometimes. It loosens up the whole table. Steve could have had anything from a Jack there, a 5 there, to 6-8.
Right. Or any 2 cards for that matter, really. I mean, and that's what Gus Hansen actually, his style is basically to play off of everyone else. I mean, he will play any 2 cards, and it's just all has to do with
he is
what he thinks someone else has.
He is the ultimate chameleon,
Yeah.
in the sense that he will change colors. He will, if he's at a table where he has to tighten up, he'll tighten up. If he has a
Yeah.
table where he can loosen up, he'll loosen up. And he just, like you said, he plays off of other people, and he's constantly changing gears. Now, I haven't seen Steve change gears, so let's see if he can do that. But so far, I like his game, to be honest. But there you go, 10 deuce off suit.
Like I said, just as long as he doesn't get into a habit of calling ridiculous, hands that can't win.
Run it?
And
All right, but I got to do it.
you got Fromer there. He's going to call on the button. I think Fromer likes to play him when he's got
I think they
position.
agreed to check it down, Dave.
Really?
I'm just going to run it through.
And
you know what? It's
Fromer's going to win
is
with
it
Jack
gonna
High.
be-
No, the board's played. I apologize.
Aces and queens with a jack. Right? Oh, excuse me.
Queens and
yeah,
sixes
queens.
with
Yeah,
ace
it's going to be
kicker.
chop chop. Yeah.
They chop it up.
Sixes and queens with an ace.
Hey, the queen.
And why did they?
I deserve to lose.
He mucked his hand. He didn't realize that the board played.
Oh, okay.
And Stevie actually mucked his hand
So
before the
he
flop.
mucked a chop pot there. There's one X for him.
And you know what? Look at that gentleman move. Carl Fromer actually gave him the money back. And Steve gave it right back to him. That's some gentlemen at the poker table.
That I'll accept.
He's a big boss.
No. I didn't expect to see that part. I was on the button.
You think Carl's trying to give him half the pot to create some goodwill between them? Maybe he doesn't think. Maybe Steve won't use his tactics against him.
If somebody gives me the pot, I usually won't give it back to them, I have to say.
Yeah, see, I actually, it's honest, I'm the opposite. If somebody throws chips at me, I like to give them back to them. So I don't want them to feel like if I outplay them or I play hard versus them later, don't want them to out.
No, with a set of jacks here, and he checks it. And now it's pretty dangerous. 2 clubs, 6, 7, 8. And now the jacks are going to lead.
And a big bet.
What I was going to say, Dave, is I don't mean it like that. I mean, if someone gives me the pot in the sense that if someone mucks their hand and it was a chop pot, I'm not going to give them the chips. That's what I mean by that.
Clearly.
Yeah.
But I've had some times where somebody gives me a bad beat and they knock on the table saying, like, oh, I'm sorry, and they go to toss me 2 yellow chips, $10.
I'll take that. Yeah, why not?
I usually throw it back to them.
Okay.
I want to create a friendly atmosphere at the table, but at the same time, I want that person to know that I'm there to win their money.
Actually, I agree with you too. If somebody tries to give me money for a bad beat, I usually won't accept it.
I don't want them to think that I'm going to soft play them later.
Right.
Because I'm not going to. I'm going to keep playing them hard. Same way I play you hard, you play me hard.
I don't want to scare anybody off.
Hey, I'd check raise my grandma if I had to.
Now, Dimitri limped in from early position with queens, and somebody did raise, and now he gets the re-raise in. So that finally worked, Dave.
Okay, 40 more.
Wow. And seed 8 calls with queen 10. Well, he has position on Dimitri.
I'm drunk, but I'm not stupid.
He's really dominated here, Dave. And both of them get pieces.
That's a killer flop.
Did Dimitri check, or is he going to lead?
And Dimitri could get all his chips.
I'm all into it.
But that's it.
Wow.
And that's the problem. And Steve is
drawing
dead.
Yep. Wow. Dimitri picked
That's
him
the one
off.
that Steve is waiting for. That's the one that Dimitri
was waiting for. Yep.
And
Dimitri raised. Steve initially bet 100. Dimitri raised. Steve, this is the thing with Steve. Now maybe, I don't necessarily agree. A place person like Dimitri re-raises. Well, queen 10. Come on, you got top pair. Your kicker isn't even good. What if he's got kings or aces? And in this case, 3 queens.
Well, in this case,
remember, Dave, we were looking at a limp re-raise. So Dimitri is definitely representing an overpair.
Yeah. Well, in this case, he limped in, like you said. Then he raises, right? So it's clearly representing aces.
A
limp
to me. Re-raise. Yeah.
And then
aces, kings, or queens.
And just as I'm saying that I like Steve's play, that's really a brutal play. You can't pay somebody off that much money, and we're talking $500, $600, $700 with queen with a 10 kicker.
Like I said, I liked Steve's style, but you got to really take a look. And he was just acting so quick. I think he got excited about the fact that he actually flopped top pair, and then maybe he thought Dimitri was making a move at him. But then he looks down and like, well, I have top pair, but think of what somebody does what it represents, Dave, when you limp from early position and then you re-raise pre-flop. Really, it's aces, kings, or queens. A lot of people won't even do that with ace-king suited.
No.
You know what I mean? It's
it's one of those things where, in all honesty, Steve, he's done it all
One
night.
queen
He's
on
been
the
doing
board, I
that
got
raise, re-raise, I'm all in,
Yeah.
and it's worked.
Best you have is ace
And it's
queen.
worked
You
9
got
out of 10
two
times.
queens.
And the
Yeah.
problem is, it does work 9 out of 10
Right.
times. And the one time it doesn't work,
Yeah.
bam, you get snapped off and you lose half your
Well,
all your chips.
I just don't think he was thinking of what Dimitri could have possibly had
Exactly,
there. You
you're
know, he
right.
just didn't click in his head.
And I mean, it's in some ways you can look at it and go, well, what hands would Dimitri call him with? Obviously, he'd probably call him with aces. He's probably going to call him with kings.
Right.
And he's going to call him with queens, obviously.
Right.
15.
So you just got to, in that sense, you got to look at it. And now you can look at Steve's stack, and he's gone from 200 to 1,500 back to 2. And it was funny, when Shirley was in the booth, we actually predicted that.
Well, that's the type. And look at this. He had ace queen. He raised, and now he has ace, and then he flopped top pair.
And
And C5 is going to lead here.
He'll probably double up here, in all honesty.
Is he going to raise?
50.
He's probably going to double up.
Especially
He's gonna
against
look
George in seat 5, right?
Well, he's going to look like he's steaming. It's actually, I think, Freddie in seat 5.
Freddie, that's
yeah.
what I mean.
I'm all in.
And yeah, he's going to call. And he's going to double up here.
I got you beat.
You know, Freddie, I don't know exactly what's going through his head here either.
Oh, bad beat 5.
Oh, it's going to be chopped.
They
It's
chopped
going to
the
be a
pot.
chop pot. 5's full of queens. Wow.
And Dimitri was waiting for that hand all night. Wow, look at that.
You know, going back to that hand before, Dave, it's especially if you see somebody who doesn't play a lot of hands, who's a solid player, limp and re-raise pre-flop, it almost is to a certainty that you can put it on one of a few hands, 1, 2, or 3 hands, right, Dave? And it's just...
I agree. I mean, Dimitri's
Yeah.
definitely, his play is, I've questioned his play throughout the night. But you just can't, in the end of it all, you just can't lose $1,000 with a top pair with a 10 kicker. You just can't do it. You got to be smart about
It's a
that.
9-point game now. 9-point game.
There are too many hands that Dimitri could have had.
It's a 9-point game.
Yeah.
58 seconds, man.
I mean, Queen 10, what is that going to
58
beat,
seconds.
you know?
Exactly.
Not the case.
He's hoping. Well, he's hoping for obviously a fold and just takes on the pot. He's just risking too much money to take on the pot.
Yeah. Especially when their chip stacks were so deep, Dave. It was like $800.
Oh yeah,
That's
that's a huge
crazy.
pot.
Yeah.
About a $1,500 pot when it was all said and done. Larry in seat 9, you won't see him play too many hands. He's real tight. Real tight player. I mean, like squeaky tight.
Squeaky tight.
And I think they're talking about the Laker game. What's going on in that game there?
We're on small blind.
Dimitri.
And the Miami Heat's still ahead. Time winding
Of course,
down.
because we're on a 5-minute delay, it's going to seem a little bit strange to the people watching.
Oh, right, exactly.
You know?
Game's probably over by now.
Yeah.
I'm going to predict Miami's still going to win, though.
Seat 5 flopped over cards and a flush draw.
Actually, we got 2 open-ended straight draws there, right?
Yep, open-ended straight draw
And a flush draw. Interesting how this is played. Best hand is actually Steve in
5-6
seat
right
8
now.
with the pair and the open-ended straight draw. Oh, and their king-queen picked up the pair.
He's got top pair and a flush draw.
Check.
And he's
Yeah,
going to check
what is
it.
He gives a free card.
Checks it, and now
And
he's
he
got
picks
trips.
another queen.
And I really would hope he was not going to check this on the river, David.
No, he throws in a value bet.
Wow, and Steve calls the 6.
Queen.
You know,
I don't mind the call, to be honest with you. I got to disagree with him on that one. He checked the first queen. Maybe you put him on a flush draw and he bets on the river on a bluff. I mean, there's only a 7 out there. I'm not going to put him on a queen.
That's fair, right.
They're
Fair
going
enough.
queen
People aren't
pairs.
going to check. Yeah, people aren't going to check.
Right.
Usually, they're not going to check their queen.
I mean, Stevie bet out first and he called. You could have put him on a flush draw. You could have put him on a 2 overcards.
Did I give you in? You did. I said thank you, sir.
He only bet 25. I thought it was a pretty good value bet by Freddie.
Small blind, big blind.
And I think Dimitri was getting frustrated and just waiting when he could have made that move. You know,
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what you dream of when you sit at no limit, winning that big pot.
flopping top set.
Oh,
Yeah.
and that's what we were waiting for to see from Steve. We were saying his play is like 90% there. He really is got the makings of a very good player.
The only thing that you would be worried about in that situation if you were Dimitri and you would still go all in is if someone had ace king of diamonds when there were 2 diamonds there. But I mean, still, actually, or any diamond, you know.
If somebody catches a diamond, you still got to redraw too. So,
You won. You covered. Yes, you covered.
but that's it's one of those things where you refine your no limit game where you can be aggressive and unpredictable, and then if you can just get rid of the little kinks here and there, those little kinks that you have in your game, you can really be a great player. And I mean, I actually like the way Steve plays. He's just got to refine that. He can't pay off that much.
Right. Like I said, I think he got so excited with the fact that someone was coming at him. Maybe he thought Dimitri was making a move, and that he'd had top pair. That he thought, it didn't really click in his mind. The moves that Dimitri made pre-flop and what that really represented.
Exactly. He didn't replay the whole. He made his move way too quick.
Because it didn't even take any time to do it.
So Larry's going to call in. It's a live straddle. Steve did a live straddle there, and Larry's going to call in first position.
Larry's got in seat 9, and of course he's not showing his cards. You would think he would know.
Raise it. 20 more.
Come on, Larry.
Larry's actually a proposition player here.
Don't be a rock star.
And if it was up to me, for not showing his cards, I would whip him.
I would assume that Larry probably has a pocket pair here if he's calling a $20 bet.
Pocket deuces, maybe?
Pocket sixes, pocket deuces. Probably doesn't have queens. We'll be able to know his hand, Dave, if he could quickly mux. He didn't hit his set.
Well, Steve's going to quickly bet out his pocket tens.
Oh, maybe Larry did hit something here.
Look, he's putting away his paper and he's thinking.
There we go. What's he got? Oh, he's got eights.
He's got eights.
Ooh, he's going to raise.
He's going to raise it up.
Oh, he's making a move here.
Well, there's only one overcard out there, and he's going to make it.
He does have... and Steve's got tens. Wow.
And look at that. It looks like
here's the problem with being short stack. It's almost like Larry is almost committed. Well, he's got maybe...
I don't agree. I don't think the pot committed, because there's only... If he's right, if he thinks puts the guy on a queen...
Or an overpair, you're right. He's not drawing.
He's only drawing. He's got 2 outs.
Well, he calls.
And he's not going to like it.
No. Ooh, if that was an 80, he would have liked it.
Oh, yeah. And he's not going to take it down. Steve's going to double up again.
I'm actually a little bit surprised.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit surprised by that move by Larry.
Yeah,
maybe Larry was trying, he was watching and just didn't give Steve credit for it. I mean, you look and you see a guy make an all-in call with Queen 10 for $900. You're not going to give him credit for a lot of things. And that's when Larry came into the game,
No, without a doubt.
It's tough. He just hadn't been at the table long enough.
The only problem with the play I didn't like is, even if you have Steve deep there, how are you sure there's no queen behind you? There's 3 players behind you.
Yeah. And especially if you're a new one to the table where they don't necessarily know you play squeaky tight.
Yeah.
They're not going to give you...
He hasn't built that image of being tight yet.
Right. I don't know if everyone on the table is familiar with him.
I don't think anybody's even noticed it. And we got a misdeal here. Seems like Carl Flower's got 4 cards. And just to remind you guys, we're playing a $200 buy-in no-limit game. The blinds are $3 and $5. And this is live at the Bike, the first and only webcast. Live streaming webcast on the
live cash action poker. There you go, Dave.
Yeah.
There you go.
I butchered that. I did the intro before.
Yeah.
You weren't here.
Yeah.
I absolutely butchered it. Me and Shirley were looking at each other like...
It took me a while to get it down.
I butchered it. It's okay. I'll give somebody a laugh.
Yeah, I butchered it for the first few times I did it, too.
We got a couple of ace rags out there. And Sharif's at top pair with a monster kicker of a 6. He's going to bet top 15. Pair. I like the bet. And Fromer folds. And Steve's going to call. See, this is definitely...
Why is he calling? Yeah.
Well, this is the leak in his game.
Right, yeah.
Clearly, this is the leak in the game.
Backdoor flush draw and an ace. Wow, and checks the turn.
Now he picks up a 7. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that was the other guy who picked up 7. He picked up nothing, really. And if he bluffed at it, that'd be one thing, but he's going to check it down.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We've seen some major...
An
ace.
Yeah.
And that's clearly the leak in Steve's game. I love his aggressive style. I love his unpredictability, but you can't make calls like that and be a profitable player.
Like you said, if you're like a Gus Hansen type and you can get away from hands, then more power to you. Obviously, you're right. There is a problem in this game, and that's what it is.
Well, that's the thing. If you have the ability to get away from hands, it basically gives you a license to play any hand almost. If you're in a good spot, in a good position, and the odds call for it. If you're deep in stacks, the other guy's deep in stacks, and so forth. But if you can't get away from hands and you're going to make bad calls, well, then you really got to be careful about what hands you get involved with.
And it is I just find it very, very common that these action players you know, even the couple of action players that I know of from mid-limit Hold'em 2040 and 3060, Dave, a lot of the ones that are rammer and jammers, they make, you know, they pay people off almost too much, you know, even in limit, you know. I know it's only one extra bet in limit, but limit's all about making and saving bets too, you know. And it's
Mike Caro actually just wrote an article. It's in the most recent Poker Player magazine, and he calls about it, and its thing is Christmas. And the funny thing is, he actually talks about people have an inclination to call. They don't want to fold.
What's the decision? If I can't play this hand, give me my $5.
Yeah, you can't play the hand.
That's all I want to know.
No, he gets $2
No,
back.
$2 back. You still get 3 in the pot.
He's got 5 total in the pot.
No, but it was a blind. Small blind.
Small blind.
Yeah, but he called. He called. He called $5.
I'm not exactly sure what happened there, Dave.
There was a ruling out there, but
Oh, he's on a cell phone, so his hand is dead. Okay.
there you go. You obviously you cannot be on a cell phone while you're playing the game. Even though we're on a 5-minute delay, it would be unfair if somebody called home to see how players playing and so forth, and got some inside information that nobody else was privy to. But anyway, he was mentioning as the hand goes on. Seat 1 actually.
Seat 1's got two pairs. He's gonna bet.
Nobody else has much of anything. Larry's got Queen.
Queen,
He's gonna
but you
quickly
know, he's
throw it away.
too good of a player to call that with.
Queen with a bad kicker
right,
too.
Right. But anyways, yeah.
But he was saying how everybody has an inclination to call. People are inherently scared to fold because they're scared that they're going to be bluffed out. People are also, they don't drive to the casino to fold.
Right.
To play tight, good poker.
Right.
They come to the casino to gamble, to mix it up, to have action. They're hoping for good cards. They can play hard. And, you know, they want to make good calls. They don't want to make good folds.
They're supposed to be turned off.
And generally speaking, you're going to see people paying you off more often than not.
Right.
Yeah, whatever.
But everybody loves to show a good bluff, don't they?
Oh, absolutely.
So it's,
I think
5-minute fucking delay.
anyways.
well,
maybe some of that scotch and those beers that we had shown earlier in the kicking in seat 8.
You get a combination. And
plus, he just lost about $900 in that pot.
Freddie's got it pretty much dominated here. And they're going to check it down all the way.
Wow. But anyways, what I was saying, Dave, was a lot of times, too, people don't realize that they get all excited and they win a hand. Oh, I just won the hand. Well, you're going to win your fair share of hands and lose your fair share of hands. But I wouldn't be too excited if I've misplayed a hand that I won and I have made $200 less than I should have made.
Oh, of course. We were saying that before. There was a hand before where Fat Boy didn't bet on the river with the nuts. He was hoping for a check raise. And, Shirley and I were saying that's as bad as when you leave $60 on the table. That's as bad as losing it.
Right.
And there's Hector.
Is Fat Boy around here somewhere?
Fat Boy's in seat 3.
Oh, okay.
Pretty quiet tonight.
I was going to say seat 3. Oh, he's actually away
seat
from the
1.
table right now.
There's Carmichael in seat 1.
No.
We'll call him Carmichael until we get a real name.
No. It is okay.
It's like a 5-5 ace flop. C2 is going to lead with top pair.
But generally speaking, you know what I mean? I mean, it's no fun folding your hands. You know, it's no fun folding all night. You want to play good. You want to play a lot of hands.
Usually, proper poker is sometimes quite boring.
Exactly.
You know?
Which is why most players will play too many hands and too loose and call too many hands.
Right. So. One of the things I like about playing no-limit cash games, though, is that if there isn't a lot of pre-flop raising, I get to play a lot more hands than I will normally do in a limit game or a stud high-low game.
Of course, yeah. Just when the blinds are so short, like 3-5, and you can have a chance at a big pot.
C3's a new player. Okay.
You see that beautiful woman I got to play heads up against today?
Drop.
You know why? Because you set the trap. Just trap her every time. Just overpass.
Okay,
she's really aggressive, so you got to keep feeding her chips, but she'll make points.
We see Larry there. He's got about $300 in chips, and he has not bought in again. He just if you get knocked out, if you lose all your chips, you're able to rebuy for $300, even though it's a $200 game.
Right. Anytime you're under 100, you can bring your stack back up to 300.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. 100 or less. So if you go down to 0, you can rebuy for 300. If you're at 100, you can rebuy to 200 more.
Right.
You just set the trap, and that's what you do.
And you see the dealer spread the cards out there like that. She's actually checking the deck to make sure that all 52 cards are there and there are no duplicates.
You should go for 500.
It is the dealer's responsibility to keep control of each deck. It's actually also the player's responsibility to notify the table if there's a faulty deck, meaning if you have 2 cards of the same suit and kind, because... and a lot of times, too, if you play it in a certain way where you're trying to win and it's obvious that you realized that you knew there was something wrong with the deck, they won't give you your money back, but the rest of the table will get the money back from
without a doubt,
from the
theoretically,
from the
if you
hand.
have 2 ace of diamonds in your hand,
Right.
You can't win the hand, so your hand will be dead.
Right. Now, the thing about that is it's a little bit difficult, because sometimes I look down at 2 aces, I'm not really paying attention to the suit. And sometimes I may never look back at my hand either, Dave.
No,
so,
without a doubt, but that's your responsibility.
Right.
And players should know that.
Yeah.
I've also seen sometimes, I've seen a player lose a hand and lose a big pot because they had 3 cards. Didn't realize it, they looked at 2,
right.
and I guess one of the cards was stuck to another card.
Yeah.
And then at the end, when they turned them over, 3 cards shown.
Wow. Yeah.
And their hand was declared dead.
And the other guy won the pot? Or
Yes. And even though, it's tough luck and everything,
Right.
it's their responsibility. It's your responsibility to take care of yourself there. You got a queen 10-5 flop there.
There's a lot of responsibilities that players incur that they don't realize.
Looks like Terry's actually got he's got second button there. He's got second pair. And Fat Boy's picked up top pair now. He's got a gut shot and top pair. And there's Dimitri up close.
Look at that rig.
Yeah. I see you're wearing a Red Sox shirt. Are you a Red Sox fan?
Well, being from Boston, no, I'm a Yankees fan.
Okay.
I'm
No, I don't know.
I know you're from upstate New York, so one of those poser Yankees fans.
No, I'm
like
not
that.
a Yankee fan.
Oh, really?
No. Pair of the aces. The ace jack is going to take it down. He actually outkicks Sharif. Sharif had ace-6.
Dave, it was funny when you came in today. I was telling you about a situation where I actually lost out on $200 today in it's that high-low live tournament. When I opened my cards up, I had the winning hand on both sides.
On the high and low.
The high and low, and the dealer chopped the pot, gave it to a weaker low. And I didn't quite realize it, even though the cards speak for themselves, until a couple hands later. And the cameras couldn't pick up the exact readings of the cards, and there's no way for me to rectify that problem.
No, and even though clearly it is a dealer's fault, and you
You're
can
right.
be upset at the dealer,
Yeah.
I guess it's your responsibility to take care of yourself.
Right.
there.
Of course, that's different from mucking the best hand. I had this is actually a unique situation because I've never had a hand that should have been the winning hand turned up and not called the winning hand.
Yeah.
A lot of times players, and they have a right to, will say, no, that's the hand if it's turned up on the table.
Oh, without a
you
doubt.
know.
Without a
But I
doubt.
just,
Cards
apparently
should
everybody missed that one.
And cards
I did
generally
too.
should speak, and that happens very, very rarely. Because if a beginner plays, he should feel okay about turning up his cards
Absolutely.
and knowing.
Right.
And seat 2, Sharif's actually flopped an open-ended straight draw.
15.
And he's going to bet it. I like the bet.
And everyone's going to muck it, looks
He's
like.
going to take it down. And the game's... And Steve's taking a break, and the game is slowed down.
And, if people are starting out in high-low games, it really is best to turn your cards up. It doesn't happen, misreading hands doesn't really happen as much in Hold'em. Usually the times in Hold'em they happen is when somebody mucks a chop pot like we saw before, or where you're outkicked and suddenly a full house appears on the river,
right.
and someone might miss it. But high-low games can be very complex, Dave, especially Omaha when you have 4 cards.
Yeah, no,
and it's very difficult to read the hand, so you turn it up and let somebody else read it for me, you know what I mean?
Basically, if you turn them up and you say to everybody, what do I have?
Yeah.
That's sometimes the best way to do it, especially
Yeah.
if you're a beginner in the game.
Yeah. Pocket aces for Larry in seat 9. He's in the big blind, Dave.
See how he plays it. Unfortunately for him, Steve is not in the
Ooh,
game.
and Terry limped.
On the button.
On the button, wow.
Actually, in a no-limit cash game, I don't mind that play at all.
Oh.
And Carl Fromer's going to call, and Larry's going to raise to 20.
Well, and Terry's got pocket too. So if I was going to say if he had $200 in front of him, if he could make $200 on that hand.
Called there.
Well, it depends on how much money Terry has in front of him.
Terry's got about $200.
Well, then he probably should have called.
$15.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can see Terry's chips there. He's got over $200.
Absolutely. He probably should have called.
On the button. You can't automatically put Larry on pocket aces.
Because if the flop comes, like you said, like 10-5 deuce and Larry bets and you re-raise all in, or do whatever, flat call and then raise him on the turn.
Well, you look at the way you figure out the implied odds on there is he's asking me to bet $15, right? And I'm going to hit my deuce 1 out of 7 times. So pretty much can I make 7 times 15? Can I make $105 on the bet?
Right.
Clearly you can.
I like to look at it to make it simpler. I even go over that where I just kind of multiply it times 10.
Okay.
Because, you have redraws, like you say, that you can be beat if you hit your set.
Well, you got 15 times 10 then.
Right, exactly.
And it's still $150.
Right.
It's clearly it's a call there.
Right.
And on top of that, you don't know what Larry has.
Oh, and
Larry could have had ace king.
too.
What if Larry checks it? You have the best hand he uses. I mean, in that case, it was very clear. I mean, Larry had aces, so. There's Fromer, Sausage King of Chicago, taking it down. There he is. The myth, the man, the legend. And for those of you at home, if we sound like we're getting delirious, it is about 132 degrees in this room. They promised us air conditioning or ice or something along those lines, but
I think this actually used to be an old utility closet, I think. A converted utility closet.
Could have been.
Yeah. Ace Jack for seat 2.
Sharif's picked up ace Jack, and he bets $10 under the gun.
But is he in the big blind or is he under the gun? I think he's in the big blind.
I'm sorry, thank you.
Yeah, and he's going to raise.
Oh, yes, you're right. The money was a little off there.
Yeah.
And Carmichael in seat 3.
He's got ace 10 off.
He's actually switched with Fat Boy. Fat Boy's moved to seat 1, and Carmichael's moved to seat 3.
And Fat Boy's got ace 5 off. So ace 5 against ace Jack against king 3, Dave.
And I was telling everybody I'm kind of excited. Soon we're going to be having percentages up there.
No, that would be great.
Yeah. It's a feature we're working on, and hopefully we'll have it there relatively soon.
Sometimes we try to do that on the fly, and it doesn't necessarily always work out.
Well, it'll be really exciting when we do get that.
Yeah.
And Fat Boy's got the best hand, and he's going to bet it. I like it. He's going to take it down.
Turn is a deuce.
Normally, you're not going to have somebody check a queen there if it's a check to them.
Turn is a deuce. That's it. What are you talking about? Was there no river? There's no river? What's that?
Oh, I apologize. Actually, Sharif took it down. He bet it. He had ace jack and he bet it and he took it down. Nice bet by Sharif. Fat Boy checked his 5 twice and gave the pot away. It's funny. I've actually noticed Fat Boy's a little more passive than I thought he might be. Actually, Bart was not. We say I see a little 2+2 thread here. The guy just recommended not calling all in with top set because of a possible flush draw.
That was not what I was suggesting.
Yeah, actually, Bart was saying, I'll defend Bart in this case.
Yeah.
Bart was actually saying the only thing that Dimitri had to fear was ace king of diamonds being a flush draw.
Right. And actually, it didn't even necessarily have to fear ace king of diamonds. It could have been any diamonds because his set is still good.
The only possibility there.
Right.
Or maybe a backdoor straight draw or something along those lines.
Right.
But in the end, obviously, if you have top set,
you're not really worried about anything.
You're not worried about many things. The only time you might want to throw away top set is, maybe a flop comes out 9, 8, 7 of spades, and there's a bet, an all in, another all in. Maybe somebody on a flush already, or somebody on a 10 jack straight or something like that. But obviously, it's a difficult thing. And look at that.
Bad flop for pocket jacks.
Yeah, Fromer's picked up top pair. Had a 3-outer and he hit it. That's a good laydown by Sharif. And I know to most TV at home, you see that and you go, oh, it's an easy laydown. There's a king and a queen out there. There's 2 overcards. But we've seen time and time again that people not able to get away from those jacks and those queens when overcards come.
Well, it's also the advantage of position when you've got jacks and a flop like that comes and Frommer's got pocket 9s and he bets into it, and the guy with jacks lays it down too.
Oh, without a
You
doubt.
know?
And it's one of those things where, yeah, you might get, if you have jacks in that case, you might get bluffed out once in a while, but 9 out of 10 times it's the correct laydown.
Right, and then of course what happens is if you're playing against somebody like Steve in seed 8, who's bringing all kinds of hands in, and you're out of position, well then you got to play your jacks a little bit differently when a couple overcard,
right?
Because you can't put the guy in a hand, you know.
In that case, you might actually want to bet it straight out and see what happens,
or maybe do some sort of check raise or something like that,
right?
And try to figure out what's going on.
You certainly don't want to check and call.
Right.
call.
Oh no,
because then you never know where you're at.
And you check and call once, and what happens if the pot's now $80, now he bets $200 on the turn?
Exactly.
You know,
that's the problem with
no limit.
The problem with calling that in we got a 3-way pot here. And they're deciding whether they want to chop the pot or not. Dimitri, I think, would rather play it. He's got pocket 8s. But it's one of those things, if you do call the bet on the flop there with jacks and a king-queen comes out, you've got to know that you might face a bet on the turn and the river.
Right.
And then what are you going to do? You're going to call bet?
Right.
You know,
and especially when we're talking about no
right.
limit. It's
And
not
if
like trying to call one individual bet in limit where you might think the guy might be making a move on you with a draw, so I'm just going to check and call, because it's calling me one bet each street.
But in this case, it could be your whole stack.
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you're just calling to hit your 2-outer, well, it's not going to happen very often.
No. Unless you have maybe the odds to do it where you would make 25 times your money in whatever the size of the bet was.
Exactly.
You know?
Well, what are the odds of hitting your 2-outer? You're hitting your set on the turn?
Right. 24, 25 to 1.
So
if you have odds to do that with your chip stack, then more power to you, right?
If I've got $3,000 and somebody bets $10 into it,
right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Option.
Or if someone bets 50 and I have the opportunity to make 1,000 too, it's the same. You know, it's or
right.
maybe more, a little bit more than that, but
the same point.
1,200. You know.
And no limit. It's always a matter of what can I bet.
Right.
We got here Queen 10 versus 10s.
Us, however you want to put it.
Bob comes out ace with 2 3s. A couple of diamonds.
Okay.
I'll be a nice guy.
Both check.
Steve is being a nice guy.
Check.
Wow.
Steve's protecting
Seat
up.
8's checked again. Wow, it seems like he's tightened up a bit here, Dave, and played more passively since his big
Well,
beat.
they checked before. They checked it down before. So I think
maybe they're just not betting against each other.
I think they're not. They're kind of soft playing each other.
Sometimes people will do that with friends or something like that.
Yeah, it's actually frowned upon here at the Pike. It's actually, I think it's terrible in any poker game because you should play everybody hard.
Yeah.
Even like I said, I check raise my grandma. You got to play people hard.
Well, I know that certain people, like in the games that I play a lot too, there are certain people that just don't play against each other. Well, if it's just them on the flop, then they'll check it all the way down. I don't know exactly what to think about. I don't know if it hurts the integrity of the game. I don't think it really affects anyone else. If it's just them two in the pot.
Right. I'm not an advocate for it. I generally speaking, because it just raises some collusion problems and so forth.
Right.
But hey, if they want to do it, they want to do it. There's nothing to stop them from doing it. That's for sure.
Everywhere. Sorry.
So there's Dimitri flipping his chip around. He's a flipper.
Oh, see.
And we get him a steal.
Come on, you threw away my Jack 3.
Look at this. Look at that. You would have had some action.
Wow.
They don't matter.
Sorry about that, guys.
I did. Your favorite hand.
Oh, is this not yours? I'm grabbing somebody else's money.
Which one is it? I see which one it is, mine. I bet it's your money.
You've been sipping on my drink?
Yeah.
$3. We'll do this again.
Didn't know if you were coming back.
Fuck, after that $700 loss.
Yeah, that's brutal.
You figure you got a queen on the board.
I actually heard somebody just yell live straddle in the background, and I've had people ask me about live straddles, and live straddling, actually adds action to a game, and it's not necessarily a bad thing when all the chip stacks on the table are relatively deep compared to the blind sizes. You know what I mean? It depends. You know, it's questionable in this game if the chip stacks are ever that deep. But definitely in an unlimited buy-in where it's 5, 10 blinds, and you've got 5 people with 10 grand in front of them, live straddle to $10. You know, that's.
No, it's definitely
all the way. All the way, dealer.
And they're gonna.
You're beating me so far.
And they're gonna check it down also.
My favorite hand, Jack 5.
He actually picked up a flush draw on the
Told
turn,
you,
but didn't get
Dimitri.
there.
I don't lie.
Yeah, live straddles. It's interesting. I mean, I know a lot of gamblers like to do it. And it's interesting because sometimes you get 4 or 5 people to limp in for $20. If you have a decent hand in the live straddle, you can sometimes steal a pretty big pot.
Right.
Don't worry.
It's almost a technique of kind of increasing the blinds but not quite increasing the blinds, really.
Yeah.
You know, if you do it almost every hand. You know.
I mean, there's really only 2 places I want to live straddle. One is in a really aggressive poker game, and the other one is at home.
Twice a year.
That's pretty much it.
Come on, you gotta give me something better than a deuce.
My wife's a poker player. That's the best thing.
Straddle.
We're playing poker, and she goes, "I'm live straddle."
Time to call.
Okay, 2 deuces is okay with the live straddle.
C2's got an ace-4 offsuit.
Sharif makes it. Is that a live straddle as well in there? Yeah, it is. Steve has made it live straddle.
And again, I wouldn't recommend live straddling when you don't have $200 in front of you, though. You know. And anyone who tries to do a live straddle and limit, it's not really even allowed. That's a blind raise, Dave. You don't even have an option.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
And we got $50 in the pot here. And looks like Fat Boy's got. I'm sorry, Carmichael in seat 3's got the best hand with a pair of 3s.
Yep. And he still has the. No, he doesn't. Seat 6 has picked up the top pair.
Terry's picked up his jack. And he's probably got to think it's pretty good.
At 35.
$35 bet from Sharif. He's going to try to steal it.
And I think Terry's up front in this hand. Yeah, he is. So he checked it, and I'm probably going to see a call or a raise.
The other guy, huh?
So a check call here, Dave.
Check call. He thinks maybe his jack is good. Let's see what happens here.
That's up.
And the river brings us a queen. See if Sharif fires again.
Nope.
Sharif is he's the fire one time kind of guy.
Yeah.
For Jack.
Well,
and that's also one of those things when you sit down at a table, you've got to realize, okay, who are the players that might bluff at me? Who are the players that might only fire 1 bullet at me? Because the guys that fire only 1 bullet, you could sometimes call once and see if they fire again.
Well, there isn't, I think there's a case to be made for different situations when, sometimes you might want to fire a bullet with the intention of only firing 1 bullet. And then there are other times when you might feel that you're going to be able to bet the guy off the hand if a really scary card comes again. But with that time, he's got a jack, and Cherry check calls. I think he has at least a jack, probably, just knowing the player is. Then a queen comes. I don't. The guy didn't have that much money, unless he was just to blindly push all in. And then I think Terry might have thought something was a little bit fishy. You know what I mean?
Without a doubt.
That particular case, I don't mind the check.
Yeah, I was. No, I know. I wasn't critiquing his fire 1 bullet. I think it's more just when you sit down at the table, realize the players that might only fire 1 bullet, while Steve might fire 4 times.
Right.
And know that.
It's like orange shrimp or something.
So it also affects the odds that you're, maybe if you're calling with the intention of, trying to hit a draw. But you also think there's a slight chance that the guy is bluffing, and you know that he only will fire 1 bullet when he's bluffing. Well, that's going to affect adjust your odds, right? As opposed to if you know that he's capable of pushing all in on the next street on a total bluff.
Well, clearly, I don't think. Terry had a jack there with a 10 kicker. He doesn't love his hand. He'd love to just take it down like this nice small pot. And he knows if you have to call 2 big bluffs, and if Sharif comes out with a $100 bet on the river, Terry's going to really think about it.
Right.
But he kind of looks at Sharif and goes, "Nah, this is the 1 bullet kind of guy."
Did you even shuffle these? It's the exact same cards
And
I had last time.
Steve's wondering if they shuffle here. It is actually a common practice at the Bicycle Casino. We like to shuffle our deck between each hand.
Right.
Yeah, they do that at most casinos.
I'm going to call him this time. King deuce.
It helps to randomize the cards, doesn't
we
it,
actually
Dave?
have automatic. Well, the great thing here, we actually have great flop for
pocket tens
for Carmichael on seat 3.
King deuce, I'm folding.
Now Steve lays king deuce down.
And he lays it down, yeah. There you go. See, that would have been a questionable call, obviously, but he didn't make it. We actually have automatic shufflers here, which are fabulous.
Right.
Not many casinos have them. In our casino, we have these automatics, and I'd say that you probably get 10 or 12 hands more per hour. The dealers all rave about it. They love it. The players rave about it. I have, and the shuffler is right around, if you see Larry in seat 9, right where his chips are in front. That's usually where the automatic shuffler is placed.
And word is, Dave, that we might be getting an automatic shuffler at this table.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of the players are hoping for that. Yeah. It speeds the game up a little bit, and definitely saves the dealers their hands.
Right.
My own little theory is a St. Patrick's Day thing. I think there's a little leprechaun that's in the automatic shuffler, shuffling them up. You know, kind of like Lucky Charms guy.
Okay.
Lucky Charms is personally my favorite cereal. I never have less than 2 boxes in the house.
Play this hand.
Maybe he's waiting to give you a pot of golden chips, too.
I'm
right?
hoping. I'm hoping. The little leprechaun does it. Yeah. Hey, Lucky Charms comes out with new marshmallows every little while. It's really an exciting thing. And Terry limped in there with 8-9 of diamonds. And that's a pretty ugly flop for 8-9 of diamonds. Fat Boy's actually got the best hand here. Let's see if he fires at it.
Fat Boy with a pair of fives.
Fat Boy's really, really passive. I thought he was a little more aggressive, and he's not.
And now Steve, who's got the 8, is going to
take it down.
Yeah.
And I'm not convinced that Steve even needed to hit his 8 to bet it, but let's say who knows.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly.
Back to Lucky Charms. It's funny, when I got married, and a lot of people say this, generally speaking, you compromise and stuff. My wife tried to get me to eat better, give up fast food and so forth. And there were a lot of compromises I was willing to make. And then when she said, hey, let's get rid of the sugar cereal, that's where I drew the line.
Oh, really?
You never give up your sugar cereal. Never.
Well, now we know why the way that you act. There's a purpose behind it.
Hey, cereal's just great, especially for any guy. If it's 10 o'clock at night, you can't find something to eat, you don't want to cook. Cereal, it's great. Talking about food, and Denny's not even in here.
I know. Well, he's coming in, though. I'm sure he would love to be privy to this conversation.
Yeah, what's Fat Boy eating? Fat Boy's eating something in seat 1, and he's going to limp in and call. Got a 3-handed pot here. $15 in the pot.
No, mostly you.
Fat Boy's got Jack 10. He's hit top pair.
Top pair, 3 hearts on the board. And no one really has a high heart.
Go ahead, to the hearts.
Fat Boy checks it.
Now an 8 comes. I would assume that he would. Wow, he's still on.
He's letting somebody take the pot away from him.
Yeah, and there it is, Dave, right there.
I don't understand the play from him.
Usually you haven't seen him play in this manner. This is really, really super passive for him.
Yeah, really. I don't know what it. Maybe he went to a Barry Manilow concert last night. I'm not sure what happened, but he's not the Fat Boy I know.
I don't know if I necessarily buy in. Sometimes people will say, well, people change their styles according to what might have happened to them that day. Maybe he's been getting bad beats all day at a game before he came here, and it just feels like he doesn't have a lot of confidence in his game. But he's playing a lot more passively.
He's letting the pot
be
taken away, because even if a heart hadn't come and somebody bet on the river, then what does he do? Another 8, the pairs board's paired.
Right.
What's he eating there? Let's say that again. And Fat
Boy those Korean short ribs.
Ooh, Korean short ribs. Those are good. I think it's
asparagus
galbi
on the side. Yeah, something like that.
Very good. Yeah. One of our best dishes here.
We have a lot of Asian specialties here.
Oh, some delicious food that I've really opened my eyes to. And Steve's going to raise it up a little bit. Nope, I'm sorry. Those are five chips.
5 blue chips limp.
Got a 5-handed pot. We got $30 in the pot. 6-handed. And Queen with a couple of 5s. And
seat 3's got the
Carmichael.
5s.
Carmichael's picked up 3 5s.
And seat 6 has got a flush draw. It's Terry.
Hey, he's got the nut straight draw. The nut flush draw.
Yeah.
And I'm not a big fan of going for it with a pair on the board, but hey, see what happens. He's going to call it.
I would.
It's one of those dangerous things. Now, in this case, the Jack of Spades is actually in Carmichael's hand, but if it wasn't and the Jack of Spades fell, then it would be see where the danger comes in.
I don't necessarily always will stop Dave with just because the board's paired on a flush draw.
No, you just got to be cautious. I just think in limit, you can't lose as much.
Right.
In no limit.
And here again, we see a guy checking and calling and betting in on the turn.
Yeah, well, now he's picked up a pair, and he's got to think.
He's not betting enough to get Terry off of a flush draw. I mean, he's only betting 25. I mean, now really the purpose of the turn bet is to get somebody off of spades. And that's just building the pot up, really. Because you're making a bet that the guy with spades, and now he's got full house queens.
And that's actually a bad card for 5. Well, that's a bad card for him. He's got to be thinking. He's thinking that Terry's calling him with something.
And now Terry might take a shot at it on his busted flush draw.
Well, Terry's trying to represent queens. And you know what? You might put him on a queen if you had a 5 there. He called him twice, thinking maybe he's got queen jack or queen 7 or whatever he has. Yeah. And now the queen comes to the river. That's actually a terrible card.
I would usually put, well, it depends, unless you think the guy just made a pure bluff on the turn. At these tables, we see so many people stand back
trips. Terry's really thinking about it here. And I think he's going to have to bet more than that to get him off the hand, but we'll see.
95.
$95. Well, it's an interesting bet. That's a kind of like I want to call bet, you know? And see if Carmichael falls for it or not. And this is I mean, honestly, this is a tough call. It's a really tough call. For us, it's easy. We see the spades. But if you play the hand backwards, and he folds
lays it down.
Nice bet. Nice bet by Terry. Real nice play.
When we talk about the fundamental, theory of poker,
he shows the bluff.
Wow.
I don't like to show the bluff, to be honest with you, because Terry's really built up a nice tight image at the table, and that's going to shatter his nice tight image.
Dave, when we talk about the fundamental theory of poker, we're talking about if you knew what somebody else holds, would you make the call or would you fold? Now, if Terry knew the guy had 3 5s there, and he's only making a $25 bet, it doesn't matter. He's still going to call. You need to make a bet size where he is, unjustifiably calling with his spade draw.
Right. Well,
and $25 just wasn't enough there on the turn.
Well, you have to look at the pot odds, and you want to make it incorrect for him to call the bet.
And, there's already a bunch of money in the pot there, Dave. He wasn't even betting, I don't think, 50% of the pot,
Well, it might have been an interesting play there from...
Raise up to 15.
It's really an interesting play. I can't fault Carmichael for laying down the 5s there.
That's right. Everybody calls. Everybody calls to the best hand. Dimitri, how come you're not in this hand? I want my money back.
We got pocket queens by Steve here.
And is he from anywhere around back here, Dave? Where's the button? Wow, and he just limped in. I think that's almost about the worst thing you can do, Dave, with a big pair from up back if it's limped in front of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
From behind. I mean, he got lucky that no one's got a king here. But seat 7's flopped a set, though, Dave.
Yeah.
Yep. So he's going to get caught. He's going to get caught.
He's got to realize, I mean, the king is kind of giving him, I always think of, the poker gods are kind of putting the king out there to scare him. Listen, your queens are no good.
And Fromer asks him, did you flop a set? Fromer asked Steve, did you flop a set? And Steve says, I got the best hand. And Fromer's just going to flat call.
I like the call. Let Steve bluff at it now.
And I think he just checked blind on it. And then he goes all in blind, and Fromer says call. Quickly call. So we didn't even get to see the turn card, Dave. And all the action came
And that's a heck of a play.
Wow. Steve is going to lose.
And we see it again where he just, he overplayed his hand.
Well, and Dave, the other thing, too, is that Fromer checked blind. And Steve went all in, and Fromer quickly called, but Steve doesn't even have a king.
No.
What if Fromer's got ace king? It's...
Well,
it wasn't raised pre-flop, but...
Let's be honest. Let's look at this. Steve bets, Fromer bets $20, right? You replay it when you start thinking about it. Okay, Steve makes it 80 to go.
Right.
Now, Fromer called the 80. Now, think of the hands. There's king, 6, 7 flop, right?
Right.
Now, you got to think of the possibilities. What is this guy calling $80 with?
Right.
Is he calling it with...
If he's a good player, he's probably not calling with the draw. It depends, because usually that's going to be too much.
What is he calling with?
Right.
He's calling you the king at least.
Right.
At least the king. Your queens are dead. You got to know that.
Yeah. Because he made the type of raise that normally you're going to be able to get off of a draw, unless Fromer thought that he could have gotten all his chips if he hit his draw. And then at the same time, he didn't even wait, Steve didn't even wait for the turn card to go all in.
And it's a great play. It's a great play by Fromer. He knows that Steve can't wait to bluff at it, and he let him.
Yep.
He let him bluff at it.
Time, please.
I would have filmed that if you killed your action.
20.
Raise it to 20.
And we're getting some email threads. We're getting some threads from the 2+2 talking how hands should not be checked down in a no-limit game. And I personally, I know you and I differ on this, I personally really agree. I think it should be, if it could be banned. I just think it's bad to know that there are certain players that won't play against each other.
I think it affects the game. I've never thought that it was that big of an effect where I have to worry about it that much. You know what I mean?
And look, Steve's ready to gamble. He's just pissed off and he's ready to go.
Pocket sevens, and Larry's got ace king suited. And I would, if I'm Larry here, actually this is a quick call for me, Dave, because Steve, the way he's on tilt, I've got ace king suited. I can only be worried about aces and kings, Dave.
Well, if you're an under, the thing is though, the problem is he's putting his money in the pot. I got to be honest with you. I disagree with you on this again because Steve is going to give his money away. Larry's a good player, and ace king is not a big favorite, only over a smaller ace.
But the reason why I call here, Dave, is that I think that Steve is also very likely to be doing this with ace jack or ace queen. Or any other two cards that ace king has dominated and that is a big favorite. I understand you don't want to take small edges against a player where, well, he lays it down.
I like to lay down.
I understand you don't want to take small edges against a player where you can get all his chips later on. But just in that particular case, I think I would have called there.
We're going to have to disagree on that one.
Okay.
3 nines.
An ace 9.
That's the last ace.
Wow, and ace 9 takes care of him anyway.
Well, ace 9 was short stacked.
I got to be honest with you, because unless you know the guy, the only hands you have dominated are a smaller ace.
Right.
Any other hand, you're a small favorite. Even if the guy has jack 10.
And Larry would have won the hand.
No, actually, ace 9 would have won the hand.
Right, but ace 9 was so short stacked. Larry would have had all his chips.
But unless you, jack 10 versus ace king. Ace king is only like 60-40 favorite.
No, I understand that. I know what you mean.
And I just
That was a case ace on the turn.
I understand.
I just think
gambling
I would feel in that situation, and again, I'm not exactly sure how many chips Larry had, but if he was anywhere near the rebuy level, like if he only has 150 or 125, when you need to get below 100 to get your stack back up, I definitely would have called there, and that's what he looks like he has there. I can't quite tell, but
no, I think he's got 225.
Oh, well, that might change things then a little bit. I thought that he only had like 125.
But
or
I do
150.
agree with you. If you're at 125, then it's an easy call, especially because he's in for 20 already.
Yeah.
Over 200, then you got to start thinking about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I play the big no-limit game, the 500 game, and I often throw away ace king.
Before
definitely. The flop.
Well, it's just in that particular case with that particular player. I know you can't fall in love with ace king because, like you said, you only really have hands dominated that has another ace or king in it. And that was a coin flip hand. But I thought Larry had less chips, and apparently he has more than that.
I'll put it this way: I wouldn't have faulted Larry if he called.
Right.
It's kind of like you say, it's a coin flip hand and it's a coin flip decision.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fault anybody for making the call, and I'm not going to fault anybody for making the fold.
Right.
I call.
But I definitely agree with your analysis that you don't want to take small edges against a player where you can have bigger edges later on.
Yeah.
Although this isn't a tournament, though, Dave, so you can always go back in your pocket.
Without a doubt. And look at this. They get it all in before, and the jack 9 flop the top. Oh, but the queen comes in the river. Stevie gets it. And Fat Boy, and uncharacteristically plays pass up the entire night, and then just gives away his last $70.
Of course,
hey, we're brutally honest here, right?
Yep.
He had his Galbi. He finished. I think it coincided with him finishing his Korean short ribs.
His short ribs. He loosened up right when he finished it. Because he's talking about people tightening up when they eat. Of course, in a tournament, that type of thing is different, Dave, with Ace King, because if you have a comfortable amount of chips, you don't want to necessarily take small edges when you can have a bigger edge later on, because if you go broke, you won't have a chance to take those bigger edges later on.
Right.
But in a cash game, that that's out the window because you can always go back in your pocket.
But there is some argument to be made in a game like this where it's a restricted buy-in.
Right.
But accumulating a large
That's what I
number of
mean.
chips,
You might want to take that gamble.
because if you accumulate enough chips, it really gives you power.
Right.
And if Larry lost that hand, he can always reach in and get out $200.
Right.
It's not the end of the world. Somebody here just mentioned here, is there some sort of rule in California where those that blind straddle do not get the last option pre-flop? Actually, the rule is in the no-limit games, the live straddle does get the last option. But in our limit games, there is no actual live straddle.
It's just a blind raise,
right.
really.
And it's not actually, it's not even, there's nothing there. It's not a straddle. It's
just a raise without the guy looking at his
right.
cards.
Yeah. It's not considered a straddle in the limit games. But in the no-limit games, yes, it is. It is live.
No one's got an 8 here.
But Stevie's got top pair.
Yep. Seat 8. Steve's got top.
Stevie
pair.
Clark.
And Queen 10 calls. Got a gut shot straight draw.
And a backdoor. Yeah.
Make it 40.
And he blindly bets again, Dave. He didn't even get a chance to look at the turn card.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed that, but he didn't.
Well, he's trying to represent an 8, I think. And Sharif is going to call with the open-ended here, $40.
And there's a 2-diamond board, too.
Another 8 comes out, and he's going to like the jack. Jacks are good. And Sharif can't call this. He's only got queen high.
I mean, especially when you're up front, Dave, a blind bet. I never understand blind bets, especially in a no-limit game. Especially in a no-limit game, Dave, because it's like, you got to look at the turn card before you bet. I mean, come on. Your queen jack is vulnerable to a king.
Yeah, that's not Steve. That's not Steve's style, though.
Yeah.
Steve's gonna he's gonna build up his chips quick, and he's gonna burn out quick, and that's his style, and he likes to mix it up. Yeah. I agree with you. I don't like the blind check. I don't like the blind bet.
Sometimes blind checking, will tend to mix it up a bit from up front. I mean, you know what I mean. It's debatable.
I personally am not a big fan of that, but hey, some people it seems to work for them. Hey, I'm not gonna doubt it. And there's Freddie in seat 5. Freddie Zargar.
Getting back to live straddling and limit play, there is absolutely, and I'd love to challenge someone to tell me when it would ever be proper to raise under the gun blind. Like a live straddle. Absolutely no reason in the limit game.
The only thing sometimes people like to do it is if the game is really tight, you get a lot of tight players in the game, sometimes it's just to loosen up the game.
Just a blind under the gun raise?
Just a mere fact of I've actually talked to a player here named Joe Wynn.
Yeah.
Who won the 2000 World Series of Poker for Stud High Low.
Stud High Low, $1,500.
And he will sometimes literally throw $100 away in a game just to loosen the game up. Because
I just think that there are opportunities to loosen the game up that are better than
what he'll do is he'll do that, and he'll loosen the game up, and he'll get people to change their style of play, and then he'll get his 100 back with interest.
Right, with interest. Larry's got, looks like, he's got King Jack, seat 9. I don't think we have that up there.
He's got top pair then.
Yeah.
Top pair, and he's going to take it down. Take it down, Gilbert. And Gilbert's, Larry's nickname is actually Tortuga. Tortuga, which is turtle in Spanish.
Is that because he looks like a turtle?
I don't know. I honestly have no idea. I think he
drinks all night, right?
Could. I don't know the reason. I don't think he looks like a turtle.
No, I don't either. I just...
took 700 of mine. 2 more hours. You'll make out easy.
And Fromer's won his big pot, and he's going to go home now.
Once we get a dealer push here, we're going to go to kind of some table talk for the next half an hour, Dave.
Well,
which I think should be coming in the next few minutes.
And for those of you who have taken the time to write into liveatthebike.com, I think Bart and Danny are going to answer your questions at 9:30 when they come back.
Make it 30.
Possibly.
I could be lying. I'm a poker player. I'm allowed to. We got it 3-handed here. Got ace, jack, jack, queen, and a couple of 8s. And the queens hit top pair there.
But just Stevie again, right, on the button.
Yes, Steve on the button. He's got top
someone's
pair.
going to bet right into him. The pocket 8s.
And you look at his hand. His hand is clearly the worst hand. I mean, he's got dominated hand, and sure enough, he gets it.
He quickly goes all in. Quickly goes all in.
And this is where style gets affected now. Now do you go, shoot, is my hand good or not? How do you know? Because he's done this before. I don't like his style, but it certainly is tough to play against a player like that.
Well, I don't know if he understands that necessarily flopping top pair with a middle kicker is not the best hand. I mean, I would think that he would have learned his lesson against Dimitri from an hour ago, but
he's not. He's the type of player.
I don't know if I would have put all my chips in that position with Queen Jack.
Don't worry.
He's here to gamble. He's here to have a good time. He's here to gamble, and you know what? He's the kind of player it's scary to play against him because he can build that chip stack really, fly it up and fly it down real quick. And we're gonna have a dealer change here.
We got a dealer change, and the new person in the box, I think, is Singh.
Once again, is anybody
Robbie.
hungry?
Okay. So, Dave, we're going to take a little bit of a break.
Yeah, I think that's
20
it for
or
me
30
tonight.
minutes. And, Dave, this is going to be it. And
Thank you very much, everybody.
Denny and I are going to be back here in about, maybe, like I said, 20 to 30 minutes. And we're going to turn the table volume up and just kind of have some table talk for the next, like I said, half an hour. And,
Sounds great.
I don't know if I will see you a little bit tomorrow for the 500 game, but hopefully I'll see you a little bit.
Probably, yeah. That'd be great. And if not, you can see me at the table. And I've offered to everybody. I said, hey, if you come down to the Vice Casino and you find me, hit me up for a drink. I'll buy you one. Okay?
Okay.
If I go broke, you pay my valet charge, huh?
I give credit.
9 deuce, my favorite hand. My second favorite hand.
Enrique, I ain't a player.
Check.
9 deuce doesn't look very good to that, so go ahead. There's a 9. Better bet, or I'm...
At 15.
Okay. I told you 9. I'm going 30. 9 deuce. Put a deuce on the river, dealer. Deuce. Ah, another jack. Go ahead.
Tear down this.
I got a 9. I'm not lying.
Come on.
Chop it up. 9 deuce. I told you. I don't lie. I don't lie.
Thank you. Oh, this one? Oh, okay, sorry. Give me,
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
2 back.
Don't mind me. I'm drunk.
Because I did not bring 5. Give me 1 back.
Omaha, I know.
I don't know. I haven't been that long time. So. Because they said the 20 hold them, they change, so that's why I get confused. You want to post coming in?
Post now or?
Yeah, I'll just post it. Which room are you staying at the hotel here?
I don't know.
The one across the street.
He knows.
I'm not that drunk. How's that?
10.
Kind of funny, though.
Make it 15.
Raise to 15.
Jack 8 offsuit.
That's what I need.
Papa calls, I call.
3 player.
I told you, Jack 8 offsuit. Jack 8. 8 top pair. Is my kicker good enough? 25 I call. Jack 8 offsuit. I think you got 6-7, so I call.
That makes sense.
It does. 5 on the turn, 5 on the river.
Jack comes, you're in trouble. 3, 4, 5. What do you do now?
I check raise, you check.
I'll check, since he said raise.
Check.
Check.
I check.
Shut down, please.
I got an 8.
This guy's got it.
Ace kick.
See, the jack beats, the ace beats the jack. I don't lie. Jack 8 off you.
I know.
Thank you for honesty.
And over.
Yeah, I would.
I know.
Leaving us?
Yeah, I gotta go. My friend is with.
So mine, and then 3
One small blind.
And then button.
Hey, so I owe one more person, right? I just owe you, right? That's it.
Big blind.
I bet on the Laker Miami game. Huh? If you leave on me, give me like a 10-minute warning so I can go to the ATM. Oh my second favorite hand.
Raise, make it 25.
Make it 50.
Raise to 50.
Deuce 5 offsuit.
Just make it.
Deuce 5 offsuit.
I've never seen aces.
Give me some help. I'll call you if you go all in.
10.
I call him.
It's all in?
He's all in and I call him.
I'm leaving, Dimitri.
I got a pair of deuces. He wins, dealer.
Take your money back. I'm gonna check.
Huh?
I just said take your money back here so you can match it up.
What do you got there?
318.
There's 18.
That's his. Thank you.
Give me it, please.
Okay. Big blind.
Light strap.
I just been laying down some big hands right now. So I just had
Light straddle.
Deuce 5 offsuit.
Light straddle.
You give him that? What's he listening to?
David.
Light straddle?
Yes.
Yes.
Make it 20.
Make 20.
I call. Deal. I call.
Big straddle.
Two pair.
You're lucky out.
Okay.
Told you I'm drunk. You know you're drunk, so you can stop. If I lose $5 grand, so what?
What's money? Manja. Food, drinks, everyone.
Small blind, big
I
blind.
lose $5 grand, I make it back tomorrow.
Not a smaller dude.
You're big blind.
It's only what, 100
No, that was
grand?
close.
You're small blind.
I saw that and I said, Mom,
At least you already paid entry. Into 25,
I know,
right?
I know.
For what?
Into 2,500? Already paid entry. No, it says paid entry. They have a list of paid entries already for the big tournament. I don't know.
I'm not
He
on
said he liked the way
Yes, you are.
and Bart said he said that was a terrible way.
Do you fill out those waiver forms already?
Yes.
Are they in there?
What's that?
Are they in
You know what I'm talking about, the board?
I don't know the board you're talking about, but I haven't
The
paid,
board right by the
I haven't paid for the $2,500 seat yet.
maybe. Did you win any of the tournament yet?
Nope. Please.
I don't know.
Erase. 20 more.
Supposed to tap my leg when you do that, buddy.
Sorry.
Cost me $2.
I've been playing in Super. Oh, you know what it is? I've been playing in Super Satellites. There's another guy by the name of Ernest in the Super Satellites. Different last name.
Yeah, okay.
So we both, first time doing this.
20.
I'm from a dysfunctional family.
25 total. I think.
25 total.
Yeah.
Actually, not then.
For that $5, you can buy a cheeseburger. Good fold.
Because he's
Well, it's Steve, the local fold.
You don't know it.
Yeah, I know.
You played with him before?
No, I don't need to.
35.
He wasn't on the phone. Even more? 75.
75.
Am I allowed to answer my phone?
It's Arlene.
Call.
It's called.
Bingo.
Bingo.
7-8, of course.
Straights.
You got refund.
What's that?
You got refund.
Yeah.
I don't understand what that means.
Back.
Okay.
So I can only play this, right? This doesn't play.
Unless
Two
you
big
go
blinds.
less than 100, then you can bring it up to 3.
Oh, so like after the hand, I can bring it up to 3?
When you go under 100.
Do you remember that? Under 100? What if I only buy in for 100?
Not do that.
I have to buy in for 200?
Minimum range.
Big blinds and big blinds. Two big blinds, please. So your big
I
blinds.
can't just buy in for 100 and then lose the first hand and buy add on.
You can lose to me 100 right away. And like,
No, he had a life shot.
later on.
Oh, that sounds fair.
He life shot. You and him. And like, he raised it.
I think we should add
It was a
Badoogie.
live strap, yeah.
Let's add Badoogie to
Oh,
this.
you never seen him raise without anything?
Oh,
Talking about call me.
They almost spread the big limit game, I guess. The 3-6 mix. When I walked in, Yosh was asking me if I'd play. I said sure. It's okay.
You guys chop chop?
Oh, I don't chop in the limit, sorry. Yeah? Okay.
Peter. 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 Peter.
You win.
Peter.
That's it?
What are you, deaf? I say, what are you, deaf? And he goes,
How did I hear you? I had you say Peter.
I put another one, 5.
3. Yeah.
3.
I want to go, man. I get to eat something.
8.
That was the big blind before I
Yeah,
left.
they didn't give
Yeah,
me
you missed the small one.
So I have to put in 8.
Yeah. You missed one. This
What are you doing? Dealer, he's grabbing my money. Can you tell me something?
Also sometimes put the Chinese poker in
Watch it,
there.
man. What are you doing?
this
What are you
game?
doing? So you grab my money.
Oh, yeah, over there. I've seen him play Chinese.
Why don't you grab my money?
300,
It's like an advanced version of Pai Gow is all that is.
$100 point.
Well, usually I see him play at 50 a point. That's what I usually see him play at. One guy over there had a really tough hand set. He had a lot of ways to play.
Sometimes the version
30.
Chinese poker, but in the middle hand is just to 5. I mean, just to 7.
In the middle, oh, interesting.
You know, in the middle has to be like
Low ball.
low ball. In the middle.
Did you come
What?
to the other 2 tables?
No. Because we're playing Ricky Booby again, third of the 20, and then I came here another one, we won 500. Then go play the Super in 40 minutes anyway. Mr. Tim keeps telling me every day, he's like, yeah, we had this player, we could have spread 61-20 VOC.
No, he overdid.
Oh yeah?
I had small blind over, but
Oh yeah? So it's alright.
they never get the game.
It's 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Dude, honestly, I play the way I am. I'm a winning player. And they keep getting better every goddamn
But
day.
you keep talking about it because they play your card. I don't
30.
understand.
You saw me.
Hard. Reverse the ace.
They have to see it.
That's what I'm saying. I don't see I don't want to hear about it.
Onion.
Ah, I see.
I don't even want to get into a discussion.
Oh, no, no, I know what
You
you're
know what I'm saying?
saying. I don't care, though. Like I said, I don't care, man.
You don't emotionally care, but you keep talking.
I had nut low.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can I get some rice? You're hooking me off, dude.
Here, hand him right there.
I play here quite often.
Orly.
Oh, thanks. Orly.
Big blind.
I just like giving Peter a hand. Peter, it's good, man. Yeah. I don't need 5. I need... Thank you.
Ace 10.
Look, guys.
4.
I'll be here.
Check.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, but I don't know
Check. Bet 20.
Anybody on the move to the seat?
I think I'll take it. I'll take it.
He move over. He can move over.
I'm taking
Bet
it.
40.
Okay, I'm whatever. Time.
Time, please.
Oh, 40. It's such a callable bet on purpose, I think. Good.
Stay down, please.
Nice check. Wow. No aces were coming.
Thank you.
That's the move.
Next line.
His hand was so weak he didn't even want to check it.
I wanted to throw
25
You
more.
wanted to throw him in as soon as you saw him.
I almost raised just because of the movement.
25.
How much would I have over there?
Excellent.
There, I'm going to go all in the dark. There we go.
Solid.
Call.
Nice. I didn't want
Call.
that. What do you got? Nice. Well, I got overcards. Nice hand. How much is it?
I think it's covered. Let me match it for you.
Covers? Hold on.
It's covered.
What are you talking about? It covers. He won.
Who wins the hand?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I thought it's pocket king. Sorry.
That's what it's supposed to be when I make that move.
Sorry.
So I can
Thank
bring
you.
it up to 300? Is that 1, 2?
Yes.
So I had 275 left. And
Small blind, big blind.
Limped on the pocket man.
You know why, right?
That looked like aces.
No, you know why. You're not going to chop it anyways, you said. You know what I meant, so I might as well play my good hand.
Check.
Check.
At 15.
30.
Raise to 30. Heads up.
30.
Bet 30. Sit down, please. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Take a big blind.
Don't you get it? Free. Every hour they come in and can give you money.
Okay, check. I'll check. Shut down, please. I'll check. Ace high. Low blind, big blind.
You lost, huh? UCLA lost, huh? Lakers lost, UCLA lost.
Thank you. Raise 10. Replay. Check. Bet 30. Thank you. Raise 25. Heads up. Check. I'll check. Bet 25. Check. Call 150. Two pair.
How much?
Okay, one. Okay, you can match this one. Match this first. Okay, that's 1 and 50 more.
One more, right?
Yeah.
I never had a chance to fold.
I should have raised, right? Other mouth is left.
Thank you.
I'm blind.
Small blind.
I'm big blind?
No, you big blind. It's coming in.
The camera is from here, right? question again or no?
You can recheck.
Likely.
Bingo.
Check.
I do what he does.
Check. Bet 20. Oh. Accept.
I don't think love's gonna come.
Bet 30. Bet 50. It's all in. It's call. Shut down, he call. Full house.
50 cents refund.
50 cents doesn't play, does it?
I'll be back.
Okay.
Etium. Etium fix everything.
Thank you.
You ever see those commercials? I love those commercials. These two Americans are lost like in some African country. And this little boy is, Etium fix everything. And they're like, who the hell's ATM? ATM?
Yeah, ATM. Yeah, that's right there.
Etium fix everything.
You paid everybody by you, right? You'll be back. Gee. Okay, I'll let you guys see free fall.
Check. Check.
Dead hand.
Come on, Dimitri. Made you pay.
Thank you.
I got Jeff Cole.
No, you would have called, man.
I mean just like you. You make your first draw, I make my first draw too. I'm playing board high. You're not green.
I play.
Peter, get me cocktails,
you
please.
okay?
You and me every time.
Okay.
Bet 5.
50.
How much?
50.
50 more.
Can I get a
15.
Oh, like 15. Yeah.
Johnny Black on the rocks and a Corona? On seat 4.
Boy, is that a bet that doesn't want to call?
You got it.
I'll take that.
It's the best hand right now.
That's cool.
I know it is. Agreed.
15?
Get over there,
One
Barrett.
card only.
Thank you.
Who knows? I have no idea what he had. Maybe he had a queen. No idea. Probably doesn't want to let what happened last time happen again.
I've played with you.
Probably said the hell with that. With me? Recently. Recently.
Last week or so.
Probably in a tournament then.
In case you two haven't noticed, because you're the two new guys, I'm drunk.
Okay. haven't looked yet.
So you would have called for $5.
I was gonna throw in $2. Could have been yours.
I told you.
Could have had him.
So I'll be a little wild.
Every flop, 25, yeah.
840.
I bet you $5 on the next flop. There's no queen, 10, or 5. None of those three cards.
How much can you hurt me?
No, it's about 50-50. It really is. I'll take it the other way.
$2.45 more.
I'll bet $5 if there is a queen, a 10, or a 5 on the next flop.
Gambler.
I don't care.
I'll bet that there is one.
You want to bet that there is? All right. $5?
I got that.
All right.
You got the best of it so far?
You got it
10 or
too?
5. I got ace queen, Dimitri.
I got the ace jack.
All right, so I got two $5 bets. One with you and one with you.
Ace,
Queen, 10, or 5?
queen, 10 or 5.
Queen, 10, or 5.
Cannot.
I still owe you.
What that's there for?
Yeah, but
I
that's
still
a
owe
rabbit
you
with two
$100,
cards.
right?
Yeah, but what two cards?
C2. I still owe you $100, right?
Oh, you know what? No, we've done this before.
Now you know the state of mind I'm in, so you have to remind me if I get up from the table.
Then
All right?
He does it. I don't think we can ask for it.
It's fine.
No, but it's
No, that's your chip.
real
That'd be
world,
our
but
bet.
this is two cards. It's only a
You can
flop.
put a user.
It's not for us. It's
I'll
when
play
they want
my
to ask
$3.
for it.
Queen, 10,
Like
or
in the big
5?
hand or something.
C2.
$5.
Remind me.
I wonder why they have the glass over there.
Okay?
What's that?
You know the state of mind.
The rabbit can?
It's rabbit.
You know the state of mind I'm in.
I don't think we can ask for it. It's when they want it.
I guess if they put a glass over it, it's so easy.
Yeah, but it's a reverb, but this is two cards.
Queen, 10 or 5, right?
Queen, 10, or a 5?
I'm not that drunk, if
15.
I can remember that.
On the broadcast, they don't show your cards.
Yes, they do.
Do they?
That's why. That's
I
why.
thought, no, they look at them and they put them in some little
No,
computerized thing.
it's you ever watch the World Series of Poker on TV?
Queen, 10, or 5?
Where they show moneymakers,
There's your 5. There's your 5.
where they show that
Check.
moneymakers got ace queen or whatever. Oh, I'm time.
Yeah,
Time.
They show just
they
like
don't literally show your cards. They show what you have.
no, they show your cards.
I thought I watched it.
I'll check.
Hey, check. At 30.
Who bet 30?
Seat 1.
It's a new guy. I'll call him. It's a new guy. I'll call him.
He called.
I don't know how he plays, so I'll call him.
Erase.
Then I take it back.
You can. Okay, let me get 30.
Or you can rephrase it. I call them on the cell phone or something. And you take the 30.
70 more.
Yeah, I'll call you.
70. It's all in.
If he doesn't call, I call him. But he called, so I will. I'll muck my gut shot.
He's called.
Seat 4's got it. At least once or twice tonight, he's got
I
it.
got it.
Sit down, please. Sure.
Will.
Get the 3, 4.
Welcome back. Nicely played. You're a college student, I guess. No? Nope. You look pretty young.
26.
Just a poker player, huh?
How old do I look?
You look older than him.
I'm also 26.
You guys are kids. I'm 45.
You're
that young?
Thank you.
Will be.
You look old.
In about 18 years.
Oh, okay. I thought you were much older.
Hey,
I got a gray hair already. What are you talking about? Every time I miss a low, I get a
that's
new gray
because
hair.
you sit here and call $700
Play like you're 75.
with pocket
2
queen.
hands an hour.
You call $700 with pocket queen. That's why you got gray hair.
I raise. I put it in. I would just flop top set. I cannot do that.
Hey, but you know what? I got a queen. There's a queen on the board. What makes me think that you got 2 queens?
I don't know.
Make it 20.
Raise to 20.
No, we're not arguing. I have love.
And we are back.
All right, let's go.
My name is Bart Hansen, and I'm here along with Yana. Yana joined me last night for the first time. How are you doing? We're going to wrap the show up for the next half an hour. How are you doing tonight?
I'm going to go all in right here.
You know, right.
And he's going to give it to me with
like
2
action.
4-off suits.
Right before you came in, it looked like we saw a set of 4s against a bicycle, a wheel. And the guy with the wheel got all his money in.
Oh, that's nice. Did the guy fill with 4s or?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Wow, I know some of these players are action players. Actually, 4 of them.
I don't know what he's going to do.
3 of us, huh? Short stack.
And
right
Yana,
there.
you know, we're going to let this hand play through here. Looks like we're jumping in the middle here.
Ooh,
Set of 6s.
Yeah. Seat 4.
I don't call.
Who's the button?
Make it 2.
King 9 just made a move with that pot?
He's all in.
Well,
Ace
I'll tell you the
10
story.
is-
I'll tell you the story of Seed 8 once we get the hands
Wow.
going here.
I'm sorry I'm new here, but
And I
Ace
can't
10
win.
seems trapped here.
And Dimitri's got a set, and he's gonna.
Wow.
And he's gonna get it, man. Actually, you know, Dimitri was waiting. Basically, we have Seed 8, who's a very erratic player, betting on almost any 2 cards, making a lot of calls. He's had a lot to drink tonight. And Dimitri waited and flopped a set of queens like about an hour and a half ago and took a huge pot. The guy went all in with Queen 10. Dimitri had a set of queens. Took about $1,500. But
Oh, wow.
Yana, we're going to do something that we haven't done here before. We're going to start to read some of the emails that people have sent us right around this time after we come back from break.
Peter, can you call immigration?
INS.
2 of the questions, one from Dave Jones and one from another person. I believe his email was DGA11, I think, or actually Jayhawk. It's talking about why we don't necessarily call all the action, like have a play-by-play guy versus a commentary guy.
4 players, right?
My quick response to this, Yana, is that
20.
you know, we are starting out on this, and we did that at first, and it seemed to be a little bit monotonous. The types of questions that go along with that is, well, it's very difficult to follow bet size. Well, we understand that. We're trying to do everything in our power to make it easier, but it's very difficult for us to to see pot size
Absolutely.
as well. And we do the best that we can. The glare on some of the chips makes it very difficult to see. Some of the improvements that we're going to be making, hopefully in the near future, are odds readers. We might have optical card readers where the cards are going to come up automatically so that we don't have to concentrate as much on figuring out what the cards are that people are raising before your software is coming up. So that's going to happen. That's going to allow us to do the bet sizes,
Well, that
bet
would be
size a little
helpful.
bit better. But
I definitely think that
we're trying to call the play as we go, a little bit more. We understand that people
Yeah,
get
we'll
lost.
try to stay more on the hands is the one criticism I've gotten that seems to be on point. To
Sometimes,
talk about the current hand.
yeah, sometimes the play from the previous hand spills over to the
Right.
next hand. We're
That's
aware
true.
of that, and we're going to try to take steps to improve that.
To the credit of the commentary, I mean, the players kind of have the same pattern of betting, so it's very, using past historical evidence of their play helps us commentate on the hand they're in right now.
Right. So we're going to try to limit our commentating to in between hands and not spill over until the next hand.
We'll try our
We will
best.
definitely try to do that. So looks like, and we're going to try to call the play here. Looks
Right.
like there was a couple of either
Limpers?
a blind straddle or a raise to 10 and then a re-raise to 60. Seat 7.
I can see what you're saying about seat
Yeah.
8, about pushing all in with queen
Actually, I think-
7.
I don't know.
That's seat 8, right? Queen
Yeah.
7 on?
Yeah, Queen 7 is pushed all in, and Seat 7 re-raised to 60. Maybe trying to perhaps, have
Seat
some
7 is
weakness.
definitely an action player. I've seen him play before, but maybe it's a great read by seat 8.
I don't know. I think he's had like a couple rounds to drink, but he's moving all in. And it's it probably would be a quick mock for Seat 7 a lot of times, but
If the guy's short stack, it looks, that's only, how much is he raising?
Dimitri, you folded, so I
who is
know
that
you
in
got
Seat 7?
less
It's
than
Ernie.
Oh, it's Ernie. So I've seen him make that play a few times, maybe sensing some weakness from Limpers, but
Pocket pair. Let's
he doesn't
listen
know.
to the commentary. I think this is interesting. Oh.
See, Ernie isn't aware of the fact that Seed 8's been playing kind of reckless the entire night.
Oh, really? Is Ernie new to the game? I don't know.
Yeah, I think he is. He's
Because he
come in
seems kind
recently.
of short compared to the rest of the stack, so I don't know if he just bought in.
I've seen Ernie make that play a lot. You know, he'll sense some
Yeah.
weakness and try to pick up all the limpers from the
Yeah,
small
he does.
blind.
He definitely uses position to his credit often.
But the guy goes all in, but all he had was Queen 7 offsuit. So
It's tough. Now they're lying to each other about what they had. That's my personal favorite.
So we're going to go to another question from Bill N8945. Hello, not so much a question about an observation. All the table talk is this normal or a good idea? Do you think the players are looking for tells or just betting their hands? And that's thank you, Bill Nye from East Aurora, New York, near Buffalo. And then he says, are you from the Syracuse area? Well, Dave is, and I actually went to college in Syracuse. So there's upstate New York represented. And I think it's always a question of mixing up. To answer that question, you know, people are talking to banter. Other people are trying to pick up tells. I don't think we have any types of, like, Daniel Negreanos at the table or anything that deep.
Well,
But
I mean, I think that most of the good players are very good at reading people, and the more the guy talks, the more they kind of get their sense of comfort, I think.
Right.
And Ernie always likes to get the guy talking no matter what. I don't know how much to his credit it is, but I know he thinks it's very much to his credit. So
I'm going to read some more emails once this hand is over, too.
we don't know what they have yet.
2 calls.
Seat 7's got an ace queen.
Limp. This is very interesting.
5 players.
Doesn't seem like there was a brace pre-flop, does it?
Nope. Seat 8's got an ace 7 offsuit. So he's got second pair with an overcard. No one's got a jack.
Yeah, the flop didn't really hit anybody.
C2's going to call it a gut shot, 6-9.
Heads up.
$20 into about a $20 bet. And he's going to bet blind again, Jan, and we've seen this happen a lot. Now he's picked up 2 pairs.
Oh, wow. He hasn't looked? No.
He's been betting blind. He doesn't even know what the cards are.
I actually liked the all-in there.
And seat 2 raises, and seat 8 quickly goes all the way all over the top. Again, it's kind of, he's had a lot to drink tonight, playing a little bit reckless.
I don't think that's a horrible play.
Well, no, it's not in this case, but we have seen him make some questionable plays though before he came
absolutely.
in. And see, you know, I wouldn't necessarily.
And he shows.
Well, you know, if I have a hand, I'm going to want to try to. If I have a hand, I might want to try to raise with the intention of getting myself all in from seat 8, but not with a gut shot straight draw. A semi bluff. Come on, I mean 6-9. You're not going to get the guy to lay down the hand. But anyways, another question comes from Daniel Burke. Hey y'all. If I'm not mistaken, this is he says 40 big blind structure, 200 max buy-in with 3-5 blinds.
What is the 40?
40 times the big blind. Does the bike offer a better structured game that relies less on winning your first hand? I guess he's a little bit. He doesn't like the fact that the blinds are so high when the structure is really, only allows you to buy 200. Our response to that is we have 3 games. We have $100 buy-in, restricted buy-in, where you buy 100, and that blinds are 2, 3.
2 and 3, yeah.
2 and 3. We have this game, which is 3 and 5, and then we have our unlimited buy-in game, which is
500 minimum.
5 and 10, which are the blinds are usually relatively small compared to what people buy in for. So
Absolutely.
maybe 5-10 would be more his forte.
Yeah.
But in terms of restricted games, that's all we have, just the 200 and the 100.
He only raises ace king or better.
And Dimitri's going to raise with ace 10.
Come on, show us the other card.
Another ace. Show
He's going to take the pot down.
Ace.
They like to banter. I find that in no-limit games, especially with these guys, the longer they play together, the more they chat. Which is great, because I think it induces action on some level.
This is
from the weaker players having a good time.
This is an interesting question. I read this before, and it applies a lot of times. Well, this is from Eric, looks like Beaudry. Hello, guys. I play online poker. I hate being in the small blind when no one entered the pot. Playing alone with the big blind. Don't tell anybody, but sometimes I fold ace off in the small blind. I don't like to call him the big blind. Now he can raise you with any... I think he says, I don't like to call him the small blind. Now he can raise you with anything, figuring you try to take a flop with, say, 9-6 suit. He's expecting you to raise. I feel I'm missing some opportunity in this situation. If you're in the small blinds 100, 200, with ace 3 off, and everyone's folded to you, if you have 2,600 in chips, kind of hard to raise to 600, jeopardize a lot of chips just to win the blinds.
Is he talking about tournament or cash game?
Well, it seems like he's talking about tournament, but I think it can apply for both. Of course, online sites usually don't offer the chop type thing that we offer. Now, let's let this hand play out, and then we'll talk about it here.
Absolutely.
Ace queen against king 6 and 5-6.
Once again, the flop didn't really hit anybody.
Well,
I'm so confused by seat 8.
here we go. C2's got top pair.
Let's see what's how much.
I would be confused if I first came in here and was trying to figure out what he was doing too.
I'm
But he's
sorry,
just playing.
I'm new here. I'm
you know,
trying to figure out what's going
Dave
on.
and I thought he would kind of had a Gus Hansen-esque style at first because he was playing really aggressively, but then he started to call real weird and he just kind of drank more and more, and now he's just playing totally
What's
crazy.
he in the game for already?
Well, I'm sure at least 15 to 100 to 2,000 because I know
wow.
he lost to Dimitri that much. But anyways, to get back to this question, I think it's an interesting question because they don't allow you to chop online, and you know, it's kind of a situation where you're out of position even though you're first to act. So yeah, you know, it's tough to bring in a raise with the ace off if you're going to be out of position the whole time, especially in a big blind who's not going to muck hands that he really should muck. If someone's going to play any hand out of the big blind,
Right.
even from the button, if I have a good hand that's not necessarily worth raising, I might even limp. So I might limp in that situation.
Right.
I think it depends on the player in the big blind and how willing he is to lay down a garbage hand. I really think that's what it
Absolutely
depends
on the player. You are out of position. It also depends on whether you're short or not. Like you said, if I don't know
If it's a tournament.
or
Right.
how many. If it's 6 players or 9, huge difference right there. I mean, ace high with 5 or 6 players, I absolutely think you should be aggressive.
One of the good things I like about some of the, let's see, ace 7, pocket 8s, and jack 9.
Wow, the left side of the table likes to play a lot of hands.
Of course, seat 8 is in the hand again.
With the best hand. Oh, I'm
Well, no,
sorry.
it's pair-
Seat 7 has 8.
Pair of 8s, yeah. And looks like seat 7 is going to take the flop down. He had the best hand, Ernie. What I was going to say was a lot of the good things I like about some of the online poker sites is that it actually will allow you to look up a hand that's called but is mucked. And what I mean by that is a hand that it's
That's
still
not
in and it's
shown.
shown down, but like here, if someone were to muck it in a brick and mortar as a losing hand, you can look up sometimes in last
Absolutely.
hand.
I do that a lot on Party, actually.
Yeah, I do too. And sometimes, so if you see someone call out of the big blind and show down a hand like ace deuce offsuit, and he's called for a raise, he's not going to lay anything down
Right.
for a raise in the big blind. So that's when you have to really. But then another time, if you see someone who's pretty fairly tight with a blind, and I have small blind, I'm first act, and I have any ace, I'm going to raise.
Right.
Because
Absolutely.
you're going to have a better hand than average. So
I definitely think seeing your opponent's hand obviously
hope that's
helps
not
you.
too roundabout an answer for you, but
It's not clear cut. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
we're not going to give you a clear cut answer because, as everything else in poker, the reason it's such a great game is depends on so many.
and I do, you know, and if you're against
King deuce off. Look at the hand.
King
Ace
deuce
jack,
offsuit,
jack
yeah.
10, pocket 8s again, back to back
seat
for
7.
Ernie. Oh, Ernie likes that flop, I'm sure.
Sure.
That looks like you're kind of.
I don't.
the only one I'm worried about.
You know what? I believe that to be true, actually.
And look at this. He's going all in. He's going all in with King Deuce.
I cannot believe that Ernie would not call
I
here.
got to think if Ernie's been watching the play that he's going to, and he
He
does,
calls,
he quickly
insta-
calls.
insta
And the
call.
guy's going to get picked off again. Unbelievable. Unless he catches a king.
Unbelievable.
Oh, he fills up on the river. He fills up on the river.
You're first.
Oh, he wants to see
First,
the hand,
yeah,
so he's either
Ernie
going to
should
mock.
see it. He's going to show the king, I bet. I bet he shows one king.
Cover that?
I don't think so.
Wow, this guy's just kind of gone
Wow.
off the deep end a little bit here in C8. We haven't seen somebody kind of play like. I mean, like I said in the beginning, Dave and I were like, well, he's playing really aggressive, and then he's just kind of
There's a
really
difference
gotten
between aggressive and
crazy
kamikaze,
wild.
right?
Yeah, now he's just been going crazy.
I knew that the 8s were instant call from Ernie.
And if the guy's got a 3, fine, he's got a 3. But the way that this guy's been playing,
Right.
it's
You
just
take
crazy.
your chance. 3, 3, 5.
Yeah.
Doesn't touch many hands.
And
Ace
Ernie
3
can
is
beat
really
an,
the only
he
hand.
can beat a 5.
Thank you, Ernie.
So,
Right.
so it wasn't really. It didn't take him long.
I'm sure he doesn't even consider pocket 5s. Ace 3 is the only hand he's worried about that this guy would have.
And if he could know that when he had ace 4, the guy went all over the top with him with queen 7 off suit, he would even call that even quicker.
I'm sure when he watches this later.
Yeah.
Have a phone at the table.
But it's okay. I mean, maybe he'd induce this bluff. You never know. Maybe Ernie putting down that hand last time, this guy
How much
bluffed
are we
inducing the
playing
bluff
there,
this
sir?
time.
Johnny
Ernie
Black
actually had a really good hand.
Corona.
C8's ordering
300,
another round of
I
coffee.
gotta go to the machine, but 300.
Scotch and Coronas is his forte for the night.
I got 15.
See, another thing I think we should point out, if you look at the chip stacks right now, what it relates back to the email that the previous caller asked about, which was chip stack relative to blinds. The problem now is that he can only rebuy for 200, and the biggest
Well, he can make it 300 now.
3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the biggest advantage, if you look at Dimitri, or people that have played for a while in this game, the 200 game, is when you start the game, we're all equal. But once people are there for 3 or 4 hours, the chip stacks are truly such an advantage.
Look at the size that Dimitri's got.
Exactly.
He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1,000, 15. He's got over 2 grand, well over 2 grand.
So
1,500 of which has been taken from that guy in one hand.
But as much as it is a cash game, it's almost reminds me of tournaments where accumulating chips in the beginning is really important. Is what I was trying to point out.
3 diamonds.
I want to see what he moved in against me with. I'm still wondering about the one I mugged.
Arnie's still thinking about the Queen 7 off that he won't know for a while.
Well, so someone with the queens backed into a straight here. Ace-9 played it passively.
Both of them did. 2 queens backed into a straight.
Ace-9 played pretty passively.
C2. There's not much money in the pot, so.
Hey, fellas, what do we got?
Chop it up.
I expect one of them to say, you play that shit. Queen 8 off.
They were both in the blinds.
Yeah. I always do.
But, yeah, we haven't had a guy on the show like Seed 8 in a long, if I ever remember at all. It's just been, you know, he was playing, like you said, he was playing very, very aggressive, and so he was giving some of the players a hard time, the tight players, but then he just started making some obscene calls, and then people weren't giving him any respect.
In the beginning moved, right? I mean, his
in the beginning,
worked,
people,
right?
yeah, in the beginning, but then once you start to show down ridiculous hands, it's over. You know what I mean? And, you know, that's why we said a player like Gus Hansen who can do that, but who can lay down a hand and who doesn't show down losing hands, that's a great strategy.
Not only that, it was a great strategy. It would have been a great strategy if he, for the first hour or two, played really loose and then kind of tightened up and only pushed with monster hands. He would have certainly gotten paid off for.
It was pre-flop. Oh, he made it 10, and I put him on like any 2 base cards.
Talking
And
about
then it
that
went
hand.
call. I had raised with ace high, and he moved all in against me.
4 players.
What did I get myself into? So I mucked it. I had a bad ace.
I think Arnie's now almost certain that his ace high was good that hand.
I checked.
Well, yeah, but it also comes back down to that he has ace high. Well, against 2 other cards, though, he isn't necessarily going to be a huge favorite, so why would he want to put his whole stack up against being only a 55, 60% favorite?
Position has lots of advantage. These are interesting hands.
9 Jack, he's got the top pair. Queen 9, he's got the best hand. And
Open-ended straight from the
C2.
10 Jack of hearts. Queen 9 has top pair with a decent kicker, and Jack 9 is trapped.
Oh, now Queen 9's got 2 pair, but 10 Jack has
got a straight. Let's see how this pans out.
C1's going to lead with 20. The pot's about $60 here. C2, of course, has a straight.
Let's see what he raises.
He raises to 60, so 20 raised to 60. Pot is about $130 here. It's 40 more to call.
Looks like C1's going to pay off.
So 40 to call, $130 pot. So show the straight down, and it's good.
If you're Queen 9, do you make a move on the turn thinking he has best hand, or?
I think he did. I think he might have put a small bet in there on the turn. Tough to tell.
Thanks, sir.
By the way, Denny Williams, he was wrapped up in our tournament because he was supposed to come in here. I told people that he was going to come in, and I think that we're definitely going to see him for at least a little bit tomorrow at some point. So for all those people, especially the poster who goes by the name of Bangor Toth on 2+2, I'm sure.
I know he's
yeah, I'm sure he's very upset that Denny's not here tonight.
He really owes you 100?
These are rubber bullets.
Bangor Van Toth.
Straight up, no point. You bet half the table.
Yeah, he bet.
Wow.
He is drunk.
C8 still has chips in front of him, so.
He went to the ATM.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely, he announced that he had to go to the machine as he ordered the Corona.
God protects babies and drunks.
God protects babies and drunks.
Okay.
Flop's been limped around here.
We don't see the cards yet.
Pocket 6s, looks like a Queen 7, 2 9.
Anyone have any hearts?
There we go.
No, let's see it.
Open, actually, no, C9's made a wheel. Oh, C9 is not in the hand, excuse me. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm confused how these hands are. Go ahead.
It was all blinds and limps.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
C9 folded. He did make a wheel there
Oh,
in
okay.
turn, but.
So the 4-5 not really.
Thank you, sir.
I think they're all waiting for Seed to come back. I think we're going to see a lot of limping and folding.
Hey, Greg, do you know, have they archived these yet?
I understand they have, but it's a fee to watch them. It's like,
Of course, yes, you have heard correctly. The archives are up, and there's a subscription price, but the value is outstanding. Hundreds of hours of taped live poker, plus an instructional CD, and many more new features coming your way. Subscribe now for the early bird special. $14.95 gets you all of the poker action. Click on the archive banner at www.thebike.com, which is on the right side of your screen there, and you can get in on the action. And we will be putting more and more archives up as the days go along, as Greg the dealer is quick to point out.
And give a list that they have like you're behind.
Seat 1's got an ace-8, clubs. There we go. It's got a nut flush draw.
Anyone have top pair? Queen 9 is Seat 2.
Bets 10. Seat 2 raises with
top
top 2
two.
pair. Raises it,
Nice
I think, only to 20. And then ace-8's going to come over the top with a semi-bluff, nut flush draw.
Did this guy call? He just called.
He called. He's got top 2.
Oh, that's
So ace-8's drawn to a club here. Doesn't get there.
no club.
Looks like he went over the top for only about 75, 80
Yeah,
more.
he was
so.
short.
Easy call for top 2 pair there.
Absolutely. Because you have to give the guy the draw.
Well,
There's
I'll ask Yana.
no other
Yana,
coordination.
you have to have that answer for me later, how I can get my
Okay, Ernie, I will.
my archived information.
He knows we're here. I'd be interested if one or two more players left and they played short. I think it would turn into a lot more of an aggressive game.
She did. Oh, I know she did. Oh, you did some of it last night?
No, I did the.
Oh, you did all
Again, if you see kind of almost like a maniac type player now with Seat 8 has established himself, I wouldn't be semi-bluffing into him like the guy in
No,
C2 did
absolutely.
earlier. You have the goods, you got the goods. Try to induce him to come all in.
It's bluff the nuts and gets paid when you
Yeah,
have a maniac at the
exactly.
table.
Exactly.
Since he's not putting down a hand.
option.
Look at my cards.
Okay.
Again, another limped pot, no raise. So it's about
$5.
$20.
He opened one.
7/8 flop the best hand here.
He looks like a Brian. Or a Drew. I can see a Drew.
Seat 6 is Seat 6 the big
It's like
blind?
30,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, that makes sense.
Seat 3 is bet
With his
pocket
five.
fives.
Ooh, Dimitri Mux is 8.
He told me to lock it.
Well, there isn't
Yeah,
much
ace,
money in
nine.
there. He's got second pair. Bad kicker, diamond draw, straight draw out there.
Yeah.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right, I'm done.
Sometimes you don't necessarily want to battle with a small pot when you don't know where you are in the hand.
You know, that's kind of my theory. I was actually going to ask you about that. I think that there are two theories for kind of no limit. One is trap to win huge pots when you have, sets or monster hands, and the other is pick up the little pots that a lot of people don't pick up. What do you kind of think is your strategy? Or
It's always it's a mix of both. I think if someone's showing aggression, I
I
don't
played two hands the whole time.
necessarily think you want to call the second pair.
Peter, I have a
$30
seat
bet,
open now.
$20 in the pot.
Tell me you had two seats open. C4. Nobody's played a hand in C4 in at least an hour.
Oh no, action
Somebody
Ernie
can play over
left.
C4 and play half the hand default.
You should be sued for misadvertisement.
Dimitri.
Dimitri not wanting to be seen as a tight player. See, now we're six-handed. This should get interesting. I would have wanted to see Ernie play six-handed because
No one has any hearts. 3 hearts. Looks like it's 10, Jack 6.
Kind of slow down the
No one's got any hearts.
Four, but
King's
he
got an
can't like
open-ended
his
straight
hand.
draw. 8-9 has a straight, seat 5. Caught a straight on the turn, and he's going to bet $40. Terry Muck's Queen 4. You had top pair with a weak
Right,
kicker.
right. No, absolutely.
You must have the king of hearts. Huh?
Raise it.
What?
Straight, long time ago.
Oh, straight. You had a straight?
A long time ago.
That was a straight?
Yeah, it's a difficult straight too. Hard to read.
The bottom end, or some people call the ass end of the straight that guy had, right?
The bitch end, yeah. I don't think we're supposed to use those.
Of course, there were 3 hearts up there, too. So, again, in this restricted buy-in game, if you only have $100 in front of you, it's not a huge risk to bet on that straight. If you have $10,000 in front of you and someone comes over the top with 3 hearts on the board, then it's a different
why
story.
Dimitri's completely tightened up. No need to risk his chips.
15.
You cut him off, it causes me problems. Honey.
So the drunk guy leaves his seat to presumably go to the ATM and rebuy, leaves his player's card there and has the miss blind button in his seat. He's nowhere to be found for the last 10 minutes. What are the odds he's passed out somewhere? That's from Corey on 2+2.
I'm sure the players won't let him get picked up.
Yeah.
His seat is locked infinitely.
Ace 8's got top pair here. No one's got a 4.
No. Sixes.
Ooh. Still no one has a 4.
No.
A little bit of a maybe a value bet here. Maybe someone might call him down with a 5 or a 6, but you figure someone would have bet the turn if someone had a 4.
Or if someone had an ace with better kick or anything. I think anyone with a good ace would have bet the flop to protect their hands with clubs or
bringing more
wheel draws.
He didn't touch the
Take it back.
I like that shot. That's not right.
I don't know you are the wrong one. I don't know. He's got off right now. You're gonna let him
He's drunk.
Yeah, you are the one.
If you didn't serve drinks to people that were drunk, you'd be out of business.
Yeah, if you didn't serve drinks to people, we'd be out of business. Interesting commentary.
Even the dealers.
Woohoo!
You're dealing like you're drunk.
I know.
So the table is a little bit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players
15.
right now.
The big blind did it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
He's not sorry. It happened.
He seems to still be playing pretty passively for a 6-handed no-limit game. Especially with
C3. The big blind raises to 15 with 10 jacks suited.
I'm confused by the king 8 off limp in seat 5.
And then the call, too.
Yeah, very confused.
Now ace 3's got the nut straight draw.
Nut flush draw?
Not flush draw. He's going to check and call here.
Check.
You might want to see. You could really represent a 2 here if you check
You want to
raised.
go all the way, you raise, and then you say you want to go all the way?
Oh, wow, now they're checking.
We're going to check it down. We've seen this uncharacteristically a lot on the ace comes.
See, you give free cards,
Well,
and then you're like, ooh, one of your...
I'm not exactly sure why some people in these tables have chosen to check hands down in the end when their heads up. We were talking about the ethics behind that, but
Right.
anyways, the point is on the turn there, you can really put in a pretty big check raise or bet the turn and really represent a 2
Yeah, absolutely.
with a flush draw
You
there.
have to think, hey, I might have the best hand here. Why let him spike one of his 12 outs? Make him pay for it on the turn.
Well, what I'm saying is that I think the guy with the ace 3 could have check raised the turn too with his diamond draw.
Absolutely.
With
I'm
two
kind of very
twos up.
surprised by how passive and showing down the best hand this game is, considering shorthanded no limit.
I'm just letting you know.
I'm surprised
Hey,
we're seeing as
Buster,
many
get your
turn cards as we are. And he's back.
He's already in the blind.
Oh, there he is. Seat 8. I think his name was...
There was never any doubt.
David? Steve. That's right. How could I forget? Steve. Steven seat 8. Looks like he's buyed back for the full amount, $300.
How many?
Well, he has to.
Okay, all right. 3 players.
Most ATMs, like domestically, will only let you take out $500 per 24 hours. So we're thinking that
He's got to
this
have
is
a
probably
marker.
going to be the last one. Oh, he could have a marker or a player's bank. That's right.
Absolutely.
3 players and 8 here.
3 limpers.
Right?
King 3.
I just
He
did.
posted?
I think he posted, yep, on the outside.
All right. Action's on you, yeah.
Dimitri checks. Well, C8 checks his king.
Check and call.
15, 2 players. I check.
C2's bottom pair.
C8 blind checks.
Ooh, the spade. I think
He
both
checks
of them
behind
are
him.
not confident.
And now C8.
I expect him to bet his king.
Nope, he's going to check. So maybe he slowed down a bit. King is good.
C2 is very happy he doesn't have to show down the hand.
Did have a pair when he bet the flop. It wasn't total flop.
Yeah. But he linked on the button with 5-7 off.
Thanks, sir.
Implied odds,
No,
I guess.
it's
I mean, if that guy posted, I'd take it back.
You know, I think you really do have to examine how someone plays and not necessarily...
No, I absolutely take it back.
I'm not saying you're doing this, I'm just saying that...
C8 posted and he was on the
All right,
button.
guys, I'm playing tighter.
I'd absolutely think that.
Ollie.
I just think that, you can't necessarily peg someone as a player just by the cards that they play.
You don't have a board?
Especially no limit, especially with
No,
limit,
no. I stand corrected.
How come there's no...
He said, all right,
All right,
guys, I'm
Steve
playing
Cam
tighter.
shows us King 3 offsuit. That's what we're going to call it from now on. Seat 8.
But I appreciate that it was followed. This is
There's
exactly
Steve Cam.
following his comment of, all right, guys, I'm playing tighter.
What do I have again?
C3's got an
Not her.
ace-5 suited on the button.
Wow.
Looks like it's going to be limped again, Yana. We haven't seen a raise in
I know.
10 or 20 hands.
How about a 6-player seeing a flop?
So it's about a $25 pot.
10.
C2's got top pair.
$10.
Well, there goes that theory. Stevie leads with nothing. He leads with king high. C2's got a queen. He calls.
Thank you.
Dimitri calls with Dimitri calls with the second pair with an overcard, king 8.
You can't bust me.
No, for this hand. I checked already a long time ago.
25.
Oh, that's a good bet by C2. I like it. Top pair. And Dimitri quickly folds.
According to you.
He's got
him up.
king 3 offsuit.
He can't do this himself. There you go.
I got her and Dimitri on the same table. What's up with that?
Thank you, sir.
Rolling into our last 10 minutes here at Live at the Bike. Tomorrow night we will be doing our $500 unrestricted, no limit holding game. We have a new player, and that looks like it's Yulette in C7. We've seen her before on the show. Unrestricted buy-in, $500 minimum buy-in.
Huge game. I don't think people appreciate the size of that game. For those of you at home, it's not. Most people buy in for from 3,000 to 5,000.
I guess now and then, yeah.
It's a different game because you're not really dealing with restricted chip sizes.
Yeah, absolutely. People buy, as I was saying, people buy in for large stacks, and the play is much more aggressive.
Okay, we got a limped pot again.
4 players.
$20 pot.
Dimitri, somewhere.
C3 has got 9-10, so he has an open-ended straight draw, and he checks it.
He's afraid of the
like this already.
I know, yeah. I was going to make you check it.
You were gonna make me check?
I know. I was going to make you
C6 looks like he's got 5-8.
So I
I guess we're just playing all passively here for the rest of the night.
I'm confused.
That's the bingo.
Oh,
C5's got the set on the
he
river.
can't get paid by anything, however.
You ain't going to bet it.
I don't think Terry's going to... Well, it's weird because Terry...
15 it is.
Oh, Terry quickly mugged. Well, no, he's still in. I was going to say, wouldn't a guy bet a jack a couple of times? So.
Yeah.
But there is a straight out there.
And there's no money
Could be
in the
a
pot, like
bicycle.
we said. What is there, $20 in there?
Right.
Thank you, sir.
He's not going to call.
You have to observe, too, the type of player. We haven't seen that guy make any moves all night in seat 5, so when he's going to bet, he's usually going to have something. He's not going to take a stab at it.
He was also a small blind, so if the pair was a serious possibility.
Or else it just check probably like 20, 30 bucks now.
Got a live straddle here.
Live straddle from Steve.
Trying to do some action.
Sure, we'll go right to Steve Cam here pretty soon.
Live straddle.
Let's see here. Isn't quite. There we go. There's Steve Cam. Oh, a couple of painted cards. Queen 10 offsuit.
Wow.
Live straddle.
Well, not a bad live straddle there, Steve.
And Terry's going to call here. And he's
Do we know what he has?
Me and him.
Wow, looks like he's
I
got
like this
king
guy.
6 offsuit. Maybe he thinks his king is good.
hair and everything.
He's out of
King
position.
Queen? No? Who has King Queen now?
Oh, no, Terry has king queen. You're
okay,
right.
I'm sorry. Ooh. Gotcha. Straight drop or Terry?
Wow, and C8 checks behind. So C8, he would have been betting earlier, Jan, in the day. He would have been betting.
Because now his pre-flop hand selection is still very loose, but his post-flop play is not as aggressive.
$21 pot, I bet 20.
$20 board, okay.
Like,
Well-
that's a scary board to give a free card on.
Well, like I said, it's... I don't think
That was a hard.
Yeah, he can't call.
Terry could think he could be drawn to a king or
I know
queen
you.
or an ace that would be good, but we know that's not... excuse me, jack. But if we had seen earlier in the show, there's no way that Steve would have picked that flop.
Right.
But
On seat 4.
as you lose, $1,000, $2,000, sometimes it can adjust the style of your play over the course of the night as well.
You tighten up.
He's still buying till I leave tonight. So. Oh, come on, Peter.
Here it comes.
Peter. Peter.
That's not
Peter.
Peter.
Come on.
Finish that one before you can order another.
I'm okay. I want a scotch. I don't want a beer.
He's ordering scotch now.
Oh, he's been drinking Johnny Walker's all night.
Don't make me call,
Black
don't make me
label.
call the boss. Make it 20.
Oh, he's going to
$20.
raise. Steve Cam shows us a Queen 10 suited this time.
Oh.
He's going to raise out of the big blind.
That's actually not that bad of a raise.
And I would doubt that this type of race is going to drive many people out, especially when he's out of position.
I'm
you know,
fine.
and everyone
Look
is exploiting his somewhat
Yeah,
intoxicated
it was a small
state.
raise. I was. Oh wow.
And people have got some decent hands here too.
Limpers.
Yeah. All the limpers call, it looks like.
All right, I take the King Jack
So
of
it's,
Diamonds.
it's about $100 pot right now.
Perfect. I hit my club with my King Jack of Diamonds.
Okay, you let jump right out there.
Make it 40.
You let
40 bucks.
who's got
Who's
King
seat
10.
6? Is Terry seat 6 with
Yeah,
King Jack?
yeah. You let's got King 10.
Oh.
And Terry, look at the grin on his face. He's smiling. Is he going to call here or raise?
He's definitely smiling.
Peter, you're killing me.
No, he just calls. Now you let's got to think. And she's going to call with her king, maybe thinking that it's good too.
Wow.
Steve's in big trouble now. Big
If the 10
trouble.
hits, it'll be an interesting hand. No.
No, let's see if he continues to push. No, he's going to check.
Terry's got it.
Terry
Oh,
checks.
What? Wow.
I don't understand that. Terry's still got the best hand, but
Yeah, but
maybe he's trying to induce a bluff, though. He might be trying to induce a bluff, Yana,
On the river?
from seat. Yeah, that could be. I wouldn't do that with you let in there, though.
Exactly. I was going
Wouldn't
to
do that
say,
with
the presence of a third player makes it a lot more complicated, I would
Right.
think.
Weird bet to me.
You know, another club comes here.
Right now, he's, Steve could have any two cards.
He's gonna call.
He just calls. I just don't like good no-limit players.
And you let calls,
Oh,
throws
wow.
a crying call in. Terry's going to win a good-sized pot here. About $220 pot here.
Right.
You let's kind of disgusted just the way. I mean, it's tough. The weird thing
It's
about the
tough
way
for
that
her
that
to think her
played.
king isn't good.
I know. I mean, and then
Terry
checked the turn with the
He could
king
have easily
jack.
spiked the queen. She knows Steve could have anything.
Peter, you gonna make me move tables?
That hand was a bit unorthodox.
Thank you very much.
You let got caught in the middle.
I'm gonna move
Seat 7.
tables just to drink.
Just a drink.
I bet you I can.
I think his commentary is better than ours could ever be.
Call a manager. Call a manager, Peter. Call a manager. Call him.
Going to play a few more hands here. We have about 5 minutes left.
We're going to see Steve play his button. I always enjoy that.
Now, Terry is the person that plays Shirley heads up earlier today that we're going to broadcast later on.
Oh, that hasn't been broadcast yet.
No,
Okay.
it hasn't.
Ooh. Who
And if
picked
we
up
can-
ace 10 of hearts? Is that a limp from Terry with ace 10 of
Yep.
hearts?
No, it looks Terry's got. Looks like Terry's got King Jack of Diamonds again, the same hand he had
Same
last
hand.
hand. Now, if you follow the way that Terry's been playing, it's going to fit into the way that I commentated about his heads-up play. So just keep in mind his passive play when we see him. When we see him play in a few days.
Or do I?
Oh, that's interesting.
Terry's picked up a nice diamond draw with an overcard. No one has a queen.
Oh, no queen. Never mind. Not interesting.
Is Terry going to take? No, he takes a free card. He doesn't even bet. Doesn't bet the button. And now he's got the
Board pair.
makes the flush.
Now he's hoping
Thanks
Steve
for
has a
playing.
3.
You got a couple more free hands coming.
Don't check again.
Looks like 100.
No, I don't think he would want to. Who bet? Did Steve bet
That's
with
what
100?
I'm saying.
Steve bet with 100.
I
Look
think
at that.
Terry's
Ace
really
10.
hoping Steve makes a move right here.
Oh, was it going nowhere?
And he's trying to trap him, and he has. And let's see what he does.
Stop massaging chips, man.
He's going to raise it up to 200.
200.
Wow. Insta call. I just.
And
ace
Steve,
high.
does he have any more chips in front of him, or is he all? I don't, maybe he thinks he's on a hard draw. Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, that's a bad card for Terry, but oh, is that a dangerous card for Terry with his
Horrible. I was
flush?
just going to say on the turn, he can't give a free card in case the workers again.
Wow, look at his face. Yeah.
Do it.
Oh, wow.
Bet $1, he cannot call.
So
He bet $1
I know.
cannot call.
That's what Dimitri said. If Steve had any more
Dimitri, that's
money in front of him,
Yeah.
he could have bet Terry out of that pot the way that Terry's been
Absolutely.
playing
He
passively.
blinks and Terry's out.
I was thinking about
So again, we've seen Steve be aggressive in the wrong places and then passive in the wrong places.
I'm
You know.
so confused. I say that a lot. I know this, but
Wow, and he's picked up he's picked up about $300 or $400 or $500 in the last two hands. This is going to be the last hand for tonight, Yana. Thanks for joining me again, wrapping the show up with us. Again, join us tomorrow from 6 to 10 Pacific time for the $500 no limit game, and we are here every night, Wednesday through Saturday, from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock here at Live at the Bike. The first and only webcast of live streaming.
if we do so say ourselves.
Cash poker action.
Let's see if we have a raised pot for our last hand. Come on, guys, show us a hand. Terry doesn't show us the hand.
C2's linked in for pocket sixes.
Make it easy. I'm in for
Terry's got an ace 10 offsuit.
He's in for $505.
Anybody eject?
He's taking. He has $4. No one's objecting. He took $1 out of his wallet, so he's all in for $5. That's usually not allowed, but I don't think anybody objects.
Yeah.
And he actually has ace deuce offsuit.
One's all in.
He's in.
They all owe him.
He's all in. Wow. Seat 9 has flopped a flush. This is a time. He's in first position. This really is a time where you would not want to slow play, but he checks, Yana. He checks.
So many cards
and there's the club.
There's the club, and
there's
now the king of clubs is out there.
Yep.
Wow.
Again, we just see people slow play into the ground in this game. It amazes me
I mean,
every
four
single
by-
time I see it.
There's no good cards for you on the turn. There's no cards.
At least he gets away and he mucks it.
Yeah.
Okay, you inside.
You got a club?
You know.
Yeah.
You got a club, you win.
Nope.
What'd you throw away?
Nah,
Pull your hair.
No.
The king of clubs.
That's going to do it for us at Live at the Bike. Thanks again for joining us. I'm Bart Hansen along here with Yana. We're signing off. Join us tomorrow at 6 o'clock Pacific time for the $500 no limit game. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.